It's been 3 years, 5 months, and 29 days since intercontinental warfare took place on European soil. But yet again, we're back. It's the third iteration of the poLANd.tf Invitational. We have the reigning champions here, Witness Gaming, on a 6 LAN win streak, looking to retain the crown. Will America's finest be able to compete? Will they be able to snatch it off of their heads? Or maybe DM, the Premiership winners, might be able to compete as well. Or shall we even consider the team with the fanciest of elves? We have 3 days of competition, 60 matches, 16 teams, 1 winner. You're not going to want to miss this. Welcome to poLANd.
Very few European teams have claimed the title of world champions. Witness Gaming's victory in Denver established their legacy. But when it came time to do what no European team has done before and defend their international championship, they faltered. MANDEM, a roster that's always lived in Witness's shadow, a team that has always struggled to bring it over the finishing line, has had an incredible tournament, not losing a map and knocking Witness down to the lower bracket. Fancy has proven he can reach his peaks on LAN, where it matters. Now, with something to prove, will Witness find the form they need to make them world champions? Or is this the start of the MANDEM dynasty? There's only one place to find out.
Hello, 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 and welcome. Hey, yes, we made it. Thank you. Such a warm welcome here at Wood. Such a warm welcome for iTurboTab. A warm welcome for Demo, Juxta, Bot Mode, for all of us here tuning into the grand final. This is poLANd 2026, and this is the grand final, and it's all what we expected it to be, just about, for at least a lot of you out there. But who are we going to be covering? It's going to be MANDEM versus Witness Gaming, and they've got a lot to play for. Just basically, short of saying who is the best team of Team Fortress 2 after tonight's best of 5. But before we go into Team MANDEM, let's go and talk about Witness Gaming. Witness Gaming, who are they? Well, all right. Well, we're going to talk about the bracket. Oh, we're doing the bracket first. Never mind. I thought we were going straight into VT. My bad. But yes, Witness Gaming and MANDEM have had a long journey throughout this entire tournament. It's gone across 3 whole days here, and they've had a slaughter fest here, D-Moore. It's been kind of hairy for Witness Gaming, but a little less so for MANDEM.
Yeah, exactly. I think people were predicting the other way around. People are surprised that MANDEM went through pretty convincingly through the upper bracket final, through the grand final. Witness on the other end were tested many times. They've lost 3 maps so far. 1 map to the Americans and 2 maps to MANDEM.
Now, it's very tempting, Juxta, to just talk about just Witness and MANDEM in this bracket, but it's not just these 2 teams. There's been some banging games, even including on your own team as well. Have you had a fun LAN? Has it been like a pretty good Team Fortress 2 experience?
Well, I think we had a
decent first few days on DM. I thought before Sunday there was like some kind of a rock paper scissors dynamic kind of happening, because we were getting owned by Witness, but we knew we also had what it takes to beat MANDEM because we had just did at home. But then we knew that MANDEM had won against Witness as well, so I came in with almost no expectations into the third day, and that's what made it so much more exciting. And even though we're out, I think it's still exciting now, because I still believe that anything can happen, even though many people are saying that Witness is gonna, cleanly win. So that's a good performance by everybody.
Magical, magical. Bot mode, this isn't just any LAN, this isn't just any NA LAN, this isn't any just EU LAN, this is an international LAN. Are these LANs always the most exciting? Are these always the most fun kind of LANs?
Yes, by far. These LANs, especially this LAN, is such a great case. Denver was such a great case. All of these games, all of these teams are so close to each other. It's so hard to predict in the game, out of the game, what's going to happen. From play to play, from moment to moment, from map to map. I think the pick bans for these games, if you look at them, have been a bloodbath. Like, every team has won everyone else's map because no one understands, and no one can understand how any of the maps are going to go. Like the White Lotus picking product against Witness, for instance. They feel comfortable on that map, and then they go in, they get destroyed. That's the only role of the entire tournament, really. Except maybe us on Gully, I don't know. But even MANDEM's like cozy right now. They haven't lost a game, right? But all of their games are stressful. You watch them and you feel tense. And they walk away and they have this great relief and this great happiness that they won. But the game, it'll come again. The tournament is not over for them, right?
It's all been really fun, really exciting. But if you're just tuning in and you're just skipping to YouTube, you're going straight to the grand finals, that's what I do as well, and you're wondering who on earth are these teams? Who are the best people playing Team Fortress 2 right now? We've got a little video prepared for you for Witness Gaming about who this team is.
Witness Gaming is chasing a legacy. Reigning world champions, they return to Watch with higher expectations than ever. Having won every other edition of the event with ease, this time seems a little different. They have a world title to defend, a title no European team has ever successfully clung to. Thomas sits at the center of Witness, leading the charge on Pocket Scout, a role which he has been pushing the boundary of for many years. Aggression, mechanics, comms, Thomas has it all. He may very well be the best player in the world. Ixi forms the perfect yin to Thomas's yang. His elite ability to clean up post-fights, fill in any gaps left by his combo, and use his team's distraction to catch players unaware makes him a terrifying force. Pappy is the spiritual leader of Witness. Where Thomas steers the ship on the server, Pappy acts as the emotional heart and soul of the team. But don't let these traits fool you, because in-game, Pappy remains one of the most consistent performers in the world, with deadly aim to boot. There were questions of Romer Silentis' level after the veteran recently returned from an 18-month competitive break, but these were instantly put to rest as he rolled back the years at Uberfest 2025, where his playmaking ability shone as if he had never left. His synergy with Pappy remains as legendary as it has always been. Lucas shone brighter than anyone else at Denver. Through an entire weekend of pure explosive excellence, he made himself the name on everyone's lips, confirming the sheer brilliance that Europe has grown accustomed to seeing. Finally, on Medic is Otto, the glue that holds Witness together. He is able to facilitate the team's fast-paced playstyle with his brilliant movement and lightning-fast decision-making. Witness Gaming is pound for pound the most talented and experienced roster in Europe. Despite this, their greatest strength is their synergy. Give them an inch and they will take your whole arm. Give them a stalemate and watch them squeeze water from stone. Nobody has been able to topple this European juggernaut on their past 6 LAN outings. Will their impeccable streak continue at poLANd.tf 2026, or will they fail to defend their world championship like all of the European greats before them? For Witness, the goal is simple: to be the best European team of all time.
Behold, spectate, and witness. This is the current champion of the world. Even though they've been knocked down into the lower bracket, they're still in this D-Mall by just a mere margin. It just goes to show how competitive this tournament is.
Yes, they are. They are not giving up any ground yet. They crawl back through the lower bracket by beating another national team, the Americans. And yeah, they were looking shaky, way more shaky than the usual Witness game you could witness.
Juxta, obviously this isn't your first bout playing against Witness at this LAN. You've played against them in these online tournaments. You've played against them in all these other LAN events and stuff like that. What is so annoying about this team? Why are they so good at the game?
I think everybody on their team knows exactly when to fight. You play all these other like second place, third place teams, and you can understand what the chaos means and how you can utilize it. And against Witness, the chaos is like one-sided. It feels clean on their end, and you can never kill anybody because it's usually phases where only Lucas gets tanked, and there's like no one to kill, basically. That's the most annoying thing about the team fights, is that nothing ever dies.
Bot mode, you come from a huge pedigree yourself. You have obviously come from an incredibly established team, from yesteryear, and you've shown that, your opinion matters. So I want to know what person on this team strikes you as Mr. Witness.
Mr. Witness.
Mr. Witness.
Oh. Mr. Witness. I would say Tomas is Mr. Witness, but like Lucas is the guy carrying around all the luggage for him. He's the guy that really matters.
So he's the face of Witness, but Lucas, he's like the muscle of Witness.
Yes, exactly. There's no Witness without Toe. There is no Witness without Lucas.
All right, fine answer, fine answer. All right, gentlemen, before we head over to any more talks about the game itself, we're missing another team. It takes two to tango in the grand scheme of things. They're going to be facing off our upper bracket final winner. It's going to be MANDEM. And if you don't know who MANDEM is, well, let me help you out.
As MANDEM travel to Poland, they venture into the unknown. While they have successfully climbed to the top of domestic competition, the gravity of their false summit has never been clearer. The true peak of competitive TF2 still lies in front of them, with the title as the world's best team sitting firmly within the horizon. MANDEM's leader, Balder, has been heralded as the future of European scouts. Consistently proving himself to be one of the best in the world, Balder has the aim to compete with anyone and maintains insane stat lines while calling all of the strategies for his team. Every team needs somebody capable of sowing chaos on the flank, and for MANDEM, Zoe is always ready. Be it on scout or on his formidable stints with the sniper rifle, you can always count on Zoe to turn the game on its head. Hans makes his return to competitive play after a 6-month break. Already one of the best soldiers in Europe and a standout player at Watch last year, Hans remains one of the ultimate glue guys in the region. When Ryan made his LAN debut a little over a year ago, he showed that he might just be the best soldier in the region. With incredible mechanics and an intelligent positional style, Ryan has a little competition at home. Fancy is the single most exciting player coming to LAN. Having wooed the hearts of European fans for years with his magnetic pipe aim, he is set to finally make a debut at an offline tournament. Touted as perhaps the best demo, if not player in the world, the expectations for Fancy are sky high. Finally, no medic in Europe has better mechanics than June. Consistently the most impossible target in the region, her incredible dodges are often the crucial difference maker in fights. With a roster as stacked as this, it is clear that from MANDEM there is only one goal: Above everything, they must complete their ascent as the best team in the world. Not to be the team of the future, but the team of today. A team with all the pieces needed to compete with the very best. This is the era of MANDEM.
The young bloods, the new kids on the block, MANDEM. They are a star-studded roster of riders of just deciding who is going to be the next champion of this event. They are literally the gatekeepers here because they earned their right. They won the upper bracket final here. They have the advantage going into this best of 5, D-Maul. How did they steal it away from Witness?
Well, I mean, who could have predicted that MANDEM would go to the final after the disaster that was their online season last week and some petty drama that was going on inside of the team, except myself, of course. I predicted them to be on the grand final. Yeah, they dispatched Witness, I wouldn't say pretty convincingly. Like, it was a really tough game for both sides, but they did it. They never lost a map so far this tournament. They're looking good.
Juxta, when does a boomer die in TF2? When is it time for them to lay down the crown and just move out of the way? Is there a telltale sign? Is today that sign?
I don't know. When you play TF2, it's a question that like repeats itself often because so many players are so old. So that's why I kind of want to see MANDEM win. It's because there's so many young players on there that I want to see win. It's like refreshing not to have to think about how old players are a little bit. MANDEM is that for me, kind of.
Bot mode, obviously, you've played against Witness, you've played against MANDEM. In your personal opinion, who do you think deserves it? Who deserves this LAN?
I think I've watched a lot of games this LAN where one team has lost and the other gets the win. I think most of the MANDEM games I've seen, MANDEM has won more than the other team has lost. Having said that, everything changes in grand finals.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You repeated basically the most bare stats yet. They have definitely won more than Witness Gaming. Witness Gaming kind of backs to the wall. They're going to be going into this map pick and ban with a little bit of a disadvantage. I'm pretty sure they lose out on all the bans at the start of our little segment. They only get a few bans later on. It's a best of 5 slugfest. But before we talk about the best of 5 itself, let's talk about the importance of these map picks and bans. Is it a death sentence, bot mode, when you don't have those first 2 bans in a best of 5?
For Witness, probably not so much, but I think MANDEM is very happy that they don't have to worry as much about certain Witness maps. Like Viaduct, in particular, I think is very scary for MANDEM.
Juxta, in your opinion, what would you spend your 2 bans against Witness Gaming or against MANDEM? Like, is there any sort of 2 map... well, actually, we should talk about Witness Gaming. They're the ones that don't have the map picks and bans. But yes, what bans would you use against this team if you had to decide?
I mean, from our recent experience, the more simple stuff they do across all maps are probably on Sunshine. Like, I feel like we kind of understand what they would do on their mids and last pushes. So Sunshine is probably a decent map to play against Witness. And I feel like even though it's still deadly, their Bagel is also kind of simple. Like, their game plan is, it's effective, but it's repetitive to me. So I don't know. Those would be, I guess, decent maps for MANDEM. I still believe that Witness has, despite what some of my players would say, I still think that Witness is a really good granary because they move the fastest out of any team in Europe, and on such a wide map, it's really good. So I think granary, granary is Witnesses. That's my opinion.
All right, D-Maul, if we've learned anything from this LAN, we've been watching all these teams. They don't know what they're good at, and they don't know what they're bad at. But it's been 3 whole days. Surely they know by this point, right?
They actually do. Of course, they're going to ban product, 100%.
Oh, yes, you're right. The map picks and bans have arrived, and we are already starting here with a
they're gonna ban
MANDEM
Granary.
product ban.
They're gonna ban Granary, I think.
Yep, the granary ban comes out, told like a true prophet. It's almost like you've got an ear inside the Mandem cave.
Yeah, I have some whispers, you know.
You got some whispers in the wind. I'm not entirely sure what the breakdown is of the ABB, you know, when it comes to the picks and bans, but we'll be surprised here with a Gullywash pick straight away from Witness Gaming's. Reactions, Demo.
I do think it is, out of the remaining maps, one of the best mapper for Witness. They are really good. They have some pocket strat. I'm not too convinced about that strat of Lucas, you know, going fast onto the top right, followed by his team, and then still just staying in his own choke. I'm not too convinced, but I love that strat. So we shall see about this.
Juxta. This map is annoying, right? Because everyone just keeps stacking on that point, throwing scouts on the point, getting spies on the point, sending soldiers with pain trains onto the point. Is this map just different compared to the CPs? Can you not just treat it like any other map?
I think the most important thing is to factor in the 4-minute timer, because Witness cooks you for a long time, and I feel like, in my experience, is the team where the phenomenon of getting cooked and getting cap time like repeatedly onto your last, like further and further and further, matters the most. So that difference in the old like 5-minute timer and the 4 minutes timer now could actually like come into play. But that being said, it's kind of the same thing with the Granary, because Gully is such a small map, so a Witness is gonna be good at it.
Bot mode, what's your take when it comes to picking map? What philosophy do you follow? Do you just keep it simple, or do you really like get in the nitty-gritty and start like going for random pocket picks, saving strats, or because it looks like Mandem here are just keeping it simple, picking what worked last time?
I think it sort of depends, but for the most part, I think you want to win the series that you're in right now, especially since right now is Grand Finals. If you're confident, most confident Sunshine, you play Sunshine. And I think Witness looks very vulnerable on this map. Their mids don't look great to me, and their last holds have kind of been toppled by Mandem quite easily, to be honest.
And we come out with a Metalworks pick. Any comments, questions, queries, anything that comes to mind? Juxta, bot mode, anybody who wants to grab the mic first about Metalworks?
I think the only metal game that's been played is Witness versus White Lotus, right? This feels like a very unknown quantity for Mandem, so maybe that's Witness's angle. I'm not certain on this. Either of you?
I did not hear a single thing, sorry. I can't hear anything. On middle? Honestly, it's not one of their best maps for sure. It's always been a bit shaky. Sunshine is their worst map by far. But it didn't look to be a good map either for Mandem. So that pick doesn't surprise me that much. I think Mandem struggles a lot on this map. They showed it last week by not being able to push the last. But surely they've worked some stuff about it.
So obviously it's a best of 5. There's only 2 maps left out of the 7 map pool. So really we're just picking the order at this point, which order you want to go with. So I assume it's going to be a Mandem pick next. What if, quickly, Juxta, what do you think Mandem's going to pick? 2 maps.
I mean, it's really hard to say. I'll only say that in light of recent events, I don't think Mandem will be feeling very confident on process right now.
Okay.
But I don't really know about anything else.
The first time I played Fancy on Bagel, I think he did 500 DPM. Fancy seems to have WG's number on every single map. If Fancy can just walk around and shoot things on Bagel, I don't think they can lose a round. I also think their process confidence might be a little shaken. Perhaps a little undeservedly so.
We haven't really been seeing Bagel that much at LAN. I've seen a couple of scrims here and there, but people have been opting to ban it. Why is that? What makes Bagel such a scary map for teams?
For us personally, we did not have a lot of confidence. It was one of the maps we had practiced less. And I think everyone sort of has varying levels of results. Like they've beaten teams and lost to teams. And when that happens, you're a little confused on how you rate the map, especially if you have different issues against different teams. You sort of get conflicted in how you want to approach. And once you have that conflict, you lose the confidence.
Juxta, it's taken a long time, but MANDEM finally bite the Bagel bullet. Try saying that 5 times. Was this a wise decision? Do you think like Bagel was the right decision by MANDEM to pick in the end?
I don't know. I kind of agree with the pick because I think MANDEM might be the fastest team at juggling between both house controls with their soldiers. They might have like the most dynamic like way of trading places in houses and getting flanks off because of it. So I'm not too surprised that they're favoring that kind of play over process.
Hey, look at that! And the process is our last map. So if you forgot what all the maps were in the map pool, process is going to be our last map. Demol, who has won this map pick and ban?
Honestly, I feel like the first map is the most important, and honestly, Witness might get it.
All right, guys, we've got bans out of the way, map picks out of the way, but now we've got predictions front and center. I'm going to give you a sweet minute for you to decide, figure out. If you don't know what to do, I've actually got a fun little wheel here with Witness and MANDEM, because you guys have been so bad at predicting. I'm not sure if production will enlighten me and switch to the camera, but no fun wheel for you. Okay, so just regular map picks and map picks and bans. Predictions out of you, Demol.
I'd say 3-1 for Witness. I think it's going to be a rocky start for MANDEM, but they will bring this back for the next few maps.
I think Witness should take it 3 maps to 1. And I think MANDEM can take Sunshine really well if they manage to push Witness to their last on an even situation.
Bot mode, quickly, speed run. What is the Gullywash score going to be?
Gully 3-2 for MANDEM, overall 3-1 for MANDEM.
All right, we'll throw it on over to our casters. It's going to be Wandem and Ben PL for our grand final cast. Take it away, boys.
Base stack! I want you all to take a moment to stop and to reflect. To think of all of the small events that have led you here to this room. About no matter how tiny and how minuscule the chance that we are here in this moment, that we have made it anyway, despite everyone telling us that we would fail. Nobody thought that our game could stand the test of time. Nobody thought that after 18 years we would continue to play, to enjoy, to celebrate. Nobody thought that we would succeed. And so, Base Stack, I ask of you this. In this moment, and in this room, in the center of the beating heart that is this community, are we still not here? Are we still not alive? Base Stack! Let's make the world know we are still here!
Hell yeah, Wine. You've certainly got us all hyped up for this one, and what a game it should be. MANDEM coming in from the upper bracket. Who could have possibly seen that one coming? The players, they're hyped too. We've got rollouts already on the way. MANDEM in the red. Witness Gaming coming in from the lower bracket in the blue. It's grand final time.
Rolling straight onto mid is Fancy Elf, and he is met straight by a Lucas tank who is fast and furious in onto enemy elbow. He shuts down, but it's actually not an instantaneous kill, just Ryan falling. So Lucas Tank is back on the low ground, and Witness have found themselves the entirety of mid to themselves. But Fancy Elf is not backing out. Boulder's still in as well. Zoe is low, but MANDEM still no position. They're just stuck in choke, and I think Witness have just taken this.
Nice little creep forward there from Witness. Only one frag going to fall in the way of Ryan, but the space taken was absolutely massive. Some nice pipes from Fancy in the midst of that, but it's not enough for MANDEM to get themselves back in. Zoe getting cleaned up late as well. This is a scout pick. This is potential now for Witness to roll this one player advantage forward. They're going towards Big Door, and I think they might try and slide some people behind.
Looking at least for the moment, the standard play is sending someone right in through lower. But Thomas instead just choosing to sit through Big Door. Witness Gaming have just Pappy watching choke, and so Thomas is going to peek around there, taking a trade straight in onto MANDEM, who just sits and watch. June finally pops a counter Uber as Fancy Elves can bomb forward. He's joined by a soldier, and this is also called out in choke as Witness tried to go forwards and overreach. Pappy dead as well. And so with 3 up onto the point, it is Salenta sat in drop down. And he needs to find his mark right now. As MANDEM come across, Still could jump up and he hits his head on Horns. Shut down. And it's 2 up for Witness Gaming, and they are nowhere to be seen.
Even the Gullywash legend can't get himself in situations like that. Salenta's completely struck down, and MANDEM with a 30% Uber charge advantage to walk through. There's barely even a defense here. One soldier was getting blasted away. That's Pappy. Second point's going to be conceded. Uber charge. This advantage isn't actually being built up perfectly well from MANDEM. They might not have the time to squeeze this, but I'm not sure if MANDEM are going to know.
Yeah, Ixie has plenty of time to build that gun on last. So with a Pyro up for Thomas as well, this is where Witness Gaming will be looking to just run down the timer. MANDEM, they need to find an answer for this. They're already scouting around. You can see Fancy sitting in River, maybe looking to just take this Uber forwards as it does come through. Sentry gun still up as Pyro is there to answer, but it is now a Lucas Tank that's dead, and Auto doesn't have the Uber still.
98.
So it is 2 players falling. Fancy, Zoe both dead, but it is a massive rocket from Salentes. Horns can find the only frag that MANDEM get in that push.
Seconds in it, Auto just getting the Uber charge in time, and the 2 soldiers, Ryan and Horns, they can't do anything once Salentes has had his way on that last point. MANDEM, what an opportunity.
An opportunity squandered. Those do not come easily versus the world champions, reigning still. However shaky that reign may still feel, it's not over until it's over. Slowy Sniper doesn't ring true either. So slight advantage now for Auto, 60% on him as June around 50 as well. Pappy can buff up in around choke, and Witness once again looking to pressure Big Door, and in through choke goes Pappy. So he can bump forwards, immediately met by 2 counter bombs. Not finding anything, it's just Horn shutting him down. Witness might just peek, but they're not, so they're back off. Everything's fine for the moment. It's a lot of damage. Actually, Thomas calls out.
Is it fine now? MANDEM 2 picks. They might want to roll this, you know. June not far away from Uber herself as well, as everyone's just taking both sopers. Thinking about going into choke. Lucas, the one chance with holding the door. He's going to get blasted away alongside Pappy. Uber charge forced off from either side. Boulder rolling on forward into this Witness Gaming combo, but it's all about the post right now. All about the soldiers. Both soldiers with MANDEM jumping all the way in. Ixie trying to clean them up as much as he can. June incredibly weak. Auto's gone down. Complete carnage on mid.
Yeah, the 2 Witness soldiers managed to find June in the backline. Now still unanswered for. Can come forwards. It is a Witness collapse and a wipe on middle. So suddenly advantage Witness. They don't have a medic to work with, but look at the space that they can take. Already in on second, and Lucas has stickies up in lobby. MANDEM forced to sit on last, and Zoe already up on the engineer, just building that ever so slowly. But this is still even Ubers. Reverse situations as compared to what we saw before, but MANDEM were willing to push on that 10%. Thomas gets aggressive through main, commits to nothing.
What will Witness Gaming do? They're the best team in the world at breaking out through these sort of stalemates. They've got a lot of time to work with, even despite that 4-minute round clock. To me, it looks like Salenta's thinking about going into water, thinking about getting underneath the point. A lot of damage taken by Horns, actually, who is blasted quite a way away, but it's all eyes on these soldiers. Who's going to commit? Who's going to get in? Who's going to spam down that gun that currently sits at level 2 on this left-hand side? And ultimately, who is going to get in and onto June?
That gun is so dangerous, but it's shut down now, so you can see a little bit of water play from Ixie as he just spots out the soldier already hiding through that grass, but he's actually straight onto the point. It's about half cap. It is way too late for accounting. for MANDEM as they do actually manage to respond, but look at Sil. He's in as well. Wins the 1v1 versus Ryan and does decent damage to Zoe as well. But Lucas Tank in the meantime takes so much damage. Thomas is just in, barreling forwards. And this is now Witness sacking 3. They're not finding many frags either. Pappy also trying to go for something. It's a desperation play, but this Pyro just too strong. Witness member after member, but it's one at a time. No effectivity whatsoever in that sack.
The cap time was what they were really playing around, but MANDEM handled it perfectly well. June was never really in danger in that play. She was tucked away safe on that top left corner where the sentry gun used to be, and Witness could not get in. But in grand finals like this, it's very rare to see push-outs in these kind of situations, so Celentes has come up on the rifle. We've seen earlier today, Jay picking up the sniper from Roma, had a lot of success. Celentes, first peek in, does not manage to land enough damage there onto Boulder for the frag. And now the game is up. They all know a sniper is on the field.
Not spotted either, so it's actually just an Uber trade straight to lobby. Horns so far forwards, forces out Auto. So now Witness on the back foot. Thomas does aggress forwards. Point out half cap once again, but he's 5 HP and dealt with by Ryan. So no further aggression. Celentes still up on Sniper, but he's back on second. This is where you start wishing you might have something else. But MANDEM unwilling to push. A minute and a half left on this round timer. But look at them, actually. They're inching forwards into lobby. Couldn't find any stickies from Lucas. They just might find that sniper dot Celentes, who's still sitting back. They're peeking in through top. The Uber comes straight in. There's no counter Uber available for Witness here. The sniper is going to eat the brunt of the Uber, but Boulder actually not quite finding his shots. It is Lucas Tank caught in the post, but that is just 2 only single frags as Witness. They might try to come back in, but it's a lot of damage dealt. Auto now extremely far forward. MANDEM might look to chase, but they're just going to sit back, settle for second. Auto now 90%. Witness are going to get their spawners, but can they contest mid?
We'll have to see. They're getting a couple of forward spawns. They're going to get all their forward spawns, actually. Midpoint will likely flip, or maybe it won't, actually, because the bomb comes straight in from Lucas Tank. Pipe's not quite getting that kill over onto Fancy, who does die eventually upon hitting the floor. 2 players falling now for the MANDEM, and June does not have Uber charge yet. So Witness Gaming, they can walk on, and look at MANDEM. They are terrified all the way back on their own last. They're just going to have to take the stalemate again.
They're going to have to take the stalemate. Even with their giant and Uber advantage, you can see the engineer is coming out. Witness want nothing to do with lobby at all. And I don't even know if MANDEM realize this. They're going to be sat here on last, wondering where did Witness go? They still have time to build this Uber up. MANDEM uninterested, but because of that cap, have reset back to 4 minutes on the round timer. Auto slowly builds up this Uber charge. There is no off classes for the side of Witness. Instead, it is Celentes peeking river. Trying to find a soldier, just small rocket spam to boot.
What's the play? What are they going to go for? Last time, Sil Sniper didn't really work out. This time, Sil has gone incredibly far in onto water, and Thomas has gone down too, so he's going to have to cancel the push for now. Maybe Thomas comes up on something. Maybe Thomas opens the door for someone else to go for something. We'll have to see.
See Sil playing super far back. In on top on second, really just making sure no one actually pushes through river, but this MANDEM hold rather, is so centralized around this gun. See how many cogs in this machine exist. And so Boulder and Thomas will engage in game of spy cat and mouse. Thomas just elects to stay on scout, so Boulder will have spotted that out. Looking to still just sit in through top. Watch through the window. Neither team really going for anything.
One attempt in from Pappy ends incredibly quickly. Sil's made his way into water, but that's been about the fruits of the labour for Witness Gaming. Only able to get 1 player through, and they can't really do too much until Pappy comes up as that second spawner, because we see soldiers can just jump straight in onto this this launch pad area completely for free. I wonder if they know about Celentes though underneath though still, because they've not sent anyone down to check for a while. He's currently thinking about coming back up.
Come up for air any moment now.
Oh, they know now.
Spots out Ryan, but they're actually not turning around. Instead, they're dealing with Pappy in the foreground.
Celentes!
So point about half cap, and it's actually 2 kills. Zoe and Ryan both fall to Celentes. Horns is very low on point as well. So Ixie now going to re-aggress onto the point. This is a gun down as well, as maybe Witness finally pressure cooking out something here. But Horns with very nice rockets onto Ixie. Shuts him down. Decent damage dealt onto Fancy, but he's going to get healed up. So Lucas forced to retreat. Silenta's back up on the sniper. 1 minute 30 to go before we go back onto middle. Witness unable to seize the advantage for the moment. Lucas unable to really find any pipes. This is Silenta's in through main. Going to be looking for some kind of peek. Is going to spot nothing but rockets from Ryan on point. But Ryan unspotted, still behind that pillar. A soldier jumps down, and that means Silenta's has to abandon.
Ryan playing that so intelligently. We can see from Silenta's POV, not a single pixel of that soldier was showing around the side of the box. Good movement there from the defending Mandem soldier. 60 seconds left on this stalemate. 150 damage there ringing out from the sniper of Silenta's, but honestly, this sniper hasn't really found much.
Looking for perhaps some kind of hero shot, maybe to take out the soldier. Ixie once
Times
again
two.
in on point, and it is so close to being capped as Pappy Sack's in as well. Doesn't find further frags, but look at where Thomas is. He's in secret and Zoe dead. He looks to pressure the point. But the Witness 4-man does not find what they need. So once again, it is Mandem in charge of a massive advantage, and this is the bet. This is the challenge. It's 30 seconds left. You want to take this second, or are you just willing to go right back to last? Witness now 20 seconds and an Uber charge to work with. They can send us a Hail Mary, but it needs to happen so fast. This point is still half capped.
That might be the difference maker. Uber exchange comes in. Mandem have to be incredibly careful. This will tick on into overtime when that timer hits 0. Uber charge cannot get through the doorway. Never mind. This last point is closed. Boulder unable to be rolled out of the way there. Fancy up. Uber charge point comes in, actually kills onto the point, all favouring the way of the Mandem. They're going to hang on to this one. Lucas Tank might be a late death up in the river. But Mandem hold tall again, just about.
Witness unable to find that angle into the last. It was a very, very messy mid-fight. I am extremely surprised that they are just completely willing to send it up the opposing side at the beginning of the mid. This is so unfortunate for Silenta's. Soldier just right there. Boulder almost has it, but there are just rockets coming out from Silenta's on that last.
Oh, well, we'll see who mixes things up on this second mid-fight.
Oh my God.
And Lucas Tank is the one to mix it up. Look at this aggressive play up onto the right-hand side, completely locking out the fancy elf, but now it's all about can the rest of the players get in over on Mandem? Can they counter-aggress into Lucas? But it's not the counter-aggression they're looking for because Silenta's comes in with some massive rockets.
It's combined with Lucas Tank, who finds everyone before going down himself. And now look at Ixie and Pappy on the flank. It is such a late kill onto June. And an absolute masterclass. Ixie had wormed his way in behind so early. And now, this is Witness. Humongous advantage coming in onto last.
We've seen them be a bit shaky in these situations this tournament, uncharacteristically shaky as well. Witness Gaming, they've thrown away Uberab pushes both in the upper bracket final and in their game against White Lotus earlier. But this time around, this is the golden opportunity to get into last.
Horns up on a sniper, needs a miracle. Witness Gaming just sitting around shutters. June only 30%. Uber is not even close. So the Uber comes out, but it's an early kill onto Pappy, who falls to Sticky. Sentry Gun now taken down by Thomas. But there's still a lot of Mandem players alive, but they are nowhere near the point. He's just standing on it, and it is so close to being captured. But Horns falls down, and it is actually Witness collapsing. The fancy Elf 4K comes through. And so now it is Witness with just Auto left alive in the 1v1 versus the Elf. He cannot win with Boulder backing him up.
Wow, absolutely astonishing that they held that on Mandem. Full Uber disadvantage, but that early frag onto Pappy might have made the difference there. They really couldn't collapse in onto the point well enough over on Witness Gaming. And look at the advantage now for June. Look at the bomb coming in from Haunts as well. Complete destruction. And this is like, Auto is still only at 15% Uber. They can keep rolling this on Mandem. They can lock out that forward spawn, and they are already on the enemy second.
They're already in, and they need to take so much more space. This is 2 players down. Mandem just looking to make it work, making sure there are no forward spawners, no one to cause any funny business. So Lucas is going to sticky up in water. Maybe try and catch an aggressing scout, looking to poach
30 yard.
and pounce on water. Disadvantage, it's slowly slipping away. 80% now for Auto. It's coming up, and the Mandem Uber is going to come through now. So Sentry Gun about half HP, as it is just Lucas Tank getting shut down. Sentry Gun dealt with as well, but now the Auto Uber can come out. It is counter pop, but who's going to be left in this post-fight? It's 12 seconds left on the spawners of Witness Gaming. So it is 1 heavy left as Ryan 3 HP gets the kill onto Ixie. Fancy Alpha and Boulder combine, and Fancy does it all for MANDEM. It is the first round on the board in this best of 5.
They met in the grand final last year in this very building, and it was an entirely different game. This time around, MANDEM come out fighting, and they get themselves the 1-0 lead. What a push, what a recommit. Even after the auto Uber came out, it was so intelligently played by the MANDEM.
Beautiful stuff. Fancy doing so much work. 7-3 already, and this time around, he's electing the other side. Luca's there to meet him. We'll find him absent, so early damage onto auto. Some around MANDEM looking to alleviate a bit of pressure, but look at this, they sprung a trap. It's Ryan in behind, and he destroys Witness. So much damage dealt. Salentis is cleaned up by Haunts as well. So Thomas is now stuck on the low ground. It's actually 1 kill onto Zoe. MANDEM in a weird spot. They've killed Lucas, but they're finding and losing frags in return. They still have the player advantage. They still have the height advantage, and they can look to collapse in onto Auto. Thomas is cleaned up. Auto left alone in main, but he finds the kill onto Haunts. There's a soldier there to meet him as well, so Haunts will not find his mark. Auto will live, and it will be even Ubers for last.
The self-defense is outrageous there. Auto, I really thought he was a dead man walking as he ran back onto last, but the arrow comes in clutch. And okay, it's still not an ideal situation for Witness Gaming. They still lose the mid, it's still even Ubers, but they can not only have even Ubers, they can also actually hold second because their spawners are in. And MANDEM have already drawn the first card in terms of what they want to use to break this, because Zoe is on the sniper rifle.
Looking for an angle in through choke, but Happy not giving it to him, instead just sitting a bit further back. The headshot comes out though, as Happy walks directly into his crosshair. He doesn't even have to move it. So one sticky up in big door, but Witness now well aware of the opponent that they face. Ryan gets a bit aggressive and actually should be managing to weasel his way in from behind. This is Zoe once again getting ready. So much keeps peeking the sniper. Doesn't up his body quite yet, but now look at Zoe. He's going to come in right from behind, but he misses the shot onto Auto. Instead, it is Boulder surging forwards. Lucas is actually dead. That might be a ton. The Witness defense collapsing in front of them, but now it is just Thomas needing to hold on. Zoe still going for these shots. Doesn't find it. He peeks further in, but Fancy's found a kill onto Thomas. This is an Uber Force.
And the Force, look at this Uber charge from Ixie. It's getting absolutely nothing. Okay, 1 kill onto Zoe, but they're going to have to retreat all the way back out. MANDEM now, full Uber advantage, and it might be even worse than that because Salentis is trying to retreat away, getting hounded down by the rest of these MANDEM players. Auto all the way back on last, and again, MANDEM, they're in an Uber-ad situation. This could be 2-0.
It is looking very solid for MANDEM. Stickies on shutters will be dealt with. So now only Lucas's stickies on last are there to provide any kind of defense. 50% advantage for MANDEM. Once again, looking at River to be the solution. But Fancy Elf, no, he wants to go through shutters. Izuba straight in. The sentry gun is up. It is a level 3, but it is still instantly taken down. It is a heavy now coming out of spawn as a Demo Man actually hides in secret. Pyro there as well, finds 2 kills. Haunts, June, Ryan all dead. So Fancy just 31 HP and he's left alone in the enemy spawn taken down. It is a MANDEM wipe as they try to push in onto Witness.
Genius from Pappy as well. Did you see, as soon as the Uber came in, he walks out underneath, he comes right behind them in shutter as soon as the Uber charge fades and destroys the MANDEM combo who are ending the Uber charge on the high ground. MANDEM complete capitulation after that one. And they're now facing a full Uber charge disadvantage. Haunts on the sniper could potentially land something onto Auto to flip this into their favor, but that's about the only resistance that there's going to be on mid.
Sniper not finding anything. It is only a body shot onto Ixie. Beyond that, it's not further damage dealt. So June still sitting at 50 to sad. And look at this, Witness are just going in through choke.
They can just squeeze this in, right? Like MANDEM, they're trying to get themselves set up. They've got soldiers looping around, soldiers trying to block in onto this combo. And yeah, they had to just back out, right? The soldiers just circle away, and second point is conceded. But they've been here before, and MANDEM, their last hold, it held hold before. And Witness Gaming now only going to be even Ubers. They're going to have to slow this down, and they're going to have to find a way to break this hold they had so much trouble with earlier.
See Fancy and Lucas debating who gets to sticky these doors, but Salenta's dying first. He tries to just sack it in. Ryan cleans him up. So gun being built, so is the dispenser. Lucas getting really cheeky and aggressive here in his shutters. They can both look at each other, dance around, dare each other to walk into those stickies. But Pappy, at least for now, is just going to sit actually on balcony, just a bit further back. Try to bait out some kind of bomb, some kind of play from the enemy team. Haunts, at least immediately is biting, but not committing either.
Jostling around the shutter. Lucas and Fancy just staring each other down, but it's now all eyes on the flank because Ixie's got underneath and Silentes is bullied away Ryan. So a bit of space made now for Witness Gaming as they try and walk this one in forward. Fancy the first target for the spam, but this gun seems to just be holding completely firm.
See Sil and Ixie actually not even looking at the point play as Ixie now finally walking forward, but unfortunately just taken down immediately. Silentes, though, finds good damage onto Ryan. It's a time 2 on the cap as he has the pain train, and look at June. She drops down
10.
so low, and she doesn't pop. Just 22 HP as Witness commit the world. It is not enough as Thomas gets rocked by Haunted Lobby.
I think June's the only med in the world there that doesn't pop.
Unbelievable that she holds on to that.
And now look at this, Mandem. They're in such a good situation. They're even thinking of pushing out.
There's just no Witness positioning at all. It's Ixie and Silentes forced to do it all. And Sil already picked off means that Witness have nothing to do except go for a trade onto Ixie. He's not usually the one taking these, but he's going to have to do his best to lead it as his Devilman falls.
There's 2 players
They're
to go behind.
it. There's players going in behind, but it doesn't work. It doesn't matter. Mandem have got second point now as they finally do get it. They traded 3. Ixie's back on middle to rejoin with his team, but he has to run Auto out. This is Ryan in, not finding the rocket, but it does force Witness right out of this.
Mandem are just hitting an entirely new stride. It feels like they're getting better and better as this grand final goes on. Some magnificent moves there. And they claim the middle point, and they're in another situation of advantage. 3 minutes of the regular timer left. And then we'll be going into the infinite overtime, and Mandem currently set at a 1-0 lead. They're going to need at least one more round, but if they keep playing like this, I don't think it's going to be far away.
They're going to need some kind of answer to this stalemate. It's about even Ubers now. Both teams have it as Witness just content to sit on second. Nothing lost, nothing gained. They also need to find some kind of round to crawl themselves back into this. Perhaps even the sooner the better. For the moment, they're just sat back and waiting for Mandem to come to them. Zoe is going to meet Lucas here in Victor.
Oh, just the first one to try and press in on through. Is anyone going to try and get in behind onto Baby? Is anyone going to try and fight onto Silentes in lobby? Doesn't seem that way up to now. It's all about these bombs. Can someone get in? Can someone get enough spam over onto Lucas? But Lucas is being tanked by the beam, and he's permanently fully overhill. But Ryan!
It's a disgusting rocket there!
Completely opens it up. Beautiful bomb, completely unwatched.
Choke is completely unaccounted for. That is Witness caught with their pants down and then some. So Auto is now dead. June has 100%, and it is just Pappy watching Choke. He cannot hold on to it, so he has to retreat. Mandem now, once again, this is a massive Uber advantage, and they are going straight to Witness's last. It is a crit for Auto. Does he even have time to build this? Look at Mandem, it's ×4 on the cap, and they're raring to go once again.
Mandem already one up. They want to double their lead. 1 minute, it won't end the game straight away. But they're grouping up in lobby. They want to take this. They want to double it. They want to show Witness Gaming that they are the best team on the server as they bully in. Sticks onto the spawn door. Silentes already taken down. Pappy low HP behind. The recommit comes in. 80% of that crits from Auto. Is it going to come up in time? I'm not sure it is. Because they're stuck, locked out by Fancy Elf. Thomas with a heavy. Melted through everyone.
But it's Mandem surging forwards. They just have all the frags. It is Boulder and Fancy once again.
They're waiting. They're waiting. They're waiting. One. They're locking them out. There's 30 seconds left. They want to hold it.
Oh my God. Playing the Banny timer to a T. Witness now 20 seconds. They are going to have all of their spawners and one shot to break this hold. Mandem needs 17 seconds before they can cap this point and win the first map. So Witness now stuck in spawn. Pyro is up. It's going to be reflected here for the moment. But Lucas now stuck in spawn. Silentes jumps out into 7 seconds. But he's the one falling. Boulder cleaning up as Zoe finds Lucas as well. It is Pappy with a consolation prize onto Haunt. But this is it. Just Thomas left. And Mandem play the rules better than anyone else. And they go up 1-0 in the best of 5.
They beat the most intelligent team at their own game to lock out the spawns for a whole 30 seconds. Mandem, they're the only team that can do it.
no other team would dare to go for that play. Just take the 2-0 and take it in overtime, but MANDEM do them one better. That is an astounding first map for MANDEM as they come in clutch and they take this first map. We're going to send it over to the desk.
Well, you don't see that every day, do you? They actually took in all of Witness Gaming into their spawn. They said, get in the bin, stay in the bin, we'll finish you when we want. Cerny.
That's the strategy. I think that's what a lot of people were anticipating this overtime config should be played like, right? If you're at that point, why not just spawn camp for 30 seconds and end the round when you can, then, you know, just cut it short. Don't even give Witness a chance. But to be fair, MANDEM were kind of in control for that map for most of the time. Like, I was posting in chat a little bit, guys, don't forget Syl doesn't lose Gully, but maybe sometimes Syl does lose Gully.
Botmo, just explain to me, like, the restraint you need as a player to not immediately cap that cap when it's, like, just, you know, like, budding to be captured. It's kind of hard to, like, slow down the action, look at the time and go, guys, wait a second, I've got an idea.
It takes a strong level of awareness and commitment to not cap that point until you're ready to.
I'm sorry to do this to you. But Voxy, obviously, it was a good game. It was a very good game for MANDEM, and this is the map pick for Witness Gaming. Obviously, they're known as the team that doesn't really falter. They don't really tilt. They're not really scared. But is there a limit? Do you think if Witness, I mean, you're a LAN champion yourself, would you be worried if the first pick of your grand final faltered like that?
Yeah, I would. Definitely. But I think they can, like, yeah, if they gather themselves, get some fresh air, they can probably come back. Witness really good at adapting. And I didn't catch too much of the game, I'm going to be honest, but of what I saw, it was like Witness was in control. So I think they can keep that up for next map and just convert better. Yeah.
Bot mode, I'm going to give you the floor. You can talk about whatever you like. If you think there's something you like, a player, a play, you know, a certain vibe of the game, what do you want to talk about?
I think I'll say if you're Witness, you should be feeling very tense right now. Sunshine is probably the worst map you could play against MANDEM as Witness. And going down 2-0 is rough. This was probably a must-win for Witness. If they come back, that will be an impressive feat in my mind. I will also say they were struggling to break Gullywash last, and that is scary. There's a lot of scary things happening.
Yeah, it's actually the first case, Cerny, that we've seen of Gullywash last being like kind of held ironclad, and there was a lot of tests there. You know, one of my favorites was June didn't pop.
That was crazy. Yeah, June just full 1,000% trust in her team to keep her safe at every point. Also, I know Voxy mentioned, and traditionally this is true, Witness good at adapting, but at this LAN, they've kind of not been doing it as much. I feel like a lot of times, especially in the lower bracket final as well, we saw it, they just try the same thing 5 times in a row. On Gullywash, when they're trying to push last, they kind of tried just the same push over and over, and it never worked. And, like, maybe they can adjust between maps, and, like, you find something there, but I feel like they're being outmatched just on the virtue of that MANDEM is good enough at adapting at this point, and this kind of isn't anymore. They feel like they've gotten too set in their ways, and they don't want to try things out anymore.
Botmo, tell me your thoughts.
Okay, so when you're playing the game, something goes wrong, you adjust. You take this baby step. This soldier, he was hiding in this corner. Next time we go, I'll check this corner. You do the same push. Soldier's hiding in a different corner. Now you check that corner for the third push. You go again, and you get sniped, and you're like, all right, we got to add in this to the equation. At what point are you adjusting to something that the other team has already prepped you to adjust? MANDEM and Witness have played each other so many times, they're in each other's head. And MANDEM knows these small adjustments that Witness are making. So what broad strokes are they looking for here to change these struggles that they're having?
Voxy, I know you haven't been paying too much attention to the game itself, so I'm just going to talk to you about, you know, best of 5 theory craft here. Now, it's a grand final. Do you actually get like adrenaline kicking in? Do you actually feel like different playing these sorts of games? Do you like have the crowd kind of coming your way? Do you feel, obviously it's the most ultimate game that you've probably played in your career. Do you actually feel like the adrenaline pumping through your veins when you're playing these games?
Yeah, but not as much as with best of threes, because I feel like you have like more time to get around. Like one map, it's kind of whatever. I think they won't feel too much pressure. I know like the vibes are a bit off. Like I've been in the room with Witness, and during the game the vibes are a bit off. Between they were pretty good at like discussing stuff, took their time, but during the game, I don't know. For Witness standards, a bit messy. Yeah.
How long do you suspect this best of 5 is going to go? Do you think MANDEM are going to go the distance? It's going to go all 5 games? Are we going to be here for like 7 hours? Or do you think this is going to be a quick grand final, in your opinion?
Well, I hope it's going to go all the way. But I think they won't 3-0 it. I think it's best case, it's going to be 3-1. I know that Witness watched the demo yesterday, watched the demo back of Granary and of Sunshine. So yeah, let's see how they adapt on Sunshine mids, because that was a real problem, right? They got rolled off mids mostly.
Bot mode, obviously, we've seen MANDEM and Witness play off at this Sunshine map. In that previous upper bracket final, they did win over Witness MANDEM on this Sunshine map, but they've obviously done some demo reviews. Is there a way to quantify like a little sort of review session? Can you easily measure like a team's improvement after a little demo review? Or is it like, I don't know, is it kind of hard to see the improvement or theorycraft it?
For a team as old as Witness, you sort of collect this big bag of tricks that you can pull out, and the more you play, the longer you have to like think about new things, the new teams you see, new ideas that you have. When you demo review as a team like Witness, you can see the mid that you're losing to and go, do you remember 4 years ago when we played the mid like this? This would be really good in this situation. A lot of newer teams don't have that. MANDEM has a little bit of that, but not nearly as much. In Witness's case here, I have really only seen them practice 2 or 3 kinds of Sunshine mids. They've thrown out different ideas altogether. They haven't practiced them. Whether they can pull back ideas from a long time ago is a really hard question for them. And I really think they need to fundamentally change how they are approaching that middle for this game, because they were extremely workable for us, and MANDEM was already working them. And MANDEM is definitely in their heads a little bit. They're ready for these small, quiet adjustments that Witness was going for Gullywash.
Cerny, is it wise to pick a map twice in a row? Does it show signs of confidence to you that they pick this Sunshine twice in a row from the upper bracket final to this grand final now? Or do you think it's a sign of foolishness, realizing, of course, Witness are going to make adjustments, so why shall we play into their game?
I think they feel confident because they already won it once. They want to have another chance at it. It's not necessarily foolish. It's a fair idea. I'd also like to mention, completely different point, I think this is Ryan's second LAN, right? I think he hasn't been to anything since Uberfest 24.
Oh, well, we need some fact checkers. Fact checkers out there, please tell me.
Because I don't know if he was. Because like if he wasn't, then this is his second LAN, and he won his first LAN. If he wins again, he's got a 100% win rate. So, like, Ryan might actually be the GOAT.
For those out there, Voxy did just alliterate, yes, he is the best soldier in Europe.
I'm just saying.
All right, so final thoughts, final predictions I'm going to get out. Just tell me the numbers. I don't want to hear paragraphs. Just give me some numbers, and then we'll throw it to our casters. Our next map.
Fancy said they 3-1. They do it in 4 maps. I think they have a good chance of taking this map as well. If it continues with the same form of Witness and their map talks just didn't work out, they can't find a response to the mids, it's going to be, let's say, scoreline of 2-1.
2-1. Bot mode, quickly, a score for me.
I think for MANDEM, 3-1.
3-1. Voxy, score for me.
I'm a believer, and I want to see it go all the way, so 3-2 for Witness. I think they can adapt.
And personally, I think we're going to go for a dirty 2-2 for the longest time, and it's going to edge out on Witness. Casters, what do you think?
I don't think anything. I just yell.
Same. No, but honestly, like, this Witness gaming team, they are rattled in a way I have not ever seen. Not since the Arcadia Grand Final. This is the first time I think they've seen that level of resistance.
Yeah.
But this is maybe even more, because coming into this final, I genuinely think MANDEM were like almost favourites.
And in Arcadia as well, we have to remember, they almost got reverse swept. It was not like they started off the series weak. They kind of sort of limped through the back half, or they, I guess they also sort of, first two maps were golden caps after all, but Witness, I think you're right. This is the most vulnerable maybe they've ever looked. But right now, just waiting for the teams to ready up. Once again, this is map number 2, Uberfest not Uberfest, sorry. Shout outs. poLAND 2026 Grand Finals. This is Witness versus MANDEM. Baystack, are you still with me?
I think they are MANDEM. We've got rollouts already underway. Fancy Elf and Lucas exchanging spam across the top of this point. MANDEM already beat Witness Gaming on this map once. Can they repeat the feat? Can they go 2-0 up in this grand final series? And will they get it done? Big spam earlier onto June rotation. Not quite really starting for either of these teams. They're still trying to poke and prod, still trying to get themselves set. But Witness Gaming had to group in Death Corner for a minute. And that's an invitation for Horns to bomb and land in and do a whole host of damage, but not find any frags.
It is Witness down to almost 3 HP, but Zoe cleaned up by Silentes as well. So this is only 3 players left alive from MANDEM. Have the Ubercharge up and just look at the hail bars on Witness. Pappy's in onto June. Only connects about 50 damage, so June will get into spawn and heal herself back up. No harm, no foul, but they are all the way back onto last once again. It is Witness with the first mid-fight victory. But it's indecisive. And once again, just like Gullywash, they are in this position where they're all the way on the enemy's last. But can they break it this time?
We'll have to see, but that's the start they really needed on Witness. They've just been absolutely humiliated, been held on their own spawn shutter for 30 seconds to finish out Gullywash. Their own map pick, no less. And now they've got the opportunity of an even Uber stalemate. It's one of the hardest points to sack into in the game. Silentes unable to get anything with that as he is air shot down by Fancy Elf, the land god himself.
It is Ixie trying to sack in as well, but unfortunately doesn't find anything at all. Just Boulder's little shotgun. He gets taken down, so it's 2 players down for the side of Witness. Happy bombs forwards, really tries to get in, but Horns with the denial, don't you dare!
Hitting absolutely everything. MANDEM, they are stepping up in a way we have never seen. This roster has been around for 3 whole years, and this weekend all of the pieces seem to be coming into place. Everyone is stepping up and hitting crazy shots.
Lucas sitting pretty far forward here. Silentes close as well. Witness no off classes up. Did sack in 3, electing to stay on the vanilla loadouts. Actually, Fancy Elf is just sitting around point, but this is the traditional European setup. The gun and a pyro up on this right-hand side. It is once again Pappy electing for this aggression. Trying to come in, trying to spam down this gun to enable further aggression. They actually managed to do so. They find a kill into Ryan as well. So now, a bit of a platform to work with from the side of Witness as they do manage to get a bit of cap time. But it's Zoe with a headshot onto Pappy that might just shut down the aggression. As a bomb comes forward, Thomas dead as well from Horns, and pressure alleviated. It's Silentes falling as well. So Witness all the way back out onto second.
Really good hold there from MANDEM. Just as the pressure came in from the left-hand side from Witness's perspective, Lucas tried to peek him with spam, but he was locked out by Horns on that far left-hand side. Fabulous work from MANDEM. They know the game plan. They've been studying Witness Gaming. They know the tendencies of this team, and they've just been locking them out. On Gullywash, it was exactly the same.
So this time around, Pappy and Sil once again in. It is Lucas spamming down the gun from Zoe. We're going to work with means that maybe Witness have a bit more of an avenue to work with. It is Silentes in through lower, but look at that. It's back up and back denying. So Pappy has the bomb in, but he's going to eat so much spam, and unfortunately it is Ryan that gets baited out, but Thomas in response. This soldier bomb cleans up house, but it is 2 for 2 for the moment. So Witness still forced to deal with this gun and this pyro that does a lot of work, but look at how aggressive Ixie is. This is an Uber trade waiting to happen in on this point as the point could slowly collapse. This level 1 is taken down as now the Uber pop from the side of Auto, but look at June. She milks it until the very last moment. Now it comes out. The pyro up on the point, it is everyone flashed.
Auto's in trouble.
Doesn't get away in low while Ryan is there to clean him up. Witness, they get nothing from that trade.
Bit of awkward movement there from Auto, missing the jump down into dungeon. Gets completely cut off, and MANDEM breathe a sigh of relief. And they do decide, given the Uber-charge advantage they're going to have, to at least think about pushing onto the second point with only 30 seconds left on the round timer. But if they're going to have Uber advantage and they think that's going to get them onto mid, why not?
Hard to work with, about 30%, but look at Witness, so aggressive.
Big
They know
bomb
the
in.
enemy Uber's not in yet, and so that is a lot of damage onto June, but she survives the onslaught for now. As Witness try to come in, they still have Pappy in, who does a lot of damage to the enemy. Unfortunately not finding the frags. It is Celeste's back in salvage mode, cleaned up by MANDEM. And so Crisis completely averted from MANDEM. They now have 2 picks, and they're going straight through Cafe.
Really well held there from MANDEM. All the soldiers jumping in and around, but dealt with to perfection. Silver's even behind for half that fight, and they kept tabs on him. They're going to reap the rewards of this. Other teams, they may have actually just held on last there and not decided to push out and reset that because there was only 30 seconds left on that round timer. But MANDEM, they're confident, they are feeling themselves, and they have decided to push all the way up, and they've now got an even stalemate into Witness Gaming's second. How are they going to play this one?
For the moment, it looks like Ryan wants himself a bit of a buff to maybe going through Alley or Valley, as the other soldier of Haunts is just going to look at Cafe. So Fancy, a bit of pressure in from Cho, because he can send Stickies very far over towards Auto. First one not quite meeting its mark. So Lucas dodges it as well. Happy just sat, forced to hold close in Cafe. Wait for their opportunity to go in. Nothing really to be found for the moment.
Have to see who's the first one to land damage. Often with these, it's all about whether the aggressing demo can land a good sticky, perhaps into a demo, perhaps even into a medic on a good day for these soldiers when look for sacks in. But Fancy's not having a great time of it up to now. Ryan just going to bomb him regardless. The circles around, one rocket over towards Auto, but blasted away by the scout class. And Witness Gaming, they're not in any trouble at all.
That's when you wish you had the man treads. Thomas stops him completely in his tracks in on that sack, and now he looks for a bit more as a trade can come through, and it's on to Fancy Elf immediately. Thomas fancies himself some other targets. As a soldier does get flashed just barely, but that is MANDEM giving up mid in its entirety.
Witness Gaming, they pushed that off of one soldier pick. One single soldier. Like, again, these teams, they're so willing to push on these tiny, tiny advantages, and it just creates such like exciting, fast-paced TF2, and it's really how you squeeze the most out of these situations.
Even Ubers now, they really need to keep squeezing. No matter how hard the opponent is, if you just keep trying, keep picking away at the defense, maybe you'll find something. Look at how far forwards Lucas goes as he tries to eke out anything. A lot of damage onto Horns. Healed up instantly, so for the moment, it is Pappy looking to bomb forwards, maybe opening the door here in onto Valley. It is a lot of damage dealt onto Ryan, but he survives on just 14 HP. So for the moment, it is Witness Gaming still not doing anything. Just sat back, spamming across. No real angle found. 3 minutes on the timer here.
Yeah, we see the vision from Pappy there circling around, trying to catch up those players in the flank. It's a common strategy in Under Sunshine, because that soldier can often be a bit out on a limb in front of Valley, but this time around not going to work, and it's now all attention back over towards Cafe, where Lucas has been doing good damage numbers, but not really to the players he's hoping to.
Pappy once again in, trying to find this player in Valley, but Ryan just ducks off, does not want the fight. Celentes finds an angle in onto June, but it's only 70 damage, and so that means she survives for the moment. Everything A-OK. MANDEM, no reason to push out. They're still just sat here. The one soldier pick is so hard to work with in through second.
There we saw them go before. Pappy going to bomb in and actually not manage to land anything over onto June. Nice off timing. I think it caught MANDEM a little bit off guard, but the rockets were not quite there. And you can see Witness Gaming, they're getting a bit agitated here. They're sort of they're throwing it peaks in dribs and drabs, and it's not quite working out for them.
Not quite working out for the moment. They are not finding the picks that they need. So for the moment, it is just Lucas Tank still sat in choke. Trying to find an angle forwards. Witness, no real answer found because just Pappy and Sil trying to bomb in and out. Thomas sitting in Valley as well. This is MANDEM just choosing not to push off of anything. As they sit back. No massive advantage given though, so they are excused for the moment. What do Witness do right now? Look at the KD across these players. There's just nothing that's happened so far.
They're rotating Lucas around genuinely every single doorway. Had to go in Cafe first, now he's going over to Valley. Now is still trying to spam over this little wall. Bit of damage onto June, that's 100 HP on the MANDEM medic. Is that going to be the alarm bell that triggers the rest of these sacks in? But it doesn't seem to be. I don't think the buffs were there over on Witness Gaming, and they decided to play this slow and sit it out.
Really sending in anything. It's Pappy in for a very long sack, but Ryan, it's a nice little rocket there to deny Pappy. So with him going down, it's going to spell the end of the Witness aggression for now. I'm not going to lie, I am not too impressed with Witness's choices of trying to break this stalemate. It is literally just Sil and Pappy stacking in over and over again. 30 seconds now, so I think Witness is going to be setting up for one final Hail Mary little push here. 25 seconds. Start going for it if they want anything in this post-Uber, but look at Lucas sitting back, willing to really push the agenda here.
They didn't even want to trade because the thing is, on second, the risk-reward is so much worse because there is a real chance that MANDEM could get themselves in onto mid in the time. 8 seconds of the timer ticks down. They decide to leave it to the very last second. Thomas going to walk in all the way on this left-hand side, in, on to the combo, but June is holding the Uber for so long. Fancy taken weak, and they hang on. June doesn't even need to pop out that Uber charge, and Witness Gaming completely fail to break into second, and the crowd, they do not like that.
I'm surprised that Witness never attempted any kind of off-class. They just kept sacking in their soldiers one at a time. Unfortunately, sacking in onto Sunshine second is not the easiest thing in the world. June was absolutely fine the whole time. So back onto the mid-fight we go, and it looks like maybe Witness need to find a sizable advantage to be able to properly convert a round. Only damage is dealt by Lucas, playing quite far up. Fancy left a bit further back. For the moment, no further aggression really taken, but look at how much extra height Witness have. June already down to half HP, as she cannot cross over in through Valley. So Witness in so much control of this mid-fight. MANDEM finally coming forward, but June is so low.
She's actually all the way back in Valley. She cannot even participate. She cannot heal these players. And now everyone else on the MANDEM team is locked away from their beam. Ryan bombs in. One nice rocket onto Lucas Tank. Nearly gets the second one as MANDEM manage somehow. I do not even know how they are winning this mid-fight. You have no right to be winning it.
They are doing so much damage and forcing out the Uber now. Thomas left in a solo, but look at Auto's HP. When there's Uber fade, Thomas needs it all. It is so much damage. 167 is not enough. And so there we go. Auto cleaned up as well. MANDEM win the longest mid-fight of the game so far, but they come out on top.
How did they even dream of winning that mid? Their mid was locked away.
Unbelievable. The shots just come through from Fancy. Disgusting amounts of damage. Auto's 14 HP when that Uber ends.
Absolute scenes on mid on Sunshine, and now for the first time there's a full attempt at an Uber ad push, and it's going to go MANDEM's way this time. Can they convert it? Can they take the lead just as they did on Gullywash and just as they did in the upper bracket final?
Sniper from Thomas doesn't find its initial shot. Instead, it's Sentry Gun down for Ixie. Happy trades across with Ryan, but this is a heavy force in spawn. And look at Fancy! Just destroys the opponent as Thomas is left alone on point. His heavy can now come out, but it is taken down immediately. Thomas left to do it all, but he's 24 HP and counting. MANDEM is still on this point as Boulder and Zoe clean up. It is 1-0 for MANDEM.
What a conversion. You've got to be taking them against Witness Gaming, but they come in emphatically. It was never in doubt that MANDEM were going to clean up that round. Picture perfect Uber charge push.
And Witness, they've had the opportunity, they had the big advantage, but just unable to convert. MANDEM, however, look at this. Thomas can't pick a target. There's so many in front of him. It's so close to 1 kill, but is it enough?
Well, Witness Gaming, they've got to bounce back. Last mid looked like it was going to absolute perfection until it completely fell apart. There seems a bit of an aggression this time around from the two Witness Gaming soldiers getting ready to bomb in across. There's a way to here, round in choke, trying to bomb in. Haunts go behind. Ryan is hiding in Cafe. One rocket in onto June, two rockets onto June. June goes down, but how many players are left now on Witness to clean this one up? Fancy is going big for Auto. The last one alive, trying to get in. One player, the soldier out from Thomas. He has no ammo left in his scattergun.
He has to
reload. The winger.
The winger! Soldiers in as well. Thomas is trying to do it all, and he finds all 5, but Auto left to deal with the 6, so he still cleans up.
Thomas used everything. The scattergun, the winger, even the sword at the end, and then finally his body himself, but it wasn't enough. Auto finally goes down, and June is going to have another Uber advantage to work with.
It's a sizable one as that. Look at Auto just spawning, so June with a 30% advantage, but we're right back onto mid. Look at this, Witness unwilling to give it up. MANDEM finally there, but they're going to meet Pappy, who sits very far forwards, has the bomb out, takes a lot of damage to do so, but just barely escapes. 7 HP stickies from Lucas will be deactivated, but Witness now surging forward. Look at this. Pappy's in as well through Cafe as Haunts is the first target. Ryan in behind, trying to alleviate the pressure, but this is so much damage, so he can't clean up Pappy. But at what cost? Ryan is so far back, but look at Fancy Elf. It is disgusting amounts of damage once again coming forward. And right now the flap has to go into Valley. Ixie though, cleaned up. This is Boulder leading the charge here on mid because June has an Uber and Auto doesn't. So Witness Gaming, they take a fight, they cannot win. Silenta's stuck and hiding in this choke, immediately spotted out by Boulder. And Witness, what do they have left on this map to offer us?
Also having to sit through a 20-second respawn timer as well. Going to mean this Uber advantage wasn't just once because they get the kill, and now they're going to have an Uber advantage again. Look at June, already at 50%, Auto coming up on the crits. That's the last line of defense now for Witness Gaming. Otherwise, we're going to be back at the same scoreline where we ended Gullywash.
The Thomas Sniper, the one hope for Witness as June sits at 80% Uber charge. Just charging this up, the Auto crits. We'll have to wait until after the initial Uber comes out. As Fancy leads the charge onto this gun, it falls. There's no demo this time around, and actually Thomas has found a kill onto Ryan. Early point pressure doesn't actually get that much cap, but there we go, half cap. Fancy's dead now, however. And look at June's HP. The crit is up, but it's not been used. Lucas finds Boulder as well. So this is now Witness with aggression. It is a soldier in behind. Haunts is quite low though, 17 HP cleaned up. And that is MANDEM, completely ineffective. This crit is still up for Lucas. He can look to send this forwards. The second this medic is spotted, they're looking to go right in onto mid with this.
They are, but the worst part is that the crits is going to be known because Boulder has just checked it, and now they're stuck on it. They're committed to it long term, and we saw the problems it caused them over against White Lotus earlier on in the low bracket final. MANDEM, they have to be so damn careful, more careful than Skis was back in that game. Can June evade it? Can she get her own Uber charge?
Lucas sends the stickies forwards, and unfortunately they ring hollow. So a soldier can bomb in, and he gets destroyed. Ryan is dead, but Boulder now goes for the counter trade. It is also dead immediately. Zoe, the only one to fall on the red-hand side, but that should be enough for MANDEM for the moment. They're regrouping in on second, but look at this. Haunts is actually going to get taken down. But he gets the kill onto Ixie as well. So Boulder cleaning up another, and I think maybe MANDEM might just have come up on top. It is only Pappy left on 50 HP. He is dead, and so MANDEM win it anyway.
The dangers of coming up crits in these kind of situations is in full force. We even see Lucas hit a really nice air shot as Ryan bombs over into the valley. But eventually, taking no damage is just better, right? Like, June is able to flash so many players, and MANDEM, of course, come out on top in that post-fight, and now, once more, have yet another Uber advantage. This time, they're going to work their way into second, and they're going to try and barge in, but some nice stickies from Lucas is actually going to do a ton of damage on these players pushing in, and MANDEM are crumbling.
MANDEM losing 3 as they try to come forwards, initiate the aggression, but instead they're left with just 2 scouts and a medic. So June will get her Uber, but it will not be used anywhere near the place that they want it to. So Auto now is sitting at about 80, 90%.
Denied all 3. They denied all the forward spawns. They can take second as well. There was meant to be 2 soldiers and a demo spawning on second, but the stack on mid means Witness now have earned themselves essentially another free cap.
They're going to be looking to pressure last off of this. gun already up. Witness not there in time to prevent it spawning. So far, the solutions were very simple. It's Pappy and Sil for the bomb. This sentry gun needs to be pressured down, but the Bolt of Pyro is there and ready to respond. So Sil moving through lower. Pappy goes aggressive, but it is an early kill. Traded across, actually. And look at Fancy's HP. Gets brought down quite low, so sentry gun can be spammed down by Ixie and Pappy. Solentes is in behind the point. It is 40 damage dealt.
Now's the chance. They're going to go for a sack. They have to do it right now. The play comes in, but Auto gets dropped by the headshot heard around the world. Zoe smites down Auto. The push is killed and cancelled there and then.
Just June with 100% Uber. MANDEM still have to clear their doors if they want to push out successfully. This is a dangerous loss to push out of. There's stickies right on this lamppost. I don't know if they've been spotted. Never mind. Boulder, he sees everything. But this is Solentes. He's in on last. It is a 1v1 that he cannot win. So Haunt and Zoe clean him up. And MANDEM still trying to push out onto second. This is still dangerous, but Witness up our back. So MANDEM can take this for free. It is a soldier quite high, up in the air. Happy tries to maybe find something, but instead is Boulder cleaning him up. Now, MANDEM, they've got 2 picks to work with. They still have massive advantage. They can keep rolling this in through Valley.
They've got to be a bit careful. June had to go for a pack because she was down at 60 HP. Auto now 70% Uber. Witness, they don't have the time. They have to back out. Midpoint gonna flip the direction of the red. But not for long because Lucas does the counter drop. June drops the Uber to a brilliant trap on mid.
You can't have it, I can't have it either. Neither team gets to play with an Uber advantage. So now Auto 100% is going to be moving in through Valley from a disgusting trap out of Lucas, as he needs to re-cement himself as the best player in the world. He finds that drop onto June, and he keeps Witness in the round.
Many people talk about Lucas's pipes, but he has the best traps in the world. He knows spots that nobody else does, and certainly one this time that June doesn't know, because her Uber is taken away, and now it's all eyes on Witness as they march on forward. Can they evade the sniper of Zoe? Already got 1 drop in the last couple of minutes, and Zoe rings out once more.
It's 2 kills now onto Witness. Look at this, Solentes in through lower, and he can't find his mark either. So this is now Witness squandering this Uber advantage. They have to sit back on mid. They're 3 down. MANDEM might potentially look at fighting this. Look at that. Boulder already in, and the soldier is trying to sneak in onto some height. Auto forced to sit behind Tetris. This is not an easy position to hold. Lucas has to do it all as Fancy surges forwards, trying to catch his opponents, and look at the damage dealt. They are so low, and he finds his counterpart. Lucas dead already in this fight. So Thomas is left alongside his friends as this Uber fades.
He's also getting out. Auto's caught in.
He is caught out and taken down, but Auto dead as well. Ryan cleaned up, but MANDEM are in a death ball. Witness aren't healthy enough. They're all stuck in different places. And MANDEM, they just need to stay together. But it's a first kill onto Haunts. These 2 scouts, they just need to dissuade, and they do exactly that. June with another massive, massive advantage here.
This is a problem that's so uncharacteristic of Witness, and it's happened so many times. They're actually coming back in, like you say. Yeah, the cap hasn't even come through yet. Thomas is already going to be there, and the damage in choke is monumental. Yes, June has an Uber advantage, but she doesn't have Uber yet, and she actually can't use. They've had to back up to second.
They're back on second, but for how long? Witness still know this is a massive Uber disadvantage. So MANDEM going to be regrouping. They're going to be looking to come right back in through choke. Auto sitting at about 60%. So the Witness spam is going to come through. Try to eke out this Uber as soon as possible. June already taking the first bit of damage.
Bomb in!
And the bomb comes through. It's a lot of damage dealt to June, but she doesn't pop. So Pappy now stuck in enemy Tetris, taken down. Ryan traded across, and this is Witness trying to just get this force out. Sil is deep, and he tries to go forwards, but the Rockets, they don't find Zoe. He doesn't quite find the kill into Boulder either. This is 2 down. You sacrificed for this. You have an Uber, but now you've given MANDEM a pick advantage to work with.
It might just be the all-important one. No soldiers on this second point gonna mean they can creep a lot further forward than usual. 1 soldier already landing in. Fancy doing good damage with the stickies across the point. MANDEM, they're tightening the vice grip. The MANDEM, they roll on forward. And nearly getting that kill over onto Lucas Tank as well, but Witness Gaming, they're holding tall. They've got themselves back in control. They've got their soldier spawners, and they live to fight another day.
nearing the end of regulation time as well. MANDEM with that round lead. It is Horns coming in with a beautiful little speed shot. Unfortunately, completely misses his mark at Auto. Sits absolutely safe.
All eyes now on Witness. Before, they actually just pushed mid completely off of the back of one pick. This time around, it looks like they're trying to do something similar. Thomas trying to get aggressive on this left-hand side, but the sticky traps up from Fancy Elf. Dissuade any idea of a push. Witness Gaming know what's on the line. There's a world championship at stake. They do not want to get caught out.
It is so close, and at this point, with the amount of regulation time left, a drop around for Witness could mean the end of map 2, and MANDEM with an almost near insurmountable lead in this series. Never been down 2-0 before, have Witness Gaming. Unforeseen territory for them already, but downright unexplored should this go the way of MANDEM. So you can see Horns just sitting back in cafe, unwilling to push, just making sure no one tries anything. Fancy just plays in through choke. Lucas has stickies on the other side.
The spam land. Will anything get over onto Auto? Will the soldiers rip their sacks eventually? One soldier bombs in, that's Horns over on the far right hand side, taken down. And now we'll see Witness Gaming try to walk forward. Can MANDEM hold on? But never mind, no, Witness Gaming, they want to rip an Uber charge. They walk all the way deep in. Going to use them to June, who's down at half HP. And now it's all about the post fight. Can they get positioning? Can they get the high ground? Can Witness Gaming get themselves in a position to do damage? And Ixie certainly can.
It is a very set of nice frags there for the side of a Witness. 3 falling, including Fancy Elf. There's no Demo Man up, and that means that Witness are going to be looking to keep on pushing forwards. It is so much damage dealt. June already down to half HP. Spawner's not dealt with. Thomas is barreling forwards in onto this soldier, but Ryan can't take him down. It is another kill actually onto Silentis as he goes forward. Ryan wants to block the point. Can't make it work. June now, Uber sat on last. Witness have already sacked 2.
These trades from Witness are obscene that they are coming out. One singular soldier pick onto Sunshine mid.
All they need. Silentes now up on the snipe, on the spy. Sniper for Boulder will be spy checking almost instantaneously. So they will know. Not surprising at all now that he comes up on the Pyro. He's going to be having slightly different duties. You can see Silentes actually just completely spammed out, unable to get on to last in the first place. Pyro securing his job of just guarding that sentry gun. Happy left alone. Silentis going back in, but you can see that means June just repositions over towards the gun. Silentis is left to uncloak and go for any kind of weird pick that presents itself. Pappy aggresses forward. So again, looking to take down the gun, but Silentis dealt with. Pappy just backing off.
That when the spy is known about, the spy becomes a lot less powerful. But those pipes do not, because that's some great stuff. Pappy in lobby as well, doing massive damage. There's 2 players dead now for MANDEM, and Pandemonium erupts on the red last point. Witness Gaming now maybe in with a chance of getting in. No sticky bombs for this point. They walk on in.
Zoe on the sniper needs to find a crucial headshot here to prevent the pressure from Witness to keep expanding. It is Ryan coming in, but it is Boulder taking a counter kill onto Ixie. So for the moment, the forces come out of Witness. They run with the tail between their legs and they will wait with their spawners, because now they have an opportunity to tie this game up. They do not want to go down 2-0. This is their moment to keep themselves in this series.
The Witness Gaming of old would be lapping up these sorts of chances. Will the Witness Gaming and you do the same? They're grouping up in lobby, getting their buffs ready to execute on this top right-hand side. Sniper from Boulder, not finding anything on the first shot. Going to be forced back into spawn. Lucas Tank now turns his attention over to the left-hand side. Manages to get the gun down after quite a long delay. But now eyes turn towards the point, turn towards the soldiers landing in. Pappy, massive damage onto June, who gets back into spawn. But the frags may still be going Witness Gaming's way. They're on the point, they equalize. It's do or die now. Next round wins.
We enter into Golden Cap territory. An attack pause called out by MANDEM as they need to talk this over. Witness Gaming finally perhaps awakening to what we are used to seeing from them. Playing off of the tiniest little of advantages. That little soldier pick, taking the trade straight in onto middle. That last push with just the kill onto Haunt is enough for them.
And the thing as well, you know, that push at the end, it comes off of the back of an overextension from MANDEM. They were perhaps a little bit too confident in that push out. Yes, they were up 2 picks, but they all get caught in lobby. Fantastic damage from Pappy. But you can't be losing your demo in those kinds of situations, because teams like Witness, okay, they may not be playing up to their usual selves, but they are still able to get themselves in.
So now they need to find themselves. They have this hack force to do so, to try and come back into this series.
Yeah, it all starts with there's one pick on the dispenser, right? Like, and it's just MANDEM, they decide to counter push just because it seems like it's going their way, and
MANDEM now, I think they're feeling so good at the beginning of this series, right? Taking that first map is exactly the first step you need. This is once again, this is another one of their map picks. See them just sitting down discussing, trying to make sure this is the mid-fight that could decide it all, the tempo of this series. These mid-fights have been so interesting. They've been so slow, right? Both teams playing very non-committal styles.
They're playing non-committal until the perfect moment when someone steps out of line, someone lands a little bit of extra damage than they expected to, and the rate at which these teams collapse in, they just they light the fire and they just ignite across the point. And we've seen both teams do it very well. But most recently, it was that one from MANDEM where they just collapsed in onto auto in the death corner. But for MANDEM, they've got to be winning this one. This is their map pick. Second up, already one up in the series, in the game of their lives. For every single one of those players, they've been waiting for years for this.
They spent 3 years getting clobbered over and over and over again by Witness. And finally, it seems like there's a little bit of give. Once you start moving that boulder, it becomes harder and harder and harder as the crowd base stack. Do any of you own a boot? We might need one very soon for a certain co-caster that I have.
That is a statement I may have made at a certain point in time. We can get that one off the screen, J-Max, at any moment if you wish. We can forget about that one. But no, if anyone's got a tasty boot, we can bring that to the desk afterwards. We'll sort something out.
I think at least for the moment, Ben is very much favoring MANDEM, it sounds like. It feels like they have all the momentum in this series as well, right? Witness are just on the back foot. I feel like this is while they're still making these plays, it feels like they've lost themselves. Like they're trying to find sort of what was.
Yeah, the thing with MANDEM, right, is looking into their history and how they came into this game, and of course the statement that I may or may not have made about their likelihood to win LAN, it was kind of from a place where I thought it was obvious. They were always the perennial chokers. They were always the team that struggled. They lost this exact fixture in this exact building 3-0 a year ago to the day in last year's grand final. And now they find themselves 1-0 up in the series, tied 1-1, going into next round wins on their own map pick of Sunshine. It's up to potentially the final mid-fight of this one. Base stack, see who's going to win this one.
Early sticky spam from Lucas will come across once again, but this time it is June, perhaps finally escaping Valley. But it's a lot of pressure here from Witness once again. Look at this, there's a minefield that Lucas has erected in front of her. So until he dead, she cannot cross, and now finally she has made it so. Onto enemy Tetris as Fancy quite forward. Ryan is deep in onto Auto, but doesn't find the kill. Instead it is Horns with a frag onto Lucas. The boulder cleaned up by Pappy means that now it is a soldier in the air that Pappy cannot find. It is such low health bars on both sides as Auto retreats into enemy cafe and heals up his team. So now Zoe, Horns, and Fancy, neither of them, or any of them, with any kind of HP need to navigate their way out of this. Fancy the first to fall. Thomas finds another frag, and this is now Witness with huge pick advantage and massive Uber advantage to boot.
Fabulous mid, the cleanup once more, Ixie hitting everything, and they reap the rewards. MANDEM, 3 players caught behind, their late spawners for last. June has come up on the regular Medigun. She thinks there's maybe a chance of this Uber charge coming up. It sits at 40%. It's quite a while away, but Witness Gaming's Uber, it's ready to go.
It comes straight in. That Zoe sniper doesn't find a kill, so instead is boLAND on the engineer, who's going to watch his sentry gun go down. Ryan, though, finds a frag onto Syl. The pressure's coming forwards into lobby, but that means there's less bodies on last. This flank can come forwards in from Zoe, but it does not find much. But the flank from Ryan does. It's 3 frags onto Pappy and Thomas. Luca's falling as well, so Auto with the tail between his legs is going to run into middle June now. Massive advantage. Witness failed that ticket as MANDEM with a big advantage. They're looking to take this onto mid, and they're looking to steal this map.
Ryan says to Pappy, anything you can do, I can do too, as he goes behind and salvages an unwinnable situation on last. And now June with 40 more advantage. Players capping up the mid now for MANDEM. 25 advantage now. I don't think they're going to have the time to go for this.
Such a close little window that they have, but unfortunately now it's 97% for Auto as 100 comes through, but an early kill from Ryan. Ixie Silentas both falls, they explode the flank as Ryan finds even
Auto's
more.
caught!
It's Lucas dead as the falls comes out, June nowhere to be found. So the flank of Ryan and Zoe come up insane as now one Pappy bomb is all that remains for the side of Witness. They have to hold this last. Everything that they can. Fancy has 100% Uber charge to work with. Thomas Sniper.
It's all they have left to work with. MANDEM 1-1 next round wins. They could go 2-0 up against the defending world champions here on LAN at poLANd.tf 2026. They're going to use the Uber charge in from lower. Fancy Elf going to spam down the gun. Players now trying to get onto the point. Heavy weapons man over on Thomas. Can't quite get through the point. Already half cap. Bomb lands in now from Pappy. Can he get onto Fancy? No, isn't able to do it. Both soldiers now down for the defending Witness Gaming side. 25% away from the Uber charge. 2 bombs landing. The point, the cap. It's almost there. MANDEM is 2-0.
MANDEM again! 2 rounds, and look at them. So excited.
They got clean swept last year, but this time around, if anyone's going to clean sweep, it has to be the MANDEM. They are stepping up where it matters.
Unbelievable map there from MANDEM, and now we see Witness in completely uncharted territory. A reverse sweep has been asked of them.
Will it come through though? We're going to have some over to Turbo Tabs. He's getting his microphone set up and ready. Let's break that one down. What an outrageous game we've just seen here on Sunshine.
All right, well, that was a game. 2 years ago, these two teams faced off at poLANd, the first one, and it was an absolute stomp coming out from Witness Gaming versus MANDEM. But this time round, it's nothing like that match from 2 years ago. Bot mode. This is unprecedented for Witness Gaming. We're in uncharted territory. What do you think they're feeling right now?
Probably pretty bad. Probably pretty bad. They finally win a Sunshine mid, and then fail a push into last, and then lose the round. That feels bad. You're in this clutch situation, and you can't pull it together.
Domato, we need some poetic words here. We need to know, like...
I don't have any poetic words this time around because I'm always learning from better players. I talked with voxtec through this game, and it's quite telling, honestly, what Botmode pointed out. I mean, usually the team that is more coordinated talks a lot more about how you play is winning the mid, because those are sort of intricate micro advantages that matter, you know, focusing on, let's say, what your soldiers are damaging early on, what your demo does follow up on, and then the scouts rushing in. They definitely, I think, Witness Gaming on paper had better mids, as we pointed out, but ultimately not able to really nail down the last pushes. And also, I feel like Silentas doesn't really come into the fray that much significantly. However, boLAND aside, we have seen this man resurrected from Norse mythology to loom above all 5.3 KD.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Bot Mode. He's a Norse god, apparently. boLAND's just not giving them any sort of breathing room. Like, are these the broad strokes they were talking about? Like, just try and play into boLAND, give him no respect. But boLAND, it seems to be playing fine.
Balder is playing his role to the max for sure. I think this entire combo, June, Fancy, and Balder, they are putting in the work. Fancy top damage this map, and June is the type of player, you watch them on Medic, you see them, if they die, the only thing you can think is that somebody else must have caused that issue, because nothing happening on June's screen could have ever caused that. And when MANDEM is struggling, Balder is usually the one that needs to be the moving piece. And Balder, he's not struggling. No one is struggling here. MANDEM is on fire, for sure.
Domato, I can't believe this, but who on Witness is dropping the ball here? Why? Who's doing badly?
It's also MANDEM simply vibing. We heard it. Do you also have this clip etched in your mind? Like Thomas rushes in and like June, boom, left, boom, right, completely dodges it out, double scout in front, blocks sort of this foray onto the medic, and it's crazy. Like they're playing so out of their minds, they're feeling themselves. I think Fancy is hype and Witness Gaming slowly crumbling away. I was also a bit confused, and maybe Botmode has some more like insights onto that, but for me, honestly, I feel like Witness Gaming is playing a bit more cheeky or like trying different weird stuff sometimes. Like, for example, I feel like Celentis plays more Sniper and Spy in this game combined than like Scout. Like, what is up with that?
Witnesses, they're definitely feeling some discomfort here. When you're feeling this discomfort, you're reaching, you're trying new things. Sniper and Spy, they're low-hanging fruit. They're easy to grab, but they're usually not going to work if you're not accustomed to it. And they need to sort of look for a different thing in the bag here for sure.
What's happening with these Ubers? I feel like I don't think there's been a single Uber exchange that's gone the way of Witness, and it's because in the past they've always taken these solo Ubers with Thomas, and they thought, he'll figure it out, we'll make him multi, and then we'll make a great post-fight at the end of it. But we're going as far as like not popping at all. What's changed?
I think this season in particular in Europe, I saw a lot of evolution with how, across all of the teams, with how solo Ubers were being taken in terms of like setup and how post Ubers were being traded. Earlier today, I saw a very uncharacteristic kind of goal of an Uber when Witness was 4v6 against White Lotus. They tried to take an Uber on process to just buy time, but the spawners, they were never coming. They weren't fully aware of this sort of pre-situation. They're not setting it up well, and because of that, this post-fight is impossible. And I'm seeing a lot of that in this game. It's smaller strokes. It's not this absolutely unacceptable level of like, how did you expect this to work? But they're definitely not setting this up for Thomas to have success. And meanwhile, Balder and June, they're playing very comfortable. Fancy is pressuring the Uber very well. He's not getting caught. Sometimes he's not even near the Uber, so there's just no value to be found for Toe.
Domato, obviously there's a beating heart of Witness in here, but they kind of feel like a caricature of what a team we once knew. Is this Witness team different to what we've seen in the past, or is MANDEM just managed to rise above the Witness that's always stayed the same?
I mean, the elephant in the room is also that Witness Gaming humoring the idea of maybe this may be their last LAN. I mean, come or win or lose, basically. I was also thinking about this narrative before, because, for example, in the very first map, I was so surprised how like Otto is playing these things. It's so weird, like it almost feels like throwing to me. But I definitely do agree, not only not able to be or set Thomas up, but most importantly also I feel like Peppy is sometimes just dying alone. Like he's also trying to main call and try to lead his team onwards. Unfortunately, little bit of European spice once more coming in. I do not have the insight. I'm not allowed in the cabin. I'm not allowed in the booth. But that is an issue. They are not they're just so rocked. Also, like deathmatch just doesn't favor them. I don't know about target selection. Like for example, you said Fancy is not up for the grabs. Lucas Tank. When was the last time you saw Lucas Tank struggling? I mean, we saw this like on the very first map, second map, not as hefty, but as well.
Now, obviously, this is a match point here, potentially, for Witness Gaming. Well, I say against Witness Gaming. They could be out come Metalworks. So they're probably going to be taking their sweet time here, bot mode. And if they're taking the sweet time, that means we have to take our sweet time on the couch. So sorry, you're my prisoner for now, I'm afraid. But Metalworks, what can we expect from Metalworks? So far, a lot of teams, a lot of players have been telling me about this map, and the progressive rule set does not mix. This map grinds for a long time. Is that true?
This map is very difficult to push from your last to second, and then even harder to push from your second to middle. It is an excruciatingly addicting thing to not push on this map, and it can really bite you. It's also it can be a very difficult map to break into last, and I think MANDEM has really seen the struggles with that. And for them, that is going to be the most important thing here, because their middles are strong, their fights everywhere else on this map are quite strong. They've really only struggled to break last. And if they cannot do that, if they can't push last, and if they can't break a stalemate, you cannot win. You have to cap the final point to win.
Domato, how romantic is it that we're on match point for MANDEM? Now they have to play on Metalworks.
Yes!
From that online game. I see you
PTSD.
smiling so hard you could break your jaw, and now they have to conquer their demon from that online league. It's this last point. Do you think they can do it this time?
Absolute catharsis. I mean, I am trusting not only in all those top-level gamers, but them able to compete against their demons, map talking, demo reviewing, obviously in the online season not playing against Witness Gaming, but it seemed to be the way that they lost more to themselves than honestly to the enemy team. And yeah, I definitely also do second that statement. I mean, it is addicting not pushing out of Metalworks, but at some certain point you gotta do it, since if Witness Gaming win the mid fights, which they seem to be, I'm not sure if that translates to Metalworks, but then you have to have some trick up their sleeve. I don't know. I want to get other people to be chastised. Like, what do you usually do bot mode here? Like, when you're stuck on last, how do you even push out? How do you, like, let's say Uber versus Uber situation, sentry gun up.
An incredibly weighted question for you, bot mode. Please solve last push out for us.
Solve Metalworks last push? I didn't solve that. I don't know how to do that.
If anybody knows, please report to the couch immediately.
Does anyone know how to push out of Metalworks last?
We'll take hands, suggestions, bribes, anything, anyone. But how about this, okay? If you were coach Witness right now, you were put your best Cadus hat on from a couple of years ago, and you were with the boys, and you're telling them what to do or what they're doing right or what they're doing wrong, what would you speak to them? What would you tell them in their dire needs, bot mode?
That's a hard one.
Please, bot mode, help me, says Thomas. Help me.
Cadus was always an advocate of sort of slowing it down, keeping it simple. I think that's true here, too. I think they're reaching a little bit too much. They need to calm down and sort of trust the things they already have. They need to remind themselves a little bit that they are Witness. They can do the things they need to do.
That's beautiful. That's eloquent. Meanwhile, you've got the easiest job in the world here, Domator. You're Coach MANDEM. They're doing fantastic. If anything, you don't dare speak to them. But what would you say to them just to kind of keep the juices flowing?
Let's go fancy! No, I mean, he's already like cheering his own team on. I only want to have one last like sentence also for Witness Gaming. You had to kind of keep in mind that's also a quite seldom scenario for them. Like, when were they down 2-0 in a grand final of a LAN?
They were down, yeah, I think they were pretty much back to the wall. I think that was against Josh in Arcadia. This was many moons ago. It was this same roster, but this was like, that was their kind of, was it up to? Oh, wait, yeah, you're right. It was the other way around. It was up to, and they were slipping away.
Oh, well.
I'm not even sure what's worse, actually.
I mean,
right, well.
My final thought is, I'm going to segue this into, MANDEM is going to fulfill their destiny, their Cinderella story. I heard them all brimming with life enthusiasm. It's all coming to a very large conclusion. Not high scoreline. Let's say 2-1 MANDEM here.
What are you thinking, bot mode?
If MANDEM can break last, they will win 3-1 probably. If they cannot, then Witness will take this map 1-0.
All right, it comes down to me, the almighty seer. I've been extraordinarily right all LAN. I know, you're welcome. I'm telling you, it's going to be 0-0 for the longest time. And it's going to come down to one. They just need to do it once. over on MANDEM. I actually believe in the poetic 3-0 counter sweep against Witness Gaming over on MANDEM. Take it away, casters.
One map is all that MANDEM need to cement themselves their first LAN trophy, and Witness on the back foot that they've never found themselves on need to kick into a gear that they have never found themselves in. So MANDEM now on the precipice of history, knocking down a team that has not lost a LAN since its very first outing.
6 in a row, the current record for Witness Gaming on LANs. But like you say, they have to dig deep. They have never been in this kind of situation before. And this is the championship mentality. Teams that are the greatest, if they want to be the best team in the world, they have to prove it here and now.
Time and time again, no matter the test, he always comes out on top. No matter the obstacle, he will overcome it. Witness Gaming need to channel that mentality, to find that, go back into that little special place that they have, to become the best team in the world that they think that they are, that they want to be. But MANDEM looking to take history here. This is map number 3, Metalworks, as MANDEM up 2-0 versus Witness Gaming in the poLANd Grand Final. Base stack one more time, let's go!
Here on mid, fancy jostling, and Ixie the first one to fall. MANDEM starting off this one well. Ryan gonna bomb and gets a lot of damage taken. Drops all the way down 2 for 2. 1 soldier, 1 scout down for either team. MANDEM still digging deep though on their opposite side. Bombing back across now his haunts as he just circles around and fades away. Gets dismantled though by Pappy.
Disgusting little rocket there onto Haunts, but now that's the Alpha reaggressing coming out of house. The stickies for the moment will dissuade Witness from moving forwards. Maneuvers now, but it's 2 players down for the side of MANDEM, so they will be up on second, and Witness Gaming take control of the mid. Pappy with the crucial air shot to shut down Haunts.
This game it looked a bit rough. They're losing the early couple of exchanges, but they come out in an even uber stalemate on Metalworks second. There's normally only one way this goes. We see Pappy already getting buffed up on this alleyway, getting ready for the high bomb. Is it going to be a double? Is it going to be a single? Is it going to be a fade? Is it going to be a commit? Let's find out.
Both soldiers in, but it's Atlantis taking the deep end. Unfortunately, no kills present themselves. There's one aggressive soldier, but Thomas, eating the brunt of the damage, is going to back off unfazed. So they're now just scouting out the enemy holdings. And look at this, Atlantis looking to go right back in. He finds himself fancy. 67 damage onto him. But go for the frags. It's just one soldier down, and now MANDEM getting aggressive in through lower. Look at Witness, routed all of the way back.
And now we saw previously the exact same situation over in Sunshine. Witness Gaming were happy to push these kinds of advantages, but MANDEM are not. Pappy though is going to commit in. One rocket gets air shot down. Pappy, the anti-aircraft cannon, defending his medic June and holding on this second point.
This is now Witness once again trying to find some kind of advantage in onto MANDEM. This map also stuck in trying to break the second hold that they were unable to really find an angle into. So June, how far back she's playing. Atlantis going to catch this buff. Perhaps she's looking to sack in the exact same way once again. MANDEM seem ready for it. June unfazed for the moment, so the buff is going to come out. Salentis the first to jump. Pappy now to follow up as well. Salentis coming in, dragging players forwards, and they're going to settle for 2 scout frags. But Ixie traded across by Haunts, who is down lower, and traded by Pappy. So the health bars now for MANDEM non-existent. Fancy dead as well. It's 2 alive for MANDEM as they find 3. The fight is chaotic, and it continues on as Thomas likes to 1v1 with a soldier. But perhaps he should reconsider. Haunts now destroys him, and he looks to come in onto the enemy combo, but Lucas with the disgusting double air shot!
Lucas Tag stepping up where his team need him, denies the bomb in on the auto, And now even Ubers, they're creeping forward a point at a time. Who said this grand final was going to be easy? Yes, MANDEM took the first two, but Witness Gaming has started off Metalworks looking very, very strong, and they're already on a spy. Try and work their way in onto this Metalworks last.
Thomas is in, and so far unspotted. They haven't spy checked this time around. Thomas is going to uncloak and going to find an angle. June completely unawares, and maybe Witness have woken up. Look at this, Thomas is still alive as he jukes and jive. The scouts doesn't find him. Fancy hiding in a corner in lower, and now Witness, they're looking to push in. This is a massive advantage. The demo can activate any second, but it's a sentry gun down. Fancy Elf is cleaned up by Ixie. There is MANDEM players left alive, but they're all stuck in spawn. There is no one on the point. Just Boulder left to hold on, who actually manages to find two, but Thomas is in for the fail stabs. They don't come out, but Lucas is alive, and he will lead his team to victory. Witness respond.
Witness Gaming fighting back. The world champions, the defending champions, straight into the lead on Metalworks. Yes, they're 2 rounds down, but they are still some of the best players on this planet. And they take the early lead this time, but can they convert it?
World champions for a reason. They are right back. Those double air shots from Lucas and Pappy onto Horns both, absolutely stealing away the momentum, but the stab onto June equally impressive. So now on mid, Lucas is back and spots an early Horns who takes a lot of damage. Pappy likewise had to retreat to a pack. Onto this mid we go. Look at this June getting pelted down. She has to take the pack in-house. Unavailable for her team, so Soldier has to bomb across the deal with the amplified pressure, but Ryan's so low as well. Lucas are pelting down Horns. There's no presence from MANDEM at all, and they just have to run for the hills here onto second. Silentis is forward, and Pappy is deep. Finds the kill on the boulder.
They're still going. They're still going onto June. June could be in very, very dangerous peril here.
June!
The arrow and survives for now. June hangs on.
Thomas is stuck in behind as well. It is just Ixie and Auto left on the point, going for the cap. They do not run back, as so Ixie has to do it all, and Auto has an Uber to boot. Thomas is in as well with the pincer. Minus 150 and forces out June. This Uber, it's gonna fade any second, but look at this. It is Fancy going forward, taking 150 damage, but Auto cleaned up as he keeps going forwards with his team. Ixie the only one holding.
June, the best mathematician in this server, because she knows the numbers to perfection, using at the latest possible moment, giving MANDEM the perfect post-fight. And it's a post-fight in which they managed to catch the opposing medic. Auto is down, and Auto is an incredibly late spawner.
It's super late, and that means June 60% Uber charge. Thomas up on the defensive spy, but reconsiders as he finds MANDEM playing this very passively. Without an Uber charge, they know they're still vulnerable. It's actually posturing up on second here. They know if they can get any kind of picks. This is a very scary situation for MANDEM, so June takes the damage, is going to retreat, get out the Uber charge, and now MANDEM will be looking to go. This is still advantage, but if Witness can slow this down.
Look at the spam, these rockets flying over towards June, who's getting peppered on the way up alongside Boulder, and this has bought so much time for Witness. Auto's almost at 80%. I think Witness having time for last.
Such a good stalling by them, so they're gonna have Uber here as Auto 97, 80, 100% Uber charge on last. This is now what MANDEM once again choosing not to cap this last point. Instead, they're gonna leave it barely to get more round timer as the first wave of sacks come in. Sentry gun is dealt with, but these are soldiers with a parachute far up in the air, and they take so much damage. So now Horns is going to come through, and there's a lot of damage dealt, but it's a kill onto the heavy, and now Thomas is dead. The sentry gun has to be swapped off of, so Ixie can come up on scalp, but look at Horns with another high bomb. Lucas Tag is taken down. MANDEM onto the point, and so much damage. Auto with the drop, and so June is healing her team to victory. Silentis the last man alive. Ixie bow down, and MANDEM do respond.
Absolute madness there on that push in. Not only does Horns come in and get the drop, Zoe gets in completely unnoticed. 2 shots, Lucas on the far left-hand side, and MANDEM, the equalising kind. It's 1-1. This game is all to play for.
And Witness felt so good with the first round, but they were once again faced with the nightmare of MANDEM, haunting them and reminding them that things do not come so easily. Usually, it is Witness in the humbling position, but now being humbled. As Fancy Elf is so far in, and he takes so much damage, but look at these soldier bombs coming through from MANDEM. It is so much damage dealt, but Ryan is down. So Lucas has to surf around. He is taken down by MANDEM. Thomas is left in house. Witness is just going to retreat out the mid.
Chase was incredibly good there for MANDEM, and it's getting even better because they found another frag in onto Pappy. This leaves only 3 players plus that one spawner still rotating in to defend this second point, and that's too tall of an order for Witness. They decide to give it up and get themselves reset on last. But a few moments ago when we were here, MANDEM did not mess about trying to get in.
Even Ubers, once again, you can see the scout leaving the point almost capped. Once again bombing forwards. The counter aggression does come out of Witness. There's a lot of damage dealt. It's a decent rocket onto Pappy. He survives. This time, no further frags found for the side of MANDEM. They're going to have to deal without. They still do not cap second. The longer they can leave this, the more time they will have to push this enemy last.
I'm interested to see if they decide to cap in time to get Haunts the forward spawn. It looks like they actually don't care about getting Haunts the forward spawn. So Haunts is going to spawn quite a long way away, all the way back on his own second point. MANDEM are going to have to wait a little bit longer to get their players back in position, giving more time for Ixie to build up this run on last. It gives almost an angle into the lobby.
The sniper doesn't quite find his mark. The soldier just gets headshots in his dreams. Unfortunately, nothing comes true. So for the moment, he's still up on the sniper. Should be called out as well. MANDEM will be aware. Unfortunately for Thomas, the angle's in. Not good. What have MANDEM done? They've spent an awful long time on this last push very recently. Last weekend, as they could not break the last hold of Dirty Maggots for such a long time. This time around is Ryan bombing forward. He gets denied. Haunter stuck in the air. Can't find that gun. He's headshot down by Thomas. The counter aggression comes out. This gun is still alive, finally taken down, but Thomas with the body shot onto Ryan will shut down this push.
Nice hold from Witness, and like you say, this is going to be a test of the demo reviews from that Prem playoff game, well, the 2 Prem playoff games last week when we saw them struggling to break down these Dirty Maggots last hole, but this time an early frag onto the sniper of Thomas may be the key that they need. They're going to have a lot more space now to play with, knowing that no one's head's getting chopped off.
So Lucas sitting very aggressively here, just gets pot shots shot at him. Ryan once again aggressive, trying to go forward. Salentis instantly shutting him down. So MANDEM unable to get in onto last. They get the gun. They should open the door a little bit, but Haunts the sack falls in onto Auto! And he finds the rocket! So now with no medic, MANDEM massive advantage, and they're looking to come up another round.
Ronaldo-esque from Haunts. He flies in, gets his second drop in 2 pushes onto Auto, and MANDEM with another uber ad push. Ixie's still dead. Auto's coming up in the crits. It won't be ready in time. MANDEM, they just need to get their spawners in, and they can level up to 2 rounds.
MANDEM now, massive opportunity not to be squandered. So Fancy and Boulder will be looking to lead this Uber straight in onto the gun that is taken down. The donks come through from Lucas, but there is already a Boulder on point, so that's about half cap. Lucas far back, and this is still aggression coming forward. Fancy finds 2. Salentis and Thomas both fall. There's another onto Pappy, and Fancy does it all. So much damage onto Witness, cleaned up by Boulder and June, but this is MANDEM stamping themselves on this finals.
1 year ago, it was this map where it ended 3-0, and it may well do this time too, but in the other direction. MANDEM coming out swinging. They lose that early round, but 2 incredible drops from Haunts into Metalworks last have got MANDEM back in the lead.
And now Witness can feel the bullet in MANDEM's chamber. And the trigger finger ever so close, it pulses in anticipation to deal the final blow. Witness need to find a response, but Fancy destroys Pappy on the mid.
Air shot sticky, a rare sighting, but not one that's too rare for Fancy Elf as he gets that one. Haun's going to circle around, try and land in. Nope, decides to circle back towards the team, just creates the space. June has been taken weak, and there's going to be a collapse in on to Boulder, and actually June's down to 15 HP. How on earth has that happened?
She has to back all the way out onto her own valley, so that means there's no Mandem presence whatsoever, save for Haunt, who's bombing in and trying to get in onto Auto. He found him last time! The rockets connect, but they don't deal enough damage, so both medics go down super low, but it is Witness winning the mid.
Just about. Haunts has been on fire, but not quite enough to get that final ceiling kill in onto Auto. Second point getting capped up. Even Uber's on last. Mandem have had a dream pushing into these Witness last holds. It's night and day compared to those Prem playoff games last weekend, just 7 days ago.
So Witness just looking to scout this out. They don't have an advantage to work with. Instead, it's Pappy spotting around and is going to find these stickies and find actually a Ryan who is quite low. Doesn't go down as Salentis tries to spam out this sentry gun. Finds the rockets eventually. Has himself sacrificed just for that gun. And that's not enough. If you're Witness Gaming, you need just that little bit more.
A little bit more might be coming in the form of a sniper up from Salentis, or perhaps a bomb in from Pappy, who's got the gun. And how on earth does Pappy live that?
Incredible from Pappy, really massive jumps. So this sniper from Salentis doesn't have too many super exciting angles to work with. You kind of have this one in over to perhaps where Ryan is playing, but everyone on the side of Mandem is playing so passively. Pappy once again sacrificing himself for that gun. Salentis just sits here through shutters and waits. This is where the sniper starts to get a bit scary, right? You keep rolling a dice. You will eventually win. Keep taking pot shots. You will eventually find a shot. Just a matter of time. How much do Mandem have? Fortunately for Sil, he doesn't find the kill onto Ryan.
We had good takes earlier on over Sunshine on the sniper. Bound in behind, just currently scoping up these angles, trying to find any avenue of approach. But Mandem, look at these soldiers, Ryan and Haunt, playing so incredibly close. One soldier bombs in the Pappy lands in with the man treads onto the medic, but the dispenser armor is a shield, and it's a shield that holds tall for Mandem.
Unbelievable. June takes no damage at all.
Zero!
It is the perfect angle, so Salentis unable to find the shot onto June. It is 2 sacks of incredibly close sacks, but that dispenser does all of the work for Mandem.
Salentis just ignores everyone on that far left-hand side, just walks straight past the defending player and goes for the hero shot, and why would you not? But it does not land. Salentis back up onto the soldier, not fancying the rifle anymore. Witness Gaming have 1 minute and 22 seconds to get something to work onto this Mandem last point, otherwise we're going to go back to another mid.
So far, Soldiers just bombing forward, trying to see if they can find anything, but these stickies from Fancy make it so difficult to cross this line around shutters. So no one from Witness going in yet. The Zoe sniper looking to find a lot, but this is Sil. He's in and finds his kill. And look at this, June is trapped! And she can't hold on to this Uber. It's another kill onto Boulder, as well as Witness immediately are surging forward. The sentry gun is dealt with, and so now Mandem can come up, but what do they have to work with? Auto has been alive this whole time, as Lucas just has so many pipes. He can walk onto point, find another onto Zoe, and you best remember who you're dealing with.
Witness Gaming, fabulous stuff. We've talked so many times for years at this point about this Salentis and Pappy Soldier duo, but this is it in its finest moment. One bombs one side, one bombs the other. June has no way back home into that resupply cabinet, and she loses the Uber charge. Witness Gaming equalise Mandem. They might be 2 up in the series, but victory against Witness is never easy.
Witness making them fight for every single inch. As we come back on mid, all tied up, it is 7 minutes left. And Witness finally showing signs of life in this series. They need to do so much more. Starts with decent damage onto June here. Happy very aggressive in onto enemy house, but Fancy immediately there to shut him down. So one soldier bomb can come through, actually. This
The
is
damage!
going and finding the kill. It is Witness crumbling. One pipe is all that they can find onto Zoe.
Haunts!
And so Thomas is
Haunts!
left, but is he there to take down everyone who pushes his medic? I think not. MANDEM with the wipe on mid.
Fabulous, fabulous stuff. The aggression just off the back of a bit of damage on mid. They chase all the way through. Haunts nearly gets it himself, gets some help in the end from the scout. Auto gets taken out once more, and MANDEM full Uber advantage, tied 2 apiece. Remember, if MANDEM win this, they win the LAN. They're crowned the best team in the world.
1 foot in the door. Hand on the trigger. Just waiting to deal that final neutralizing blow. It is a crit streak from Auto that is nowhere near completion, and a sniper from Thomas, who is not watching a door. As this Uber comes out, the sentry gun is dealt with, but it's a bit slow. The counter Uber does not come out, and this is huge rockets, but Fancy is dead, as Pappy's in the sky. He does so much damage, and Witness need nothing to clean up. It is a complete wipe. And so now Auto, 100% crits, swaps back to the Medigun. He knows what he needs.
We saw that mistake he made last time of staying on the crits. This time Auto knows he's still going to have some advantage switching to the Uber charge. But look at Pappy in that fight. The parachute division coming in to save Witness. It's just unbeatable. The really high bomb just descends on top of the retreating MANDEM players. Fabulous hold from Witness Gaming. And they have earned themselves a 30% advantage after capping mid.
70% on Auto. This is a 30% advantage for Witness to work with. It's a decent amount of ground to cover. MANDEM still looking to stay on second and delay for long enough to June to find her own Uber. So let's see how far back into lobby she sits. It's another kill onto Silentis, and that causes Pappy actually completely cancelling the push. Haunts with a wrap of a lifetime does not commit.
And Zoe
Instead,
as well.
he just forces back. Zoe is in. It's a trap card waiting to be activated. Witness unawares. Just Ixie spotting him out, but Witness now in a terrifying position here as MANDEM look to converge in onto mid.
Zoe trying to get back in from the enemy valley, looking for the timing. Actually is cleaned up by Ixie, and in this middle of all of this, Uber charges were exchanged out, but Lucas getting dropped out of the Uber was never part of the plan. But what might have been this recollapse in from the soldiers of Witness Gaming. June is off the server.
So now it's 3 down from MANDEM, but it's 3 fragging classes versus 2 of Witness. So they sit back and they play their health. The spam from Silentis needs to soften up these opponents. As MANDEM sit in, they want to try and get some kind of play in onto Auto. Lucas in on House, does a lot of damage to Haunts, who's 9 HP and has to back off. Witness still not in on mid, but Auto now 50% advantage. MANDEM need to deflect. But look at this, Witness, they're not in at all. MANDEM launching a fight here on the midpoint.
Nice trade there from MANDEM eventually. I know they lost their combo, but that kill onto Lucas took enough sting out of the Witness Gaming aggression. They managed to hold on to mid, and it's all now on Witness. They're going to have to use incredibly early because of spam taken over onto Auto. Thomas Lucas already in on this enemy house. Actually finding very little of anything, to be honest, on mid, and they're going to have to try and cap this up because June is at 80% Uber.
Look at this, there's a flanking from behind. Zoe is back, and he has to deal with Ixie, who absolutely stunts on him. Now it's Thomas in with his turn, in on enemy house. He can't win the 2v1. So MANDEM re-aggressing. They have massive advantage, but the rockets from Silentis shut down Ryan. Now the Uber though can come out from MANDEM, but it's Boulder dropped. Ixie's going to go down, and so is Lucas, also left alone on second. But look at this, Silentis is in on mid. There's a flank coming in for Pappy as well. June is low, and he combines with his partner. Once again, Silentis and Pappy superior as they take down the enemy medic. It is another advantage here for Witness.
Metalworks descending into absolute carnage, and Witness Gaming somehow are staying in this. You cannot count out the world champions. Despite being 2 maps down, they push on, and now with full Uber advantage, they look to take enemy house. Midpoint almost capped up though for MANDEM. They have to care about back caps, but MANDEM, they have to be careful about this demo man flinging into their combo.
Fancy Elf is a sacrificial sacrifice.
Back up!
As he comes in, but the point is nowhere near. Ryan, he's doing it all with his scout friend as they actually managed to get this. It's traded across as well. Witness not there. It's a beautiful shot from Pappy onto Zoe. But does it matter? It's 3 alive. The Witness Ubers are dead far in the wind, as unfortunately Ryan is cleaned up as well. But now it's a 3 for 3. June is in on mid with Haunts, who has an Uber charge. Thomas wants to fight this. Fancy's right there. And unfortunately, Thomas taken down as well. So this is now MANDEM from nowhere. Their flank once again outpacing and outplaying Witnesses.
That cap time was terrifying, wasn't it? Midpoint was already 3/4 capped, and MANDEM goes to the flank at the perfect time. This team's coordination is insane. This team has come such a long way in the 3 years of its existence, and now 1 minute 16 before we go into infinite overtime. Uber advantage, but not a great deal of it, because Auto almost has his own Uber charge up, and MANDEM now sit in what's going to be an even Uber stalemate with 1 round needed, 1 successful sacrifice, and MANDEM may well be world champions.
Witness Gaming on the back foot once more. They need to watch out for these soldier sacks. You can see Ryan already very aggressive here, in onto Shutters. The scout sitting around the corner waiting for him. Zoe first frag goes down. No further aggression from MANDEM. This is probably a sack coming in. You see Witness already readjusting. They know what's about to come.
Zoe not electing to off-class this time. We've seen some incredible snipes coming out on the previous maps, but this time MANDEM choose to do it stock standard. They're 2 soldiers. It's all eyes on Ryan and all eyes on Haunts. And why wouldn't it be? Haunts has already got 2 drops onto Auto this game, but this time around, he is smited down by the stickies of Lucas Tanker. MANDEM cannot find a way in this time.
This is Witness now with 2 picks, but are they willing to push up a bit? They instead choose to sit back onto last. They do not go forwards. They do not back down. Instead, they just sit and they wait. Even Uber's still and no reason to push. 2.5 minutes left for MANDEM to try and find an answer.
We've entered into infinite overtime. Next round takes Metalworks, and if that round goes the way of MANDEM, they will be crowned world champions. Ryan trying to get in through the shot at Haunt, getting ready for a bomb too. Buffs are all up and around now for MANDEM. Bombs landing, circling round onto Auto. Big damage comes in, but it's not quite enough. Witness Gaming, they live to fight another day, but this is terrifying for them.
They have to just keep holding on for 2 more agonizing minutes, as MANDEM have the time and the patience to keep sending in these soldier sacks. And that bomb got so uncomfortably close to Auto now. Double man treads for the side of MANDEM. They have 1 singular target with this sack. 1 minute and 30 to work with, and you can see them already setting up.
Look where Auto is stood. The Auto is so far back, so passive. Bombs land onto the sentry gun, but Auto has read them like a book. Just sitting all the way back behind spawn, miles away from the gun, doesn't even need the gun for defense. And MANDEM, because they've committed to having those 2 man treads, they can't really use the bomb for anything else.
So sat back on second, still 1 minute to go. Wants looking to be back on the gunboat, but Ryan not in kind. So for the moment, the sacks needs to keep coming in. MANDEM now 1 minute to work with. Witness have outlived half the time. Assisted through. So MANDEM bombing their soldiers forwards, trying to find the angle, nothing found.
They get in. Ryan gonna bomb him, but get blasted away by this sentry. This is how we sometimes see the man treads used on this way in. Gun taken down by Spam is something, but Fancy taken down by an arrow from Auto, and Haunted down. Zoe is so far in, so deep into last, but the revenge crits from Ixie are enough to clean up. Witness Gaming survive another onslaught, another wave of aggression. 15 seconds before we go to another mid-fight. They're going to walk in, try and use, but Boulder gets dropped from the Uber. And Witness Gaming, they're going to live on to another mid-fight. And we are still at a deadlock
it's
here.
a Hail Mary, and Lucas shuts it down completely. as MANDEM sends some kind of final desperation play. But as you are entirely correct, we go back onto middle. It's attack pause, as we need to make sure that we are ready for this potential final mid-fight.
There's a tactical timeout from MANDEM as well. What are they thinking? What are they talking about? They have to be locked in for this, as they have been this entire tournament long. This is got to be the round of their lives. They have worked so hard. They were here last year. They lost on this very map in the decider in the third game of that series. That is an almost shot from Silentes. The slow-mo on that, it's pixels away. We might need a VAR check on that one later on. But for MANDEM now, they have to do it. They have to step up to the level that they have shown for the rest of this LAN. They have to be at 110%, and then they could be the world champions.
One final round separates this team. We said it earlier. They just need to take their sweet time. Make sure they're ready. But what is the answer? These mid-fights have been anything but stable for either team.
For MANDEM, the chase was good though. These times when they've been getting damaged, they've been in so quickly. Haunts in particular has been lightning fast at chasing out Auto.
But also on Witness's side, they really do need some kind of momentum in this series. A round victory now could start their path to an eventual reverse sweep. We need to see it all. Base stack one more time, potentially. Let us hear you!
MANDEM now one round away from glory, potentially one mid-fight too. Spam comes across this point, they're trying to jostle for position. For me, slow start though, lots of damage actually been taken by Fancy and June. They've had to back up for the pack and to get some arrows. Auto eating a bit of flak as well, but now the bombs finally do start to happen for Witness Gaming as they just try and get in. A really high bomb actually from Horn, two bombs straight in onto Auto, but Auto lives this time.
This is Witness coming out on top of the middle, finding 3 players, make that 4, as it is crumbling at the seams for MANDEM here on mid. Thomas, he smells blood in the water as June is trying to escape. Lucas Tank is chasing her as well, and look at this Boulder getting even a bit aggressive. Not finding the kill. So Witness respond and take middle and send us right back to where we were, but on the other side of the map.
We've seen Witness Gaming's last holds and how tough they are to break, at least when they've worked out these double Mantra sacks. But Thomas up again. We saw success earlier on the spy. Gun already spammed down. As Witness Gaming get ready, Thomas gets into position. How are they going to go for it? Who's going to be the victim of the stab? Who's going to get the spam? Are the bombs going to come in? Witness, what's the plan?
One target, and it is June, as Thomas is in, but June spots him out. So now the pistol comes out, it's not ring true, Trick Stab doesn't either. The crisis averted, Medic's still alive. Witness's first try at breaking this last hold is a failure. Now that the spy unsuccessful, I wonder what they will do instead.
Thomas electing to come back up on the scout, and Silentes, as these soldiers are going back to change classes, aren't they?
They're going to man-treads.
Oh, they are.
Both of them making sure they have it up. They are going for that 2-man sack, but they do not want to be disturbed by either a gun or a sniper. This level 3 is up on last. Does a lot of work. See the soldiers in from MANDEM as well, ready and able to hold. So Sil and Pappy are both going to take buffs, and they need it because they will take so much more damage when jumping. They have one shot. This is a targeted missile directly in onto June, and she needs to do her damnedest.
Look at where June is playing. June is literally in the spawn shutter. She is miles away from the action. She is completely unbombable. It's the same thing we saw before with Auto. When Auto played really far back, the Mantra sacks couldn't get in onto June, and now this time around they're going to have to try and land in. Can they get onto Fancy? Can they get anything? Good amount of damage, but spread across too many players. Witness Gaming find nothing, and June lives to fight another day, and to be quite honest, she was never really in any threat.
No, instead they immediately had to settle for the target of Fancy. Unfortunately for Silentes, air shot rocket doesn't come through. So Happy's going to pay for it with his life. Come back up. Still on the man treads. They want to keep believing in this play, but June wants none of it. Gun actually spammed down by Lucas as well. June still so far back. These soldier bombs need to settle for something else, but they are finding nothing. It is a kill onto Ryan from Lucas. This is the opening, perhaps. But they need to keep going forward. Sentry Gun now dead as well. You can see Witness looking to go forward. Thomas going in as he wants to take this trade in onto last. It's an early pop here as June keeps on hold this Uber for a very long time. Witness are running back out. Lucas still in lobby. Now with the Ubers neutralized, what are Witness going to do? They're going to look to send this right back in.
They are, but the thing is now this one spawner advantage they had on Ryan is no longer there. There's no sentry guns, they're just the heavy to defend. Bombs landing onto the point, the point!
They're going to lose so many members as Lucas runs forward. It's a lot of
damage.
Ixie is still in, but I think this might be held from the side of MANDEM as Witness commit 4. MANDEM now, they're swapping onto the engineer again. Zoe wants none of it. It is 40 seconds left on this round timer. So Witness, they managed to neutralize the Ubers. There's still one more go at this, but they have to go fast. 30 seconds. Everything to play for. A little bit of round cap as well to work with. They have to play this pixel perfect, like the best team of all time that they hope to be. So Thomas looking at shutters, Silentes right there alongside. Boulder on the sniper with the first little headshot. Not quite the kill, and the gun is down already. 11 seconds to work with. Happy eating a rocket. This is 7 seconds as Lucas is going to lead his team forwards. Silentes in on the point, it is half captured, and they have a bit to work with. The Uber trade comes out, and Witness need to maintain control of this point as the timer runs forwards, and it runs out. The cap is slowly coming forwards. This heavy is falling, though, as Witness are collapsing on the point. Pappy! It's disgusting damage, but look at this. Witness are
still in.
They're coming in. They're trying to keep it on, but they will come through. Witness are coming back!
You don't take down the best team in the world this easily. Witness Gaming, they will never bow out. They fight through. It's 2-1. The reverse sweep could be on the cards. Witness, they are stepping up to the level that we know and expect from them.
The superhero always has an ace up his sleeve, a final little trick. Just when you think it's over, he has another little one. You never count him out.
What a performance in that final round. What a scrappy way to end it into the overtime. But now it's time for us to take a little break. We're going to throw it to Turbo Tabs, who's going to have to dissect one of the craziest games of Metalworks that we've ever seen.
You fools! You think this is the first grand final I've played, says Witness. You think I've not had my back to the wall? You don't think I've played against the best? Fools. I'm still in this. And Domato, how did they do it?
It is not over until it is over. And it is far from being over. I mean, we already put the finger where it hurts cursorily. The last pushes really being the defining feature here. MANDEM very well adapting. So dissect like the very first last push point of them. It was basically all on the double soldiers. For example, Ryan able to not only kill the sentry gun, but still live on close to 200 HP. Horns hides underneath the bridge, and then they can just rebomb instantly again. I don't want to take any talking bits, but here also we see June dropping once or twice. They tried something with the man treads because that does pierce through the dispenser armor. However, the pause coming out, and the pause was so important since that was the switch up that Witness Gaming needed. They adapted, they altered the mid fights.
Ympo. I had my little birds running around, scouring the LAN and hearing what was Witness and what was going on in that private little room. And my little birds came back and they told me they were dead silent after the game 2. So when they go into game 3, the only few words that were said to them was Pappy was like, I'm going to try some stuff. Silentes saying, I'm too boxed in, I want to be free. And Thomas said he's too rigid. Were they right? Was this the change-up they needed to be a bit more free-flowing?
I think they definitely have the experience to have those tense games like they had in Denver, for example. So I'm pretty sure they're going to make their adjustments. But I think they are recognizing that it's a pretty strong opponent they have right now. So yeah.
Voxy. We've got the logs for you here. Use that big brain of yours and tell me what is going on in these logs.
I don't know. This game wasn't too log-centric. I did see Fancy, even though he has like 10 deaths on the logs, he was, I think, So yeah, just to recap that,
All right, so I'm told that this microphone works, but that one doesn't. So I'll do you some tradesies. You just keep talking about logs, and I'll plug in batteries.
I'm looking at some pretty interesting logs here, and I see both Zoe and Bondo have 12.
Oh, wait, it's in... Whoa, I like this microphone. Give me that.
okay, yeah. Okay, just one more time. So even though Fancy had like 10 deaths, for like 15 minutes in the game, he had like 2 deaths and I don't know, 10 kills or something like that. So like crazy kid, he carried like the first half. Yeah, really insane play from him, especially for like his first LAN. Yeah.
Oh, you only have one microphone? Now we have another one to ask us questions.
Again. Thank goodness. Oh,
Jesus.
It's good to be back. All right, so obviously that's a big sigh of relief for Witness. Okay, Metalworks is out of the way. We're going to see a rare map. We haven't been really seeing it all out unless you've been scrimming. Bagel.
Yes.
Where has been Bagel?
Yes, Bagel is next map. It has been hidden under the rug or has been swept under the rug. I felt like, honestly, who was munching on that Bagel? I was surprised, but honestly, obviously, we have 5 maps now, so not a whole lot more, honestly, to ban. And I don't even want to dissect it too much. I mean, it is a King of the Hill map. Usually you would say product, pretty strong map for Witness Gaming. So why not also give it a shot here on Bagel?
Well, historically, Voxy, they've been banning Bagel every single time over on Witness. Why? Why did this get a Bagel?
So I played against them in some scrims on Bagel, and historically in scrims they were never that good. And on in the LAN they also, I think they banned it the whole way through the tournament. And it's just the worst map in my opinion. I'm very surprised that I didn't know that like Bagel is next map. I thought they would ban that because they.
Well, they lost the upper bracket final, so they didn't get many bans. So.
Oh. Did they not get a ban
Yeah,
at
think
all?
about it. There's 7 maps. There's 2 bans. So you got 5 maps you have to pick. One of the bans was product. One of the other bans was granary.
Did Witness have a ban at all?
No, because they lost the upper bracket final.
That makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Then it's a good pick, or like good bans from MANDEM, because Bagel definitely favors MANDEM.
Yeah. So Bagel, is this a death sentence, ympo? Is this? Do you think that Witness are kind of dead in the water? They managed to show some sign of life here, or do you think MANDEM might be a bit tilted from this Metalworks map?
If MANDEM keeps playing like they are playing right now, I think they definitely have a chance to take this map. Because Witness sometimes kind of tends to crumble. So, yeah, really.
All right, so as long as they just keep it up, you know, they'll be great. Obviously, Domato, King of the Hill, different beast to all the CP we've been seeing here. And Witness looking a bit unsharp. I'm not sure if we've seen much of MANDEM on Bagel. Were they playing it at all in the group stages? I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
We haven't seen any Bagel at all. It feels like uncovered streams. Like it was basically always not an insta ban, but it didn't make it through because you banned 6 maps. It's a different story. I wanted to also talk about like altered mid fights. I would say this is the most, let's say, cookie cutter where you can sort of post your build's perspective on a mid fight. Like mid on CP is maybe like king of the hill, you could say. But I mean, Bagel obviously very much defined by the fact that you have your demo lock out a mid fight, and then it's way more about like what flank is actually being exploited. That is the core concept of that entire map.
All right, so obviously, so going into Bagel, there is a couple of rule changes that not everyone's used to. It's going to 4 rounds instead of 3. So I'm not sure that's really going to play a difference, is it, Voxy?
I don't think either. I think it's actually good. It gives a better chance to come back. I think like 3 is kind of short for Koff.
Yeah.
So yeah, and just to add on, I definitely will come down to like how, like which soldiers or like which flank kind of plays the right house better from like each perspective. It's all about like taking right house and at the right time and acting as like a whole wave on these maps. And like I think Bagel comes down to like DM and cohesion more than any other map. I think it's like literally just who takes the better team fight at what point.
Ympo, I trust you've been watching the games. I mean, everybody seems to be watching the games. Is there anybody that's been standing out to you from Witness, from MANDEM in the series at all that you think we might see on Bagel?
I mean, I think Fancy has been playing really well the whole LAN, and he's definitely showing up for these grand finals. But I think Lucas as well is also playing like really well.
So what I'm hearing is Demoman main says yes, Demoman looking good. The other Demoman brilliant. All these other classes.
No. I think Thomas is like adjusting really well right now, and he has been definitely showing up on Metalworks.
All right. Dormato, you have an unbiased stance here.
Medics! No. Hey! June has been diffing auto. Although, I mean, like, she got dropped twice on, let's say, Metalworks last. Sometimes her own fault, stepping out of the dispenser, sees the soldier, boom, dead. Other situation of it, other incidents, soldier not being called deep, gets circled by 2 soldiers, trapped in spawn, not her own fault. But it's a constant deathmatch fight here on Bagel. Maybe medics being definitely more of an importance, because I said it, constant deathmatch fight, you need to constantly pump out heals. And there is no real giving it up, like it's important to have your medic alive, basically. It sums it up in a nutshell.
All right, Voxy, I've got to get the scout take then. You know, if I've had some Demoman picks, I've had some medic picks, please give me some wisdom about these scouts. Who's dropping and who's popping?
It's hard to say. I think like it was really hard to tell from the Metalworks game. I really didn't notice like any of the scouts really popping off too much. Thomas had some bad mistakes, but also Zoe and Boulder kind of had some bad mistakes.
Well, I feel like Boulder's doing all right overall in the series, or maybe that's just me, you know?
Yeah, he did, especially because like his mousepad and keyboard got flooded twice.
Oh my, twice?
Yeah, people split.
How did it happen?
He wasn't even in the room. And
how did it happen the second time?
During a mix yesterday, maybe. There were a bit too many people
that is
in the same room.
That's going to be cited a few times if they end up losing this best of 5.
So I was feeling a bit bad for him, but at least the mousepad survived. And honestly, yeah, he's been really solid. Yeah, maybe Thomas had a bit more highs, but also a bit more lows.
Yeah, I think that's a great way of explaining it, if I'm honest. Obviously, this is the 4th map. It's turning into quite a marathon, and because it's quite a marathon, we're going out for more cigarette breaks, we're going for more toilet breaks. I bet some of them, I bet Auto's putting on another Beyonce album or something like that. What are some coping mechanisms that you players like to go to when it comes to like a long series? Is it good to take breaks? Is it good to walk around and stuff?
Definitely, you gotta like take some fresh air. I think I was in the witness room most of the other games, and they always took a break, just walked outside. I don't even think anybody smokes from them, but they just like, it's really important, just like get off the screen. I even do this in like online officials.
Okay, Domato's so eager, he must take my mic.
I also have another question. People were criticizing the fact that MANDEM, sometimes people were saying, oh, inexperienced, they weren't even having dinner, like they completely skipped out another meal. So let's get into the meta talks a little bit more. Does that even enable you, or do you slowly lose your energy and get drained?
I actually have quite a lot of experience with that. Yeah, I think it's very important to eat something, but as a tip, nothing too carb heavy. It needs to be like light and protein.
You know, I
heavy.
was going to make a joke. I was like, I actually know what Fancy had to eat. And I was like, oh, well, yeah, but what about corn cakes? Is that going to be like... But you sound like you actually know your energy
I
output.
lost some important games because I ate like a fat bowl of noodles, basically.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, I'm going to ignore you for this bit because I'm fascinated with all this now. So I'm going to shout out some food. You give me like a thumbs up or thumbs down if that's bad.
Yeah.
So what if you had like some corn cakes or something like...
What's
it's
a
like
corn
it's
cake?
it's like a rice cake.
I don't even know what that is, honestly. I don't think we have that in Germany.
It's a low-calorie little snack cake.
Yeah, I mean, if it's like something in that direction, especially like protein bar stuff, I think it's always good. But you also need something. You need a good food, like something big.
What about fruit? What about a nice banana?
Yeah, bananas, very important.
Winning esport fruit. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. What about chocolate? Chocolate good. Chocolate bad.
After you ate something, yeah, like in between, keep the sugar up. Also very important. Like if you feel down, sugar rush is pretty good.
What about like if I go out for a quesadilla in America, for example?
Well, then you just have like the Rewind 2 incident, right?
Yes, that would be exactly like the Rewind 2S. So is that bad or good?
I wouldn't recommend it.
Oh, okay, all right. So no quesadillas and all this stuff. Okay, so I've got my education. Thank you, Voxy. Thank you for my food education. Obviously, they're taking their sweet time here because we're all a bit nervous. It could be match point for Witness. They still could have another game in this. If you want to just pick a favorite topic, pick a favorite player.
Yeah, I came on the couch to point out. I wouldn't have come here, but like the last play that happened was a beautiful TF2. 2 soldiers on point. Jump in, bait the enemies forward, jump back out, live, while the trade is coming in from left. And then reconnect on bridge and take the DM5 off space. Mwah.
Mwah. That's beautiful.
So
now,
beautiful
guys,
played.
if you want to complete my mwah couch, I just literally need a score from you. Just literally say, who do you think's going to win? I don't even want to score. Who do you think's going to win?
I hope. No, yeah, I'll go for Witness. I really hope
Witness,
it's
quick,
going to be
4-2. Who do you think's going to win the LAN?
I want Witness to win, but I think it's going to be a hard one.
Quick, who do you think's going to win the LAN?
MANDEM.
All right, casters, it's you.
Thank you very much for the hyper introduction, Turbo Tabs and Tomato. We now stand in an interesting position, Ben, as Witness do manage to tie up that Metalworks game and set us up into Bagel, a map that we have not seen all tournament.
It's a bit of a weird one as well, because historically this has not really been a Witness gaming map. We saw previously they got destroyed a couple of times in America on it. They lost their one game earlier on against 4 Fences before they disbanded on it. It's been one of the maps, if Witness are ever going to drop a map, it's been Bagel. But on the other side of things, MANDEM are hit and miss themselves. These boulder Ubers across point can be electric. And that's going to be the main terrifying force, I think, over on this MANDEM team. If they are to do this in 4, if they are to take the series 3-1 and end the reign of terror of Witness Gaming.
It starts with a win here on Bagel, not quite able to convert on Metalworks, and that seems to be a reoccurring theme for this MANDEM team. And so they need to win it now to resolve the creeping doubts that start to emerge. Remember, once again, this is a first of 4 on Cartha Bagel here. Base stack one more time. Are you still here?
They certainly are one. Let's get going on this first mid-fight of Bagel. We've got MANDEM once again in the blue, Witness Gaming in the red. If MANDEM win this one, they are world champions. Spam exchanging across the point so far. Tentative play from both these teams. Pappy, the furthest one forward on this left-hand house, just trying to spam some damage across as Lucas Tank walks up onto the point, gets a lot of damage onto the right house, and a good deal over to Fancy as well. The Thomas can start trying to edge this cap. Happy bombs in, 1 rocket onto the combo, 2 rockets, the third nearly there as well. June is at 20 HP, she's taken down. MANDEM, they have no health left.
They are so low, and it's only Horns left alive, but the pipe from Lucas just shuts his play down. So Witness wait, and they bide their sweet, precious little time, and they collapse completely. The bomb from Pappy is electric, and now Witness Gaming find themselves up with massive advantage.
Absolutely. 30 seconds up on the clock, 2 already. Point pressure coming out. Ryan going to try and get some damage in before he has to jump away, but it's now all eyes on Auto, all eyes on this Uber charge. Will Witness use it aggressively? Will they use it to block? They don't actually have to use it yet because Thomas is standing tall on top of the point and he is denying all this MANDEM aggression.
Witness don't even need to pop the Uber. Instead, they're just absolutely bullying MANDEM onto the point as Pappy is the only one to fall here for Witness. Silentis does bomb a bit aggressively. Horns managing to get out, but not for long. A Lucas pipe aimed directly at his face.
Now Witness already a minute up on the clock. Yes, the Uber charges are equalizing. Yes, June is going to be able to flash people across this point. And yes, this point is half capped. But Witness set themselves up in a great position to take this first round. Uber charge actually comes in aggressively onto Thomas. He tries to get onto June, cannot land the shots for quite some time. June milks for a long ordeal of damage. Finally used at 26 HP, and now the Uber charge better for MANDEM. Can they get in? Can they get anything done? Silentis bombs in high, but decides not to commit. MANDEM get the point, but at what cost? They are battered on their own side of the point. Ryan is down 2, and they have to reset.
They have to reset, and Witness are playing so aggressive. Thomas. Look at them coming across the point is Thomas. The cleanup is destroying on the side of MANDEM. They lose everyone. The bomb from Pappy shuts down June, and she goes down, and it's fancy 70 HP. But he has to back off. Once again, this is Witness in complete control of Bagel.
Pappy, absolute incredible game sense there. Straight in behind, sees the danger before it has even materialized. Lands it onto the combo, hits literally everything, and June again in an all too familiar situation here on Bagel. There's an Uber disadvantage, 50 seconds on this Witness point.
The Uber comes through onto Thomas, and it is a kill onto Boulder and Fancy.
June
weak. Both go down, but still, it's just in onto June. Disgusting play from him. And so MANDEM have had to play this entire round without a medic.
We saw before Witness Gaming on King of the Hill, on cost product, up against the White Lotus. They did not let Skis play the game at all, and now June is getting the same treatment on the other King of the Hill map, and Boulder is too, because Boulder dies to the trap. There is 17 seconds left in this first round already.
And MANDEM need a reply now. They don't have an Uber, so they have to go in dry as well, as just 10 seconds remain on the clock for Witness in complete control as Boulder is spawning, and he will not be available for this fight. It is Lucas with the pipes, but it's Ryan winning the 1v1 against Pappy in-house. So now Horns gets a bit aggressive. He comes forward, decent damage, but the Uber can come out of Witness now. All they need is to hold on to this point, so the aggression will not come out. MANDEM forced to run back in as Thomas is actually the one taken down, so the aggression can come forward. It is Lucas taken down, and Thomas dead as well. So maybe, just maybe, MANDEM can claim control of the point for now.
Great effort back in there from MANDEM. There is no way in hell they should be allowed back onto that fight. And as well, without having to use their own Uber, Auto had to pop in the midst of that, and they still had to give up the point. June now, full advantage. It has to be a fantastic forward hold if they're to get into this one. And that is a great way to start that one. Sil and Pappy both instantly deleted.
A lot of damage there by Lucas. Unfortunately, no kills to be found. So the double soldier sack, ineffective. But this is now, once again, Witness. All they need is to wrest control of the point for a single nanosecond. The round is theirs. Also, 90% HP, and they might have to use this Uber to bust through. It's Pappy jumping forward. No stickies immediately found, but it is going to be a scout right onto this high ground. But Horns is going to fall to Silentis, taking him down. Pappy's alive as well. So now this Uber can come out. So much damage onto Fancy. June has to pop as Zoe cleans up Pappy behind. But she's taken down as well from a pipe from Lucas. So now Boulder left staring his enemies in the face as he gets shut down, and Witness start nearing the cap. It is Fancy taken down. Witness collapse, and they take the first round.
There's still life in Witness Gaming. They were 2 maps down, and now they kick off with the first round win on Bagel. And yes, it was 1 minute 41 on that MANDEM clock at the end, that does not tell half of the story. Witness Gaming, it was complete control.
That is a Witness Gaming we haven't seen in so long. We have to go all the way back to yesterday to their series versus the Americans of White Lotus on that KOF game of product to see a Witness that much in control. And the instantaneous tack balls from MANDEM is going to come out to try and fix the issues that they found. But to be honest, is it not just Witness firing on every single cylinder?
Witness Gaming are stepping up to a ridiculous degree, and MANDEM just do not feel prepared for it. They're getting caught out. They're not quick enough with their decision making. Pappy and Scylla are running them ragged on the flank. They are playing the best first round of Bagel Soldier I think I've ever seen. Constantly a threat on the bombs, constantly spamming in. These logs, I think, if it's going to be this round again 3 more times, are going to be astonishing.
So MANDEM, we need to see what their answer is. You can see them. Discussion concluded. The Witness are very clearly dominant in round number 1. And when do the doubts start creeping in from MANDEM? You feel like you had them on Metalworks. And Witness just barely creep out of that one alive. Now on Bagel, they show an entirely different face of themselves. Are they ready to match this? It's early damage to June once again.
Good spam across from Lucas, but he needs a good amount in return too, as the two sides just jostle the position once more. Pappy not as aggressive on that left-hand house as he was previously. Going to play it a bit more further back, and it's actually with a flank over on MANDEM, who are getting peppered down. Pappy gets in, trades out, just gets the health back, actually does Ryan. And Boulder winning out the fight. Ixie, but Syl is in, and June is going to live on 4 HP.
She just barely survives 16 now, as Auto has to back out himself. So Witness Gaming commit everything to try and kill the medic, and she barely survives. The adaptation from MANDEM to expect the Pappy flank in through house. They sat there and waited for it.
Team talk coming in good. The tactical timeout works out. Pappy going to circle around and back in. MANDEM currently holding the point, have done for 20 or so seconds. Point cap slightly coming through from Thomas, but good blocking thus far from MANDEM. Ubercharge using across aggressively from Thomas, going to get a lot of damage in actually, and actually not too much to be quite honest, with the bows coming out as well from June, and June holds tall. She doesn't even pop.
That is disgusting from June to keep Fancy alive there. Unbelievable play. As so now MANDEM have another huge advantage. Witness did wrest control of the point for a second. Celentes does clean up points as well. So a fight is happening on point, but it is Boulder finding the kill there. In onto Lucas. Everyone on Witness slowly starts collapsing, and MANDEM still have not expended this Ubercharge.
They haven't, and they have, on 1+ for Witness, they have lost both their soldiers over on MANDEM, so there's no real chance of a forward hold. But is there a realistic chance of Witness really getting onto the point? This Ubercharge from June could come in at any moment. They have to be so careful how far forward they tread.
70% of auto means that you have Ubercharge for about 30 seconds. Can they hold on for that long? They are still getting aggressive because they cannot let MANDEM initiate a forward hold. Look at Thomas, how aggressive he plays in towards point. The spam from Pappy can come out. It's actually decent damage connecting across. As Lucas playing so aggressively there, in onto point. Pipes are found, Zoe quite low. No follow-up kills.
The thing is though, now Auto has an Ubercharge up and ready to go, so this could be taken across the point any time, and it is going to be taken very early again from Thomas. This time around though, June is forced to reply in behind Thomas. Nice double tap there onto Zoe, and that frag could turn the tide. Now MANDEM have to retreat all the way back, and they have to concede the point. But look at the time difference. It's almost a 1:30 advantage.
June is so low. She wants to try and go forward, but she has to wait for the path. She drops down to 50 HP, now back up to 150. Everything becomes a bit easier. But also, eating damage for himself does not make this the easiest thing in the world for the side of Witness to try and come through.
Boulder now taking point on the left side of the nipple, gets a good amount of damage in. Actually, point does flip loads of damage over towards Witness. They're crumbling. Lucas tank first to fall, and now can the Lion strike. MANDEM really smelling blood. Pappy falls as well. Things might be falling apart at the seams for Witness. They're getting pinned back, and Haunt comes in with another. There's forward hold potential.
Forward hold potential for MANDEM. They're not quite going for it. Instead, they sit forward. You can see he wants a little bit of spam, but Fancy playing very weird. He sits back for the moment. Zoe actually super aggressive forwards. Tries to go in onto Witness in house, and this is just pressure coming through. Pappy wants to go for a bomb, and actually does eliminate Zoe. But this pick, is it enough to really work with? Witness are trying to edge forwards, but look at the cap time. There's so low health bars on the side of Witness as they aggress forwards. But June has a little bit of work with this. She does not pop. Auto is spammed. This is Witness unwilling to take the fight. They're just going to go for the trade.
They have to do something. 15 seconds on that red clock. MANDEM may well be equalizing this one. Witness Gaming needs to get on the point, and they need to do it pronto. One frag onto Boulder is a good start. Slenter's bombing in deep behind. Pappy bombing in two.
Oh, Pappy!
The duo combines once more. Witness Gaming, they're not out of this round yet.
It's 2 minutes and they have to hold on for all of them consecutively. But a medic frag is the exact start that they need as Pappy bombs in and comes up huge. That kill is so big for Witness, and it allows Auto just a little sigh and breath of relief as he now can build up this advantage and Witness can start whittling down the clock.
They can, and the fact that that clock says 3 rather than 0 makes a big deal. It's not going to instantly end should MANDEM be the next team to cap the point. See now, Fancy trying to spam forward, trade out in the house. That's only going to favour the MANDEM as they try and creep on forward. Auto, yes, still has that 100% Uber charge. They try and walk it forward. Thomas gets caught though, and now 2 players down for MANDEM. Witness, they have to rip the Uber.
They have to rip the Uber, and June is so far back, but it is still a crunch in-house. But it only finds a kill onto Fancy. Now, MANDEM look to repush. 3 seconds left on the timer for them. Syl is in behind. Does not find the kill onto Ryan, who's 24 HP. June is 95%. She doesn't have, but she sits back. And so now the Uber is active and ready to go. Boulder just needs rest control of this point, but this is Pappy finding a kill onto Ryan. Boulder comes forward. Pappy traded, and this is a lot of damage dealt. The cap needs to come out in behind, but Ixie is there and ready and waiting for players to come forward. He cuts down Fancy, as now June, she's stuck in no man's land. Witness have successfully defended the point. They have massive advantage.
Witness Gaming somehow still in this round. 3 seconds on that MANDEM clock and only 30 on the Witness one. June already taking a whole load of spam on the way forward. She can't get in. Thomas rips the charge across. Can he get the shots onto June? It's almost there. Nearly there. The pack is taken, but June lives.
Unbelievable that she survives there. Thomas just barely not finding the damage. And so now it's a re-aggression coming forward from MANDEM. They have this one pick. They need the momentum, and they don't have the time to stop. So 10 seconds now fall on the clock on both sides. This final fight is all that decides the round, and it is MANDEM coming out on top. 3 frags found already. Make that 4 as the timer for MANDEM clocks down to 0, and they respond right back.
Fabulous, fabulous work from MANDEM, clawing that one out. Yes, it looked dodgy towards the end. Yes, Witness had that ad, but they managed to nullify the Uber charge so well over on Witness Gaming. The team talk came good, and MANDEM equalised at 1 round to 1 on Bagel.
Incredible performance by them, but that has the sting still. They were up almost 2 minutes, and Witness almost crawled it back. So Witness still, wind not completely out of their sails as we are back on mid. Once again, early spam exchange, but no kills to be found. Instead, we are going to sit, and we are going to wait.
All on the spam and all on these houses. Last time we saw Haunts and Zoe go aggressive on this left-hand side, and here again, it looks like it's going to be more of the same. Haunts is incredibly weak, begging for a bow from his medic, and it does come through, and Boulder does manage, in all the confusion, to sneak out an early cap.
They sneak out the early cap, but look at this damage dealt by Witness onto MANDEM. Nothing amounts of it. Instead, they back off there, all quite low, including Lucas. He has to get bowed. Again, the re-aggression comes through. They manage to eat control of the cap, and that is a force coming straight through. Both sides trading the Ubers. No one falling yet. Thomas doesn't really have any angles, neither does Boulder. So Ubers are neutralized. But look at this, in the post Uber. It is Witness with the height, and it is Lucas with the damage. The stickies come through. It is such a low Boulder who doesn't go down, but these pipes are so scary.
They are, and they almost do their mark. The health bars over on MANDEM are not looking too great as the point flips back to Witness. Real back and forth, real cagey stuff to start round number 3.
No one really successfully able to take a massive advantage. The dance around the point continues, but it's Fancy collapsing on the point as Witness combine and find him, but they lose 2 for it. No Demo Man, but Ryan is in and finding another one. Silentes, Lucas, all cleaned up. Thomas is left alone with his medic. He needs to hold on because these are 2 scouts ready to take down Auto, who does manage to get back. So it's still even Ubers, still even time, but MANDEM have massive, massive positional advantage.
The forward hold trap is sprung. Soldier launched into the skybox. Does manage to live for a moment before being chipped down by Boulder. And now players crunch in from behind. Auto's Uber charge gets forced by Haunts. He had Auto's number on Metalworks and seems to have it here on Bagel too. Because MANDEM, their Uber charge is safe and secure.
Silentes is in and deals so much damage. An incredible second rocket forces out the Uber from June. But it's still 2 cleanup kills coming out from MANDEM. So they will take this fight, and they will take these 2 frags. But they will come up soon with the cap falling their way. So now Witness don't have player advantage yet. They do have damage advantage. Look at her, she's half HP already.
And the fact that Auto used the Uber charge earlier actually works out in Auto's favour now, because Auto has built up a bit of an Uber charge advantage, currently about 25%. As Witness Gaming get themselves grouped up, get themselves ready into position to edge this point. Lucas and Thomas doing what they can to get some cap time, but Boulder doing a fabulous job alongside Fancy Elf at denying any cap time.
Bombs can come forward, Uber can come out. June doesn't have this yet, and Fancy is the one who takes the sacrifice again. But June is far back. She's 80%, and look at Zoe. Hidden himself away in a corner. Witness do not find anything but a Demo Man. Haunts is aggressing forwards, and he's going to find a frag there. Combining with Ryan. Zoe's activating his card, but unfortunately he doesn't find Auto. June dies! Pappy's found her!
What? Absolute chaos both sides of the map. Auto manages to live, but June is not so fortunate. 96%. These are the margins that we work on in this grand final.
Pappy with the miracle find onto the enemy medic. Keeps his team in the round, and they wrest control of this cap time once more. The timer remains squarely even between these 2 teams. A margin so slim, and he finds it anyway.
Uber Charger's far from it though, because Auto already has June still a mile away, but Haunts is hitting the rockets just about on to Silentes, who is cleaned up, but 3 players falling now for the MANDEM, and still no Uber charge to show for it. Yes, Silentes is down. That might weaken this forward hold. It might make it harder for Pappy just to clamp down the top right side by himself, but MANDEM, they know this. They want to barge through. They want to get in. Even though June doesn't have, they still feel confident to press forward onto Auto.
They're going to move in, and now their blunder is successful. June has an Uber charge of her own. Fancy Elf getting the first laugh here in this trade as he does a lot of damage. In onto Thomas, forces out the Uber, the counter comes out onto Boulder. There's no MANDEM players really in this whatsoever. Neither side committing out all to this fight. So the Ubers will fade, and it is even for now, but now with the Silentes bomb forwards, it is so many low health bars on the side of MANDEM. There's no cleanup. Instead, it is now Lucas left to spam forwards. Happy trades only for 1. Everything remains dead even. 20 seconds though left on Witness's timer. The stickies from Lucas at any moment ready to explode, but he has to stay strong.
He does, and with Ryan still only just spawning up, it's going to be tough for MANDEM to hang on to this. 35 seconds advantage for Witness on the clock. Roughly even on the Uber charges, but Lucas is getting pelted by spam, and he just cannot play the game. Pappy getting deleted in the left-hand house as well is not going to help the cause for Witness, who really cannot seem to find a foothold.
They can't find foothold, and they need it soon. MANDEM now down to 40 seconds themselves, so they're going to sit forward. Damage onto Fancy, a lot of damage onto everyone, actually. They all get healed up by Joe, or by Zoe. Zoe tries to go forward. It is June doing her absolute damnedest, working overtime, triple style, to try and keep her team in this. But the Uber now comes out, traded once again. No team's really in this, but it's Ixie in a 1v1, has to get flashed. So Boulder's Uber will last that little bit longer, but for what? Pappy is the first one to fall in this trade. Look at June. She manages to successfully escape. A soldier bombs up, and he finds that rocket onto Silentes.
13 seconds of the MANDEM clock, and a lot of players up. Thomas going to fall. Lucas and Auto need to come back in. They have 8 seconds. I don't think there's time one.
They have to just send it straight forward. 5 seconds is all that Lucas needs. He bombs forward directly into a scout. And that right there, MANDEM taking another round.
MANDEM come to Bagel to fight one more round goes their way. 1 round in the lead. That team talk again. Since that, they have been an entirely new team, and now they are once again only 2 more rounds away from becoming world champions, from ending this long reign. 6 lands in a row that Witness Gaming had won on the run up to this one, and MANDEM looked to put a stop to that.
Fancy once again, this time on mid. He is dominant on the side of Witness, taking so much damage. Pappy actually immediately falls to Ryan in this mid fight, and it is so much damage onto Witness that they have to back off. But look at this, return kill onto Fancy means that this is a tricky one to play. Ryan now has to join up with his team. For the lack of Demo Man means that another explosive class is demanded, but he takes so much damage as he aggressive forward. Witness Gaming still playing this fight.
They should as well, because Fancy Health being down means there's no stickies to block this point. It makes Boulder's job a whole lot more difficult, and Boulder is going to have to use the Uber Charge. And what an Uber Charge is from Boulder, causing so many flashes. It was an earlier pop from June, but Uber is going to last a little bit longer for the Austrian medic, who serves all the way back out, and that's job well done for MANDEM.
Splinter's on the point, takes so much damage the second he gets near it. He can't do much. Instead, it's Pappy with a really nice flank. So much damage dealt. Is Ixie activating as well? Look at the MANDEM's health. June has to come up to the back, but Pappy is in, and he finds both rockets. So June gets shut down, and Witness finally get control of the point. Auto has big advantage, but you cannot squander this opportunity. So Brian is out, and Witness still in this round.
They are, and with an Uber Charge advantage too, timers are going to equalize soon in a few more seconds as well. Witness Gaming might be a round down, but this one, they are in the best position of these teams. As spam already comes across, and MANDEM are not wasting any time at all. Despite the disadvantage, they are playing incredibly aggressive.
So much damage dealt. This is Thomas once again leading the charge in this Uber Charge. Lucas is in, but he doesn't find the pipes. So this Uber Charge is a bit of a wet dud. He's trying to come forward. A lot of damage, still has to hold on, but he gets taken down by Fancy. So now, no soldiers up for Witness. MANDEM resurging onto the point. Lucas has to do it all, but it is so much damage, and Auto left alone. It is a scout with him, but unfortunately Ryan cannot find the frag.
I thought Auto was a dead man walking then when he was about to get that pack, just about gets it in time and lives to tell the tale. Witness Gaming living on by the skin of their teeth, but they're still up against it in this round because June still has an Uber Charge to use, points still not being capped up yet, and Witness have to be so damn careful because these Boulder Ubers have been immense this map.
He's been doing it all for his team. Now 100% on June, only 70 for Auto. Witness in the position of needing a force and needing to get the hell out. Look at how much damage Lucas does, but when he steps forward, it means that MANDEM looks to pounce. Boulder with the kill onto the enemy demo map, but what can he really find? Sil sits and waits as Pappy dodges back and makes sure that the enemy comes for him. So now, successfully Uber eliminated. Lucas is going to come right back up, and this is Witness looking to swing the round back in their favor.
They need to do something soon because they're almost a minute down on the clock in this fourth round of Bagel. Lucas tank on the left side of the point, trying to do what damage he can across. Happy on the left-hand side, who's seen what damage he can do as he gets in behind. But for now, point is the first a major area of attention for these two teams. It's almost capped up, but MANDEM again, look at how many bodies they're flinging at this point. It's so difficult for Witness to squeeze this cap through.
Happy, he's in on the flank. This time he finds a soldier and Haunts is traded across. Witness Gaming still have advantage here. They're sitting on point, and Fancy takes a lot of damage as he tries to move forwards. Tries to regress, but he doesn't come in. Witness still have this trait that they can activate should they want to. Ryan just sat in house. Fancy going forwards as well, looking to pelt down damage onto the enemy. Won't find it. So instead, Ryan fled to HP. Witness not aggressing. Instead, is a soldier in behind, and June gets forced by Silentes. Ryan finds another one onto Ixie, and it is 2 down for the pop.
But at what cost too? Because Witness Gaming actually still have the point, and Thomas is actually still just fighting. How on earth did he get there? He comes straight back in, fighting, really feeling it on this right-hand house. Does not get the kill onto Ryan. Ixie is going to clean up one there in behind. Witness Gaming now full Uber Charge advantage, but they are still almost a minute down on this clock. And once again, MANDEM with the unenviable task of trying to block this cap, and this time they don't have the players. They have to concede it, but they're still a minute up.
They are all the way back in their lobby, trying to re-rotate over to maybe re-aggress, but look at Lucas, already has stickies up and ready for Fancy. He's going to have to play back for now. He gets so much damage taken, but it's actually Haunt's the first to fall. Selectors can back off. MANDEM 28 seconds, so close they can smell it. Is that match point? They don't quite find it. Instead, it is Lucas still in, still doing damage. It is still advantage for Witness, but they haven't pounced on it.
Phenomenal job by Lucas, to be honest, to deny this Uber charge and deny any chance of getting in, because MANDEM, they were a minute open. Now the clocks are almost about to equalize. June almost has the Uber charge, and Uber charges are used across this point now. Fancy, the main recipient, over on MANDEM. What damage can he do? What damage can Thomas do? On the other side, great flash there from June onto Haunts. Keeps the pocket soldier up and alive. But Witness Gaming, all importantly, have kept control of the middle point, and they are keeping control of it for a moment more too, because Zoe actually gets the kill in onto Pappy, and MANDEM recollapse in 23 seconds on this Witness Gaming point as it flipped into the red. MANDEM on the home straight.
It's 5v5 for the moment. Lots of damage dealt. Ixie taken down straight away. Silent falling as well. So Boulder is left on the point with his team, but now only 14 seconds. MANDEM, they know this is one last fight for the round. Neither team has an Uber charge quite yet. June is 75%, and she needs to hold on. Also right with her, as Pappy doesn't quite get the cap for his team. Instead, it is a very low Haunt that gets taken down. Round timer runs out from MANDEM as Witness come over and exchange. So they need to keep this up. Even Ubers, this is one last fight for it all.
Look at the cap time though. MANDEM, they almost snuck it out underneath Witness Gaming's noses. Uber charges traded that now.
They're
for both
not
teams.
in.
Thomas destroying in this Uber. And now 4 versus 5. MANDEM, it's double OT. Can they get in? Can they block this? Can they take the lead to 3 rounds? Haunt tries to spam onto the point. The cap time dwindles
6v6.
away gradually. A Witness Gaming, they're dropping players.
Fancy so low though, Witness are coming through! June, Fancy, Boulder, Ryan all fall! It is just Haunts left alive on the point, and unfortunately, that's not enough! Zoe, the last one remaining, is gonna get taken down. That is Witness with another round on the board.
Too much to handle. Everyone stepped up from Witness. This is the Witness we come to see.
They are so good in these fights. It is unbelievable.
The Thomas Uber.
It's so good. They find everything.
A brilliancy, an absolute brilliancy. 2 rounds apiece. Witness Gaming versus MANDEM. It cannot get closer on Bagel. And now we go into another tactical timeout, excuse me. They need to think this one through. They need to change something, because these rounds are getting scrappy. They're getting messy. And this is getting as close as it can possibly be. MANDEM, may I remind you, if they win this map, 2 more rounds to get, and they will be crowned world champions, a title they will take away from Witness Gaming, who held it for only 9 months.
This is the first tactical Witness have taken all tournament. They have sat and let their opponents use their own, but never quite actually decided that Attack Wars is worth it for themselves. So you can see Thomas and Pappy now discussing things out, making sure that they know what to do. 2 rounds separate them between a map 5. A potential reverse sweep would be the stuff of a legend, a feat undisputable. But can they cross that finish line? MANDEM looking so strong, meeting them at every opportunity.
And of all the minds in the world that you can have leading your team, having this discussion in our tactical timeout, you couldn't pick any pair better than Thomas and Pappy. They have been everywhere. They've been to America together. They've won I-Series. They've won Poland twice in the previous 2 outings that Witness Gaming have had here. But I don't think even them have been in a series quite like this one, losing that upper bracket game and now really having to fight tooth and nail. First round of Bagel was fabulous from Witness, but since then MANDEM, they have bitten back twice as hard. And yes, the score is 2-2, but that last round could easily have gone MANDEM's way.
Happy really having some points to be made as well there. I hate to read too much into the body language, but it really looks like now is the time that we need that team leader to come in and collect his players. They get ready to re-ready once again. We need to see what Witness have cooked up. They came in so strong on this map in that first round, but the MANDEM tac pause does come through. Give them an opening.
Witness Gaming have a legacy to defend. And with this tack pause coming to a close, we'll see if they're able to defend it. May I remind any European viewers, we are playing King of the Hill first to 4. So it's not quite do or die yet, but both these teams do not want to be the ones going up against match point first and perhaps championship point as well, should MANDEM take this round.
So back onto mid-fight we go. Base stack, are you not entertained?
Big early stickies across again from Lucas, all about the spam war. Pappy playing more aggressive this time in the left-hand side of the house, going a bit further forward, delving in deep, getting a good amount of spam across this point. But it's going to be when this point comes available. Who's the first team to get in? Who's the first team to start getting some cap time? It looks like Witness are the ones to do so, but they're taking a ton of damage for it.
It is so much damage dealt, but Witness come out on top. The flank from Pappy is huge.
Oh.
Zoe shot down as well. So June is stuck and routed, but look at that. Haunts is in onto Auto.
Haunts as amazing timing there. It looked like everything was crumbling for MANDEM, and yes, they lose the point, but they have the biggest Uber advantage physically possible, because June had Uber when Auto died. This is like 130% ad.
Such a huge advantage for MANDEM to come and swing right back at Witness. Lucas nowhere to be found either, because Auto just 20% in his Witness looking for a force. This is the fruit of their attack force labor. Maybe it makes sense why they didn't do it earlier. Zoe comes forward, but look at this, it's Lucas going down once again.
Ixie on the flank trying to stir up some trouble, but there's no trouble to be found because Auto, last alive on the point, is fighting and dancing and ducking and weaving and cannot get out alive.
No!
The swing is not there as he is petted to death by this combo of MANDEM. There's not going to be an Uber charge again as another 130% advantage comes in for MANDEM.
So much time on the clock for the side of MANDEM just simply by virtue of the fact that they do not get a force. Thomas comes up on the sniper, just to deny a little forward spawn. He runs it back, swaps onto the scout. As now it is Pappy trying to bomb through, trying to break this forward hold that MANDEM have erected. No real kills to be found. Instead, it's a lot of damage. Fancy quite low, but he is alive. Instead, though, Haunt is not. Shut down by Pappy and Lucas. And so now Solentes gets bowed up and gets ready to reaggress. It is the Uber straight in onto Auto, and Fancy finds every single point of damage.
That's the all-important kill they were after, but can they keep their own medic alive? June on 5 HP, finally taken down by a little lick of damage. But Ixie still in the fight.
Ixie's in, and he finds so much damage. Unfortunately, just barely cleaned up by Zoe. Not been there. I think he might have found that kill onto Haunt, but it's a cleanup there that comes out now suddenly, because all of those spawners are up, and they are so much slower than they are on the side of Witness. I actually think that Witness might finally be able to wrest control of this point once again. MANDEM not going to back down without a fight. You see Thomas already on the point, but it is getting contested by MANDEM.
1.5 minute time advantage already. Ixie going to be a late death as well, going to get that spawner denied. Ryan traded out for it though. Is something working in Witness Gaming's favour? Can they get forward? Can they get aggressive? Can they maybe try and force back the MANDEM? Seems like they are able to some degree, but MANDEM, they're so aggressive in these situations. I feel like they're just going to fly all the way back.
This is a slight advantage here in Ubercharge for Auto, as Fancy's going very aggressive. It's a lot of damage. Doesn't matter, actually Bolter does get taken down by Lucas with a beautiful fight, but Haunts with even more beautiful rockets there onto the enemy Demo Man. So with Lucas down, even Ubers, Fancy's looking to lead this fight forwards in onto Witness.
Ryan's been the talking point of the town in terms of soldiers on this team for quite some while, but Haunts in this grand final has stepped into the 5th gear, is able to get an all-important kill onto Lucas, and point almost captured. Uchar's trade comes in, or is it even a trade? Yes, it is. Auto does respond in kind. How's the post-Ubers looking? Who's going to come out on top?
It's such low health bars, bad positioning from MANDEM once again. The rocket from Solentes in onto Haunt means that he cannot enact any kind of counter pressure in onto Witness. Instead, now for them, timer run down to about equal. It's Solentes in with a beautiful sack, but unfortunately doesn't find it. Instead, it's Ixie combining and finding the kill onto June. So he gets taken down. It's a lot of members that pay the price of this enemy.
Auto? Where's Auto?
Ryan is in. Auto might be out. They're chasing forward. Bolter 16, and he gets the kill anyway.
MANDEM, magnificent.
Unbelievable that they get that kill.
And it's so important too, because look at this respawn time on Auto. June has another advantage to work with as the timers equalize.
Once again, the distance between these two teams is so tiny and so small that the timers are virtually even. So, the Uber charges are not. Lucas walks directly into a trap from Fancy.
We go Witness Gaming need to get themselves back in, but without a demo man and its slight disadvantage, they're going to have to wait a little while as that MANDEM timer ticks down to the 30-second mark. MANDEM looking like they might be on match point after this one.
So Lentes can sit and get buffed up as Pappy once again aggresses in through house. Scout there to meet him, means that Lucas will be the only one actually pushing forward for the side of Witness. He's down to 100 as well. He sat there waiting to
10
get
seconds.
As actually, look at that shot from Solentes. Doesn't quite find the kill onto Horns, but Thomas has dropped from the Uber.
Disaster for Witness Gaming. MANDEM, they are given the best gift they could ever receive. Ryan trades out 1-for-1 with Pappy on the flank, but Witness, they are going to cap the point. They are going to deny that spawner from Pappy, but the Uber charge from June still ready to come out. MANDEM, they just have to cap the point and they're on match point.
They just have to cap it, but how difficult could it be? It's Solentes already getting taken down, and that is another cleanup kill. Ixie comes forward, forces off the Uber, and so Boulder will sit on this. Look at the cap time. It is so very close for MANDEM to get this round victory, but it also is not there in time, and MANDEM, for a second map in a row, come up on series and championship points.
The nerves must be rattling, but MANDEM can't let that affect them. One more round. 3 minutes of cap time away from taking the world title away from Witness Gaming themselves, and the crowd seem to be backing them as well.
Witness now once again on the very back foot, facing elimination. In what felt like the final hour and the start of a beautiful comeback, they must make it so. Because MANDEM will take nothing for granted. They will fight their way through the grime and the dirt as they set us in for perhaps one more round of Bagel.
What will Witness Gaming come up with? What can they do? Because MANDEM, all of their players are playing their absolute A-game on Bagel, and that includes Boulder, who's in on the point, blocking it away, but Solentes opens up the batting, Pappy comes in too, and June is taken down. Witness Gaming, they still fight.
Yeah, they get this early kill onto June, and that means it is just soldiers left with a salvage, but also completely safe. Fancy is 50 HP and ducked out on his own side, and look at this Witness immediately setting forth the forward hold. Fancy is not healthy at all, so he cannot stop them. And Witness now, you need to just run down the timer. You cannot let go.
They can get a bit of a forward hold, clamp two soldiers on the far left, Demo Man on the top right. This is the way we see it normally nowadays, but the first frag going on to Pappy is not the plan for Witness Gaming, as that's going to completely collapse the forward hold and perhaps the holding the point too, because Ryan gets some cap time in. Boulder can finish that one up, and Witness Gaming may be forced to use it if they want to hang on to this point.
They're sitting across, and the Uber does come out. A lot of damage dealt, but no frags actually found. Solentes is the furthest aggressor.
June's
Fancy is going to get taken down, but June, as you say, is so far back that now she's sitting at about 70%, and she could just come right back in. This is big advantage MANDEM.
They need it to 1 minute down on the clock. They've got to get something working. Boulder the first point of contact on this far right hand side, just playing up some stickies, just getting themselves set for this push across onto the point. Auto has to respect this, has to play passive. Bomb comes in, Fancy gets caught out, and yes, there is a soldier in behind too, so MANDEM are actually dragged back and forth. Solentes running them ragged on the flank.
Ooh. Solentes does get taken down, but at what cost? It is so much extra time for Witness. Look at how aggressive Lucas is. His team doesn't have Uber and he doesn't care. Now Auto, 90%, as finally maybe, no! The bow from Auto keeps Ixie alive. And MANDEM, they're now completely squandering this ad.
And the time too, they're a minute and a half down on the clock. Witness Gaming, they do not give up world championships easily, if ever. They're getting grouped up on this left-hand side. Can they get in behind? Pappy goes all the way deep, goes for this fight in onto the Soldier of Ryan on this left-hand side. Can they get any collapse in though? Pappy getting chased out and around, dragging two players back. Actually trading out Solentes, and both soldiers, 3 players actually down in this Uber exchange from MANDEM. They are falling to pieces
Witness doing such a good job of picking MANDEM apart. It is a minute and a half that they have already taken. The timer once again runs down. Boulder wants to peek forward, but Lucas has stickies anywhere and everywhere for him. MANDEM once again forced to reconsider. This is actually even Uber charges. Fancy getting very aggressive. Takes a lot of damage though, and he is so barely kept alive.
June with a magnificent bow there onto Fancy. Keeps the demo in the fight and keeps the fight alive, to be quite honest, because if Fancy goes down there, they have to pack their bags and run back into lobby. But Witness Gaming's clock now about to hit the 1 minute mark, and that's not a great look for MANDEM because they're still trying to fight across onto this point as the soldiers trade.
The soldiers are trading, and it's Zoe actually falling in behind. So now, Witness Gaming collide on the point. It is so much damage dealt onto MANDEM, but even not force, it is both medics at 98% that they both have. But look at Boulder's HP. Down so low, taken down as Lucas finds all the pipes in the world. But what about June? As she has a bow that comes out, but she's left alone. Witness are finding so many frags, and they are still in control of this point.
They are, and with Uber charges up and ready as well, they can still take a trade at will and deny even more seconds on this clock. 90 seconds of advantage, 33 seconds away from this to go all the way to round number 7 in our poLANd.tf 2026 Grand Final. Ubercharge comes out from Auto, but June is all the way out.
Finally, maybe a sigh of relief from MANDEM. The Uber from Witness, completely ineffective, but Lucas is far forwards. And we've seen how big of a threat he can be in maps like this, as he does a lot of damage to MANDEM once again. You can see their health bars. Side of Haunts drops back down. Ixie is a menace in this house. No kills really found quite yet. The aggression for Witness once again coming out. You need to get this force out of June as she steps forwards, down to 30 HP. She doesn't pop. She stays alive. This is Witness now. It's 11 seconds left on this timer, Ben.
The stickies landing everywhere around June, and she hasn't had the time to go back for a pack. She has to keep beaming Boulder, whose job it is to be the rock in front of the door to stop Witness Gaming from capturing this point. 11 seconds on the clock, the point almost capped up. Ubercharge comes out, Auto does not have an Uber to respond in kind. Boulder comes in and does not get it!
Auto is 96%, he still doesn't have, but Pappy's in behind. He's found a kill onto June, and he finds a follow-up as Silentes. Haunts gets taken down as well. So Ryan is left alive with Zoe in-house. But Witness now, they surge forwards onto the point. Zoe needs to delay as much as he can because his friends will come up in 1 second. But is that enough time? Ryan finds the first one to Thomas as he gets a bit aggressive, but the cap now coming forwards. 6 seconds left on this timer. MANDEM need to aggress forwards. If they want to stay in this map, if they want to stay in this round, they have to come in. But this is a Witness trade coming forwards. Uber does come out, kill onto Fancy as it collapses all. Silentes fall too as Lucas finds more and more frags. Haunts is actually in. He's trying to fight the frags, but he's on his own. He can't dance around alone. And that means that Witness are tying us up on map number 4.
We're gonna go to round number 7, and Baystack seem to love that idea. Again, MANDEM still a round away from victory, but they couldn't close it out at their first time of asking. And if Witness Gaming are to come out on top, we are gonna go to a game 5 in a grand final on European soil for the first time in many years.
Last time we went to 5 maps, it was Witness almost getting reverse swept. Looking to replicate the feat successfully are Witness now. 1 more round is all that they need. And MANDEM once again, they can feel it. They have it in their grasp, but just trickling through their fingers for the 2nd map in a row. Witness tie this up. They do not lose these maps easily. They are still in this, and it's all off the back of Lucas, who once again sits on this point and is the nexus of Witness.
Well, the thing is, it's not quite enough because Boulder and June have managed to get enough cap time onto this point alongside Fancy Elf as well with his spam to flip the point into the red. But for how long? Because Witness Gaming able to come back in straight away with the recapture. June taking a lot of spam actually in the midst of that. Has to back out for a moment just to take a little time out to get a pack, and that is going to give Witness a bit more space. But down a soldier, how long can they stay?
How long can they stay? The trade comes out, but it's Thomas taken down. Fancy just finds the stickies as now the counter Uber is popped. Unfortunately, no frags from MANDEM either. Lucas is so far forward. He's supported by his team, so he can back off. And no kills actually found. Instead, it's Fancy so aggressive. Look at that. Destroying Witness, and they have to back off. MANDEM, they gain control of the point, and the timer's back to even.
Witness now up against it, trying to get in on this lower right-hand side on the grass, trying to get what they can. Salentes, the first point of contact on the right-hand side, Pappy on the left. They're trying to get any damage, anything they can push off, maybe some cap time, maybe someone getting behind, maybe some spam from Lucas with these stickies across, but nothing's really landing yet.
Nothing landing for either side. Lucas sitting so aggressively. These pipes not quite ringing true. Instead, it is Pappy first to fall, but Ryan is a counter kill. So even trade on MANDEM now. As actually Salentes comes in, this is both the dead. This is a horrific fight for MANDEM. Jude doesn't have, she's 95%.
96,
she's
96.
trying to buff up, but the soldier is staying alive. She doesn't have,
98.
and she gets out.
Oh my word, June! Count your lucky stars. She just about gets out. She did not have the Uber to
Lucas.
use.
Oh. He's so far forward. And look at this, Salentes is still here. He's
Salentes.
still here for pressure.
Salentes.
He's unseen. And he gets her! Salentes, the beast!
He's the goat of Romers for a reason. He digs out Witness in a phenomenal fashion.
The best European soldier of all time cannot be disrespected. He comes in and he sets Witness up for another round.
If that doesn't come in, it's full Uber ad. MANDEM were about to take control of the 7th and final round of Bagel. But now Witness have a fight, they have an Uber to use, and they look to lock out this point. There's still 1 minute and 30 left on their clock. There's a long way to go, Juan.
They have to hold on now, 50% disadvantage, but they're in onto the point. Nauto's quite low. Actually, everyone on MANDEM is. So they actually get this force now. Look at this. It's just Lucas forced to sit and to look at Haunt as he backs off. MANDEM have very successfully forced his Uber out.
They have, but they've lost a lot of time for it. Going to be 40 seconds down on the clock. And June, again, does not have Uber quite yet. Players dropping around her as well. One player in behind, that's going to be Thomas. Can he get an angle? Can he get in onto this medic? No, he cannot, because Ryan puts that idea to bed. And despite the 1 minute time advantage now, Uber still importantly in June's hands.
Ryan now sat in-house with his team. June has massive advantage, Witness 60%. But timer's still in their favor, minute to their advantage. So June wants to use this Uber effectively to hold on, to gain as much time as she can as Witness solely sit. And you can see now, Auto 95% already. Because they're regaining their Uber, they're regaining their ability to come back in. The damage from Lucas is good, and it's going to force MANDEM back a little bit. Lucas, he's getting his team back in onto this point. He's doing so much damage.
Look at these pipes, look at these stickies, look at the Uber charge coming in as well from Thomas, who gets the flashes around all over the place now for June. Witness can cap up this point in peace with MANDEM force so far back. 30 seconds of time advantage for Witness Gaming, even Uber charges. 40 seconds on that Witness Gaming clock, 40 seconds away from around a map number 5.
Oh my God!
Ixie
They're
is
crumbling.
destroying on the flank.
The flank from Witness explodes, and now June,
Yes,
she's called to no man's land. She's called without a scout, and she's taken down. Ixie for another is taken down by Boulder.
Is there time?
There's no consolation prize. Look at this. It's 20 seconds left.
The spawners aren't even here. Fancy still 5 seconds away. June only just spawning in. Boulder not there either.
Ryan's
Zoe on
dead.
the sniper can't do anything. Ryan can't even get in. 10 seconds, 9 seconds. MANDEM, they try to fight on.
Fancy has to go in. He has to go in alone. The pack is not up, and look at this. The scout is there to deny, so 1 second is left. The Uber comes out, and Witness Gaming! They take us all 5!
We're gonna go to map number 5. Witness Gaming on the precipice of a reverse sweep at the highest possible moment, trying to defend their world title. What a series this is, and what a Bagel game, going all the way to round number 7. We've only just introduced this config in EU. We normally play to 3, and this time around this works out in Witness's favour because they have managed to take us all the way through. I think we have a desk just about ready for us in a moment, because I'm not going to lie, my voice is going.
house, everybody. It's an exciting time. Is my microphone on? Okay, how about now? Can you hear me now? Excellent. Welcome to the Funhouse, everybody. It's gone topsy-turvy. It's right way up. It's gone all the way to map 5. It's a crazy, crazy world we're living in. I'm still TurboTabs. With me on the couch, we've got Eon, we've got Chris, and we've got highfive. And we've also got a new host, because clearly I just don't know what's going on in the game. My predictions are just completely going AWOL. So please accept your new host, BeaVerN. BeaVerN, welcome as your new host.
Well, thank you, Turbo. It's nice to meet you. How do you enjoy the game this far?
I'm stressed. I've never been so stressed. I am like bleeding with stress. It makes me think that I can't imagine what the players are going through right now.
Oh, neither can I. They've been studying each other for so long during this LAN. It's insane. I can't imagine the stress, but also the hype to play at this level. Witness has been looking for people to reach their level, and MANDEM been chasing Witness for so long.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. But surely you've got a lovely question for our for Mr. Eon here, Mr. Host. You think you're gonna get out of this easily?
So, Mr. Eon, who is the shittiest player in the game?
I think I think everyone played well on the server. No, everyone was good. I think actually Thomas's trades were bad at the start, but he fixed them at the end. First 2 rounds, Thomas's trades were very shaky. Then last like few rounds, it was very improved. It was a big improvement for Witness on that map.
Well, Sweden. But Mr. highfive, what play were you the most impressed by?
Dude, I gotta be honest. I did not watch that game. I got served a pint full of Jaeger bomb and I passed the fuck out. So sorry, can I swear?
Well, you've done it now.
That's too late. So I'm gonna say Fancy because he's the only one I've talked to so far, and everyone glazes him. So Caps, I'm gonna pass this to you.
Caps, please tell me you've been watching the game, right?
I have, but I've had a
Excellent.
couple drinks as well.
That's okay. I heard that's very good. Isn't that very good, BeaVerN?
Can you come again? This grandpa can't hear.
He's had a few drinks, BeaVerN.
Oh, I had a few drinks, brother.
Who did you
Who
guys
would have
think?
guessed that this could have happened twice? But yes, Caps. What could you see going wrong on that Bagel map?
What did I see going wrong? Dude.
Anything going
was
wrong?
MANDEM was up, what, 3-1?
Yeah, it was 3. It went to 4-3.
Yeah, it ended 4-3, but I think they
yes, it was.
they were up 3-1. Dude, against WG, there's a closing out sort of thing going on there that's kind of separate from getting those initial rounds, and so maybe just I guess MANDEM's struggling with that. I don't know, but I don't know, dude.
All right, how about this, okay? We're on the final map now. We are definitely going to get a winner at the end of this. If you're on the side of MANDEM, how tilted are you? If you are on the side of MANDEM, highfive, I want to hear from you first.
Dude, no tilt, man. You gotta stay in it. You gotta stay in it the whole
You
time.
wouldn't get just a little bit tilted.
No. It's a completely even. Completely even. This is the only game that matters now. That's all that matters. So you just got to stay in it 1 round at a time. You have all the time in the world in this config to win. So just take it slow. Be patient. Don't follow my POV. Don't, like, my advice. I should practice my own advice because I was fucking feeding out there.
I see,
But, like,
I see. Chris, what about you? Are you showing any tilt? Do you have any human emotions in your heart when you're taken to the 5th map after being two maps up in a best of 5?
I mean, Mandem, I think that, I don't know if this is the first land they've ever been to, but you definitely just got to have the mentality of, you know, go next. And this is just a clean start on this map. If you get in your head, you're just fucked. So I think this is either, for whatever reason, WG just play really bad, or, you know, Mandem has to kind of gather mentally and just, you know, just a fresh start on this map. And so we'll see. I don't know.
Eon, let's do a little role play here. You're Coach Mandem right now. They are turning to you and they're like, Coach, what do we do? What do we do, Coach?
It's Witness Gaming. You've played them many times before. You've beaten them many times before. You've lost to them many times before. It's just another game against them. Think there's no pressure. Take it slow. You've already accomplished more than you've like almost eclipsed your expectation of this LAN. You beat them once before. You could do it again. Stay focused. Stay humble. Play with soul.
That was beautiful. Okay. BeaVerN, it's pretty hard playing host, isn't it?
It sure is, brother.
Yes, it is. Okay, so now I'm going to give you an easier job. You're Coach Witness. So what do you just keep saying to them to keep the juices flowing?
Well, you are the locomotive. It takes time for you to start up, but now you're full speed. Just keep going and keep wrecking.
Excellent, excellent. Now, guys, we've established that all the players, all my analysts, all my experts don't know a lick about what on earth is going on in this game. So I've got some help. Don't worry. Now, because we're not very good at making predictions on this catch from any player, I've got the wheel. I know it doesn't really show up very well on the thing, but I've got 2 teams on here, Witness and Mandem. Oh yeah, this is also means we're going to go to a 30-minute stalemate, so let's just hope it doesn't land on that. So, oh, okay. What about now? It's reflecting. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so where's it going to land, BeaVerN?
Mandem.
Mandem. Okay, quickly. Where's it going to land, Eon?
Witness.
Witness. Chris?
Mandem.
Highfive.
Witness.
Okay. And let's see, where are we landing? Connor is curious. I can confirm it's going to be a Witness win. A Witness win. Everybody go out there, purchase your betting slips, put the bets all on Witness. All chips on black. Witness are going to win. Are you convinced, Highfive?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, I was talking to bomo, and he said that generally Mandem are probably more, you know, they like process against Witness. Dude, the mental thing is huge. You know what I mean? It's they've played a couple maps already. They lost 2 in a row. Going into the 3rd one, depends if they're strong-minded, strong-willed. They gotta bring the heat this last map. It can't be limp, you know. So we'll see.
Eon, this is the final map. We're obviously on the progressive rule set. It's, you know, these games are long. Like, what things do you expect these gamers to start feeling? Are they cramping up in the hands? Are they feeling tired? Or are they dying to go to the toilet?
I think they have to fake it until they make it. They have to just keep doing the fake PMA, because when you fake PMA and you like have a nice environment in your team, your other players will like start feeling well, and then you'll start getting back in the game. And also just play sniper and hold last, so you can win. It's the only way to play the game in 2026. Looks like.
That's
Sadly.
solid advice. Fake the PMA and play sniper. BeaVerN, is there ever a point that you want to be harsh to your team? Or is he right in that mantra? Just keep being positive mental attitude throughout all of it.
Yeah, basically, you just have to hold the mental and just keep going. And you also have to probably start to doing weird strats by this point to try to break these holds.
I agree. Now, obviously, this is a best of 5. It's the final map. We are really nervous. I'm pretty sure Solentis is in the toilet puking right now. You know, they're all like shuffling bribes under the table. They're all panicking a little bit. And because of that, they're going to be taking a little bit longer than usual, you know, just before they get into the 5. So let's talk a bit more in concept, a bit more what this means. BeaVerN, whoever wins this LAN, is it like, in your eyes, the best team in the world, or does it not fully count because maybe a few teams couldn't quite make it in your eyes?
No. It still counts because I mean we still have the representative of most of the world or most of the community here. So in my opinion, it still counts. Witness is here to defend their title. MANDEM are the hungry dogs. The Americans want to bring back the champion title to themselves.
Eon, would you want this to be the last time you ever saw Witness, win or lose? Or would it be kind of sad if they stopped playing TF2 after this LAN?
I think more competition is better. I'd rather the good teams keep playing, and then we can keep playing from them and learning from them, and just have the level of the game continue to rise all the time. It would be a shame if like either of these teams stopped playing after this LAN, because the competition would be a lot more dull without good teams. Because like when there's less good teams at a LAN, the desire to continue to improve, to continue to play would be less. So if you wanna like keep playing the game, you want there to be more competition. So I think it would be a shame if like either of these teams stop playing after this LAN too.
Chris, high five. It feels like, I'm not sure if you guys have talked about this as a team and whatnot, but surely this isn't the last time we've heard of White Lotus. I mean, would you guys come to another EU LAN? Pretty please?
This team formed for this LAN, you know. We were all friends already. We like playing the game. And, you know, Denver, a lot of fun. Like, the international LANs are just fun, you know? So every year I play Banny, just on end, you know. Every pug is there, every scrim, every match. I just permanently play Banny. So it's cool to play other people. And I think as far as direct matchups, it's hard to say. When I look at this MANDEM WG game, the maps that MANDEM won, it just looks like they have them so downloaded. It looks like they kind of just know, they've seen it before. You know what I mean? And it's different when an NA team comes, you know, you just never played against these people before, you know? I think it's like a thing of matchups. You know, how would MANDEM do against us or against or Froyo? I don't know. A lot of them seems tailored to WG. How much would they adapt? I don't know. I wish I got to play them more. So it's kind of just, you know, obviously they're playing well against WG, but you want to keep the events going, and you want to keep going to them. You want to keep seeing stuff playing the game. So, you know, one event just isn't enough, dude.
I'll throw a quick prayer tonight and hope that you guys still, we still see you in some shape on Mano in the future. High five. I'm going to ask a man of your clout from the NA region to give us the blessing here to hold this and lord this event over Banny and say, like, my guy, if you haven't turned up, you can't claim anything. Are you going to give that blessing here in EU? Are you going to say, like, whoever wins this LAN is that certified LAN champion, Banny tweet or not?
Listen, if WG repeats, I think it's hard to deny them that, right? And I think, you know, likewise for MANDEM, they beat the previous winner. I think that's important. You know, honestly, like, talking to Banny, I don't think he, he respects, like, objective outcomes, I think. Like, you won the LAN. You won the international LAN. Like, that is something to hold on to. Like, that is a real accomplishment. And I tend to agree with that. Winning invite seasons, winning LANs, winning international LANs, you know, whatever it may be. Like, you won. Like, you can't control who you play against, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you could argue, since the Aussies weren't here, that it's not as strong.
Good point. That's a good point. I mean, we had the Australian rule set.
That's what this is.
That's representation.
I don't want to seem like super salty saying that, by the way. Like, just genuinely. They're a top team in the world. They're not here. That sucks. So, like, again, like, if they showed up to another LAN, I'd be really psyched. Like, I'd be really pumped. That would make me really, really want to go out and play again. So, also generally I'd like to win one of these things for once. So, still a goal. But, like, yeah, like, I think if whoever wins is the champ for now. That's how it works.
Thank you, highfive.
Yeah.
Thank you. Obviously, still got a bit more time here. Still got Silentes puking in the toilet, so I'm going to ask you even more questions. But we'll go a bit more general about the LAN. Obviously, this is the last time we have a little pedestal to talk about LAN. So just tell me personally, what have you enjoyed about the LAN? What would you like to see, or what would you improve on it? Did you like all the facilities? Were the PCs nice? Would you improve the desk sizes? What's on your mind?
I mean, I like the venue. It's a little small. It's a little cramped, but that's all good. The desks I sit so high at home. I realize my desk is so low. I had my shoulder cranked up. Dude, I'm a little old now. It's kind of hurting.
No, don't say that. You don't look a day over 21.
Playing like, I kind of hurt. I just gave you my armpit. It's all good. Yeah, but no, generally, like, I like the venue's good. My computer, my second computer today had 8 gigs of RAM. It was kind of bad. I was like lagging a little bit. No cope.
Fair play.
Everything
Just
was
mentioning
fine.
it, just talking.
But I did have 8 gigs of RAM in 2026. It kind of felt like a little shitty. It felt a little shitty.
All right. But yeah,
what about you?
What was the question again?
What
What
did you
I
like?
liked and
What
what
have
I
you not
didn't.
liked? Just generally, what's your thoughts? First impressions?
Oh, right. He was asking. Yeah, he was about the little things. You're talking about the little things, right? I think that what stood out was, I do like I don't play with the monitor that close up in my face at home. Yeah. So like the desk size.
The most interesting about LAN is going around and seeing all the different setups that you guys do. Some of you guys play with a monitor like this. It's just like insane.
It's like a CS Valorant tournament. Like, actually, they're like the guys. You ever seen that? Like, they got the monitor up here.
I don't know if they think the pixels are going to jump in their eyes and it makes it a bit quicker or something, but I don't know.
No, he does. He does.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, and a lot of guys feel that way. I was talking to some of the WG, and it's like the same thing. But I mean, it's not that bad. It's fine.
Yeah.
But it's not how I play at home. So.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Eon, I want to hear what you have to say. Obviously, you've been quite to a few of these now, so you're like a LAN veteran. You probably have a long list of requests and better improvements. You got anything on that springs to mind?
This is my third Poland, and to be honest, I'm kind of used to it. This time I had to play on a third of my mousepad space, and I think it maybe played better because I had to lift more of my mouse, so I could have better movement, better mouse control. So I kind of enjoyed that limitation. I was like having less mouse space because like Flick kept flicking into my keyboard because I have a big keyboard. So I had to have my keyboard over my mousepad, but I'm like kind of used to that. So I take Poland as it is. It's like a cozy venue. It's the drinks are very cheap. The staff is very friendly. It's always very smoothly run. I enjoy the Poland lands, to be honest.
So what I'm hearing is no complaints.
No complaints, zero.
No complaints. Victory achieved. BeaVerN, anything we could improve on next time?
Anything we could improve on? Maybe lower the desks a better. Otherwise, I have no complaints. I mean, the LAN is cozy. Everyone's basically hugging each other all the time. You're getting bumped by random people all the time, which is just so lovely.
All right. Well, that's magical. Thank you, BeaVerN. Thank you, Eon. Thank you, Chris. And thank you, highfive. We're going to throw it over to our casters, who we're very thankful for, and thankful for our best of 5 game.
One map remains of Poland 2026, as Witness Gaming have fought back from an 0-2 deficit to take us here to Product Ben.
Game about to go live, rollout's about to commence, legacies on the line for Witness Gaming. They're defending their world title. For MANDEM, they've fought for 3 long, hard years to topple the titans of Witness Gaming, and from 2 maps up, they're now tied at 2 maps apiece. Process will separate it. After this match, we will know our world champions.
So Witness Gaming, the first to roll out and the first to send soldier bombs in the air. It's Happy that jumps forward, but it is Fancy who gets aggressive. He takes a lot of damage, but it's actually Lucas to fall. Boulder finds 2, but So Horns is also going to fall. It is Zoe who sits as Auto is 20 HP in choke, and he survives, but look at this. Fancy Elf. He's in on the flank, he is unspotted, he is undealt with, and he comes in and kills Auto. He finds the second pipe onto Thomas, gets cleaned up, and no team has a medic. It is Thomas in the 1v1 in sewer, and he cannot beat Zoe.
The Lanimal himself unleashed. Fancy Elf, this is his first LAN ever, and he is the one, how fittingly, to clutch for MANDEM, to bring them into the mid-fight victory, to bring them into a situation where they have a very slight overcharge advantage to work with. Do you think they're going to go on this?
Want is building with the escape plan. They really want this super far out. Maybe they would be looking to send it absolute lifeline from Fancy. Unbelievable flank. As actually, June has managed to build this a bit. This is a 30% advantage. MANDEM could play with it. Look at this, it's already a soldier getting aggressive. Auto far back. So at least for the moment, Witness are sitting, but Auto still doesn't have the super. Look
90.
at this. They're going so far forward.
95, 98, 99%, 100% on Auto, but look at the space that's been conceded whilst building up this uber charge, but it's just about enough now for Witness Gaming. They can salvage, and look at the damage onto June, who's getting peppered.
12
8 HP.
Oh no!
June fumbles at the worst possible moment.
It's Ixie with the peppering shots down on June, and she refuses to pop. So now Zoe, once again, has to save it all. He's in, but Lucas Tank shuts him down. So now, Witness, commanding lead against MANDEM here on Process.
They're already getting set up. They've got a heavy in the forward spawn on MANDEM. They are shook. That was such a good opportunity for MANDEM. They took so much ground, but June held on for slightly too long, building up her own overcharge now. That's only at 30%. Haunts on the heavy weapons man in the forward spawn is going to do actually a decent amount of damage by a little bit of time, but it's still 50 yards, and Witness Gaming, they're getting ready to run this in from 1.
So this is a massive advantage to work with. Sniper from Ryan finds nothing as Heavy runs up into panic room. But look at this, Lucas denied. So this push doesn't quite have the punch that you would want. And it is anyway. Lucas finds 2. So now it is MANDEM stuck in spawn. Can they hold on their own? It is a soldier bombing forwards, but also taken down. Zoe 14, it's not enough. Witness to respond first.
Who got the 25 kill streak? Because that was a nuke up in the panic room. Demo man from the left, 2 soldiers from the right. MANDEM sounded the alarm, but they could not escape.
Unbelievable play from Lucas. He's finally woken up. That is the Denver MVP, and that is the best demo in the world.
Early lead for Witness Gaming. Let's remind you, they were 2 maps down. They were against the rails. They were so beaten up. MANDEM with 2 match points as well on Bagel, and Witness now ready in Process. 1-0 lead early. They've come into the second mid-fight. Very aggressive on this left-hand side. Can they get the opening frag onto Ryan up top, who's chipped down low? But Salenta's the first one, gets bowed mid-air actually. What a bow from Auto.
Yeah, actually stays alive, and so Salentes lives to fight another day. But look at how scrunched up behind Witness are. So Ryan is actually the first to fall. Zixi deals with the pressure. It is Zoe getting taken down by Lucas, but Fancy finds 2. So now, what can you do? You are stuck on the enemy side. As both teams have 3 players up, but it is 2 projectile classes for MANDEM. Fancy needs to lock down his own choke. The spawn is not quite there, as this soldier can bomb up high. A lot of damage dealt. No one really found Fancy comes forward, but he can't fight the frags. Ixie comes in, and so now it's 2 soldiers left on point. What can June do on her own?
She's stranded on the opposite side. She has to use the Ubercharge to try and get back in. Ubercharge actually exchanged in kind by the rebomb in from Ryan, and MANDEM may well live on to fight there. No, they will not on Ixie's watch, because he is the one to get the late frag in onto June. Witness Gaming have woken up.
Firing on every single possible cylinder, and MANDEM looks shook. Rune, it's just June taken so far down. It's so hard for her to play. And now up on the desperation crit streak, the heavy up on top, and Witness Gaming once again looking at a massive 50% advantage in onto last.
The difference this time, though, is that June will have time to build that crit if it is being built optimally. Because Auto still 30% away from the Ubercharge. June sitting back, getting ready. Bold is surely the recipient of this. But Witness Gaming, they're grouping up and they are getting ready to use this on the dot.
So Lucas now is going to set his sticky and get ready to push in. 100% instantaneously used. Sentry Gun taken down already. The rest of MANDEM are on the other side. Sit back for now. The heavy is still up and undealt with. This crit streak from June doesn't exist, however. It's only 80%, and so Witness now stop pressuring. But the pressure comes out. Ryan is down as well. But look at this crit. It's 96%, and it just comes out. The laser beam comes through. And so Lucas, Auto all falling, and Boulder just holds on.
Tooth and nail stuff from MANDEM, but the laser beams coming clutch at the last possible moment. MANDEM still in with this one. Thomas attempts a back cab. Haunts is all too aware of that one. And MANDEM now with a tiny, tiny Uber advantage. Maybe something they're thinking about pushing, but honestly, intermediate's incredibly risky.
They have a pick to work with again, though. Thomas is down, but MANDEM not choosing to take the risk, instead just electing to set up on second. As they can sit back, the high-octane gameplay from early on in the series, perhaps coming to a brief respite.
They're not grouping choke, are they? Surely not.
Go in. Look at this, Fancy Elf, he's charging up stickies at least. Not just sat in IT as well, so he's just going to be peeking. But Scout runs through, look at this Boulder. I think he just wants to take a trade.
They want it.
Up.
They want it, but the thing is, Auto is at 95%. As soon as the other supercharges, the bomb comes in, lands in. June taken so weak. Fancy Elf, 10 HP. Cannot get it done.
Witness Gaming, they lose only Pappy for that, and with that they've managed to settle out this stalemate, stabilize the positioning, and so they don't need to go in. They can just sit back for the moment. One Haunts bomb forwards, line up in the air as well, just to alleviate space, but this is Celentes caught out by Boulder.
It is as well, and that's going to buy some time. June took a lot of flack in that last exchange, so she's going to have to run back for the pack, and that's going to maybe slow down the counter-aggression. But actually, never mind, because look at this. MANDEM, they're already waltzing in.
Oh my god, but look at how much damage June takes. As she walks in, she's already 18 HP. And this spam just comes so costly at MANDEM. Because June's so low, she can't walk forwards. And these trades, they just can't be activated.
Celentes, sacking in previously, has opted to pick up the rifle. And I know I've been a massive proponent of Celentes this series. He's really stepping up. But on the sniper, we have yet to see impact. Will his time be any different?
Peeking straight in through. Finds early damage onto Fancy, but he gets pulled up. It's only a body shot. So the sniper called out. Fancy has to keep peeking it to do damage himself. June squarely behind point. So Celentes has to rotate over here. The soldier spotted out, down to 112 HP, 50 damage doesn't do it. He stays alive. Soldier can bomb forward as well, and Ryan taken down by Lucas with a massive pipe. So pressure relieved as Haunts bombs forward, but at what cost? This is only one player advantage for Witness, and I don't think they can push up a bit. Zoe caught by Lucas!
This is definitely pushable for Witness Gaming, and look at MANDEM, they fear. They are all the way back out, and Celentes is stepping up on the sniper. Spawner still not there from Zoe. Witness, they might want to sack early.
Witness love an early pressure here before the gun can come up, before there's any pressure, but look at how much damage Pappy takes. So Zoe up on that counter sniper means this gaming not going to commit. Instead, it's Zoe versus Celentes here in the snipes, but Celentes doesn't hit the mark and neither does Zoe. So when the soldier bombs forwards, it is both players retreating. No sniper really found.
All eyes on Celentes. He's the man who can double this lead with a well-placed rocket, but also he's the man who's the prime target for these defending MANDEM players. As Haunts comes in, cleans up that one, and now poses the question to Witness, do they want to stick with the Celentes sniper?
They're trying to just send Pappy in to try and open something up. He just has to sack for the gun, unfortunately. No one else quite there, so Boulder up on the spy is going to check. and see that Salentes has given up at the spy. He's now up on it. Boulder will know. Hasn't been countered yet. He's still sat in spawn, making absolutely certain that this spy is a possibility. But look at how far up Salentes has gotten in the meantime. He's still checking, but look at this. If he's still checking, then Salentes is in perfect position to drop down. No one quite there yet. He drops down from the sky, and he takes down June. That now for Witness Gaming is another ticket into last.
Salentes, I questioned his sniper, but the spy is perfect.
He drops down like the knight.
Absolutely impeccable timing.
In these final moments, Salentes and Lucas have woken up for Witness, and MANDEM unable to respond. Boulder was up spy checking the whole time, but they just didn't respond.
They didn't, and now they're facing the dire consequences because Witness Gaming full Uber advantage already used in from one, landing on the top left area. Gun taken down, damage onto Boulder isn't great so far, but kill onto Ryan and lots of damage onto Horns is. They still need to get these sticks at the point. Fancy Elf still up and healthy, but June is certainly not, and neither is Zoe, but MANDEM, they are fighting.
It's Pappy bombing in, trying to find some kind of height advantage, but Zoe and Boulder
How are they
combined for so
holding?
much damage. Thomas is in, and look at the health bars. Lucas finds a pipe, but it's only Thomas left on this point. He does not get any frags. So Zoe for 3, Auto is out, but June now has big advantage to work with.
Thomas may be the best player in the world, but even he was not able to deal with that tall order that MANDEM put up. MANDEM full disadvantage twice in a row now. They have managed to hang on when all odds seem to be against them. MANDEM still in the fight.
Still in the fight, 50% Uber. This is Ixie in forward spawn on the sniper. He's going to peek out and spot only a scout and not a headshot. So June is through, and Ixie is back on second. He chooses to come up on the scout. But in this delay, Witness now 85% Uber charge, and they will not be backing off from second. Instead, it is MANDEM left to try and break this stalemate as Auto gets an Uber of his own.
So before the picks they're able to get, but actually the aggressive Uber comes out. Maybe this is a miscalculation in from MANDEM. Fancy Elf getting a good amount of damage, but no frags to speak of. Pappy getting juggled in the round. Actually almost kills June.
Almost kills her, but look at this. It's a complete nuke inside choke. And now Salentes goes for the wraparound. IT does not decide to connect. As Lucas relieves the pressure just a little bit, Fancy Elf really wanted to go in, but he just got so juggled by the Witness scouts.
Great work from Witness, and honestly, that was a miscalculation from MANDEM, but it's one they've been let off from. I reckon they thought that was a bit more advantage than it really was. This time, MANDEM are going to be forced to play it slow, be methodical, play the spam war. We had a quick off-class check there from Thomas. Nothing untoward from MANDEM. It's all going to be on these soldiers, all going to be on this demo man spam. Who is going to be getting in?
Decent damage onto Auto. A nice little maybe perhaps an opening for MANDEM to go forwards.
Auto
down to 70. Does get spammed out, but no real committal quite yet. You see Ryan sitting in IT. So that's just right there to respond. The bomb could come out, but Auto now healed back up to full means that MANDEM aren't actually committing. They just sit and they keep on spamming some kind of a sack to allow for any kind of change in pace. What they're looking for, but the angle so far just hasn't presented itself. Finally, Horns gets a bit aggressive. Nothing really found.
It's all very cagey, isn't it, from MANDEM as they just try and slow walk this forward. They're actually fairly far stood in, and the bomb finally comes in from Horns, who circles around Ryan. Not going to follow it in kind. They're just going to bait this one player over. 1-1 trade, Horns for Pappy. Now what does this open up for MANDEM? Can they get forward with one less soldier on the defending side?
It's Lucas stepping really aggressively, but Salentes finds Zoe and IT. Ryan's dead as well, and so MANDEM perhaps overstepping. They tried to go forwards and grasp something that wasn't quite within reach, and so they fall just that little bit further in that pit of despair that is slowly rising up underneath their feet.
The one saving grace of MANDEM, it still is even Ubers. Of all the players to get out, June was one of them. And now MANDEM are going to have to sit on their own side. No spawns get denied, but Salentes early bomb in, lands in high, goes in onto June, but he's getting completely destroyed by another nice air shot from Fancy Elf.
He's going to need a few more of those to tie this series up. To take himself to a LAN championship in these maps, game 5s like this is where champions are truly born. And so if there's a moment to step up, it is right now. Lucas and Silentes already performing back on the sniper he is. Oh, MANDEM ready to receive this sniper. Silentes slowly will inch his way forwards, and I think he might be going into sewer. One little pick is all that he needs.
Tension builds as Silentes peeks in forward onto the shutter. MANDEM seem to be roughly aware of this, and they're certainly aware now as boLANd takes 150.
Taking 150 and there's no frags. Instead is Ixi getting killed by Haunted. Look at this. The
aggression!
wrap around.
Oh my god!
Lucas is dead as well. Ryan does everything. 1 kill onto Pappy as well. It's just 2 frags here for Witness.
They're stuck behind.
Thomas, they're in behind. What can they do? They have to win everything on their own. It starts with a kill onto Haunt, but June has an open of her own and she does pop it. So Thomas hits another mean shot to force out the Uber, force a flash, and as that Uber fades, Thomas is still left in. He gets his spawners, and he wants to fight. It's Fancy down to half HP, and Witness are still in this because now Lucas is here. And so MANDEM, they get player reinforcements off their own. We are back fighting on mid.
Absolute scout masterclass, and then maybe a soldier one too from Silentes, who bombs it in the round, can't get the final rocket in on to June, and now MANDEM, they can regroup with their heals. They can reclaim their territory on this middle point, and they can perhaps look forward, but Haunt, the first line of attack, is shut down.
Happy's in behind as well. He completely unspotted. In onto June, and he finds this shot as well. Now, Auto has to stay alive because look at MANDEM. They are everywhere. It is a kill onto Lucas as Zoe tries desperately to sow the seeds of chaos to try and keep Witness out of winning this round. Fancy Elf can't fight the shots. Neither can Ryan as he bumps forward. So it is just Zoe, the last remaining member of MANDEM, who's still in.
The timing is perfect from Zoe. Does drag 1 player back. There is going to be a spawner to deal with as well over on Pappy. So 3 players to fight for Zoe. But look at the distraction play. Look at the frags. Look at the air shot as well from Silentes. But the time is the most valuable thing because with their distraction, MANDEM have actually kept some grip on mid.
Kept some grip on mid, but they don't have an Uber ad. Instead, it's Haunt. Gonna bomb off
the arrow.
It's a beautiful arrow from June there to keep Haunt at 100 HP and actually able to instantly rebomb. Just pressure. Just trying to get this Uber out, which they cannot. So instead, now they back off to second. Auto still has a 50% advantage. And Witness, they're going to have to stop pushing if they want to use this effectively.
Here they go, Uber charging. Fancy Elf trying to jump away, dodges the pipes of Lucas. I'm not quite sure how they managed that one. Fancy somehow alive, but MANDEM now, full Uber ad. They want to come straight back in. They are grouping up in lobby, and they want to reclaim second with their full ad.
Looking to push forwards here, they have full ad, but it is so tricky to push out of lobby. Witness with such coordinated spam. Soldier Bomb in as well. Just ducks off is Pappy. For the moment, they sit and they wait to try and find the opportune moment, but I think June has escaped for now. She now sits on second, Auto 60%. You can see Thomas building this up as well. I want to try to contest this mid, but MANDEM already have Boulder in. He wants to keep this going. He wants to take as much as he can with this Uber advantage.
Uber advantage, though, is ticking away. We see also here 95% Uber all the way back on second. But MANDEM, for them, job is done. And honestly, it went about as well as it could because they've kept their Uber. They're now in an even Uber stalemate in onto enemy second. But that's until Fancy dies, I believe, to a trap.
Fancy died to a trap, and that means no traps on choke for Witness. So they can walk right through and actually almost find his kill onto Ryan. He gets so pressured and has to go back. The MANDEM health bars are horrible here in onto mid as they take so much damage. The soldier has to jump forward to try and buy his team some time. Silentes the first to fall, but this is actually a kill onto Lucas found by Boulder. So Witness Gaming, they're going to back out of choke again. They're down a demo, and I think MANDEM might be looking to fight this.
And why not as well? Demo, Soldier both down for Witness Gaming. You're not going to get many better opportunities than this to try and complete the squeeze. Ryan backs off all the way. Fancy getting juggled, still hitting pipes though, despite being launched skyward, and a kill onto Pappy. Ryan still aggressing as MANDEM take control of the second point in ruthless fashion.
They have control of the point now. That means that they have to start trying The send stacks in onto last. Witness love going before you've had time to build up the gun. But it looks like MANDEM will be enjoying no such luxury. Instead, Ryan respawning right now. Haunt sat in rollout. He won't be able to push. So Ixie gonna build up this gun. Way up to a level 3 before MANDEM really come in. They're sitting in lobby now. Thomas is on the spy, making sure no off classes are present. There are none on the side of MANDEM.
MANDEM need to channel what they managed on Metalworks with their soldier bombs, and Ryan begins bombing in with the man-treads. One on to Auto, who hits the resupply bind just about in time. Witness Gaming, another scare. These double soldier bombs from MANDEM are relentless.
But they're just running down the timer so effectively, right? Sitting with this one-round advantage, MANDEM sending the first double soldier stacks. You can see Thomas in on the spy. So Zoe Sniper now comes out to try and break this stalemate. Some incredible performances from Zoe on this class already, but we're going to have to see something special. Looks to take it through rollout. There are stickies all over it, so might have to reconsider. Instead, just takes a buff. Lucas spamming this. Witness are going to know what's coming, but he can still go in and still try to peek. Backs off instead, in towards lobby. No one found, just a soldier. No shot connects. Continues to go forward, but this is, look at where Auto is standing. Zoe will need to go for the biggest hero shot of his career if he wants to kill this medic.
Seen good shots come out of this rifle already, but we're going to need some more. Haunts the distraction bomb in alongside Ryan.
No!
Gun goes down, and Fancy Elf, the Lanimal, he gets it!
Insane play from MANDEM. Auto cannot react to 4 things hitting him at once. The soldiers already bomb in, push him out of position directly into the traps of Fancy. And so now MANDEM, with 2.5 minutes left on the timer of regulation time, they sit with a ginormous, a massive advantage. Auto consolation crit streak will be nowhere near ready for this MANDEM push.
MANDEM 1 round down, but for how much longer? Ubercharge comes in. Fancy taken incredibly weak by a body shot there from the sniper. Bomb comes into top left now. Thomas and Heavy getting chipped and chunked down up top, but the frags are going the way of Witness Gaming.
Yeah, Zoe, unfortunately, the last one remaining. They try so hard, but the crunch comes through from Witness, and they're just unable to find that conversion. So Auto now back on the medigun as Lentis sits, because that point is half capped, and he needs to make sure no one tries to back cap.
Is absolutely on match point in a grand final. Don't want to be losing anything to a back cap, but Zoe decides to run all the way back home, get the door opened up to come back on the sniper. Was part of that distraction play before that got the kill onto Auto. See if into second has the same success.
Nothing quite coming out yet as he just sits back, perhaps waiting for a member of Witness to peek his crosshair. Nothing really found for the moment. Instead, he sits so far back. He tries to peek in through sewers. Salentis tried something similar. There are stickies up from Lucas. Regulation time nears a minute. A headshot now could spell the end. A tie up to a final round of poLAND 2025. But look at this.
Whoa!
Zoe is the headshot onto Lucas.
Zoe's had the Hugo breakfast as he coops in, and again, and again, and again!
Unbelievable! MANDEM now, massive advantage. It's 100% for
No
two.
demo!
There's no demo, there's no sticks. Ixie on this sniper, he needs to find everything, but Zoe finds them all. The Uber comes through. MANDEM look to find their first round. The point is so close to captured, and there we go. With 30 minutes left, 30 seconds left, it is MANDEM tying us up, and we go for one last time. Base stack. There's a pause, so we can't yell quite yet. My bad.
One more round, literally one more. The winner of this next round of process is the world champions, and what fitting way it was. Zoe, 2 insane headshots.
Those are headshots that Zoe will remember for the rest of his life. Unbelievable. The first shot onto Luca's magical, but the one onto Auto, something else. Opening the door, a lifeline. MANDEM. They were starting to look over. They were starting to look down and out, but my God, those final little moments. Perhaps they found a way. Now, with everything to play for, it's just one round left.
Oh,
We'll have to
these
see who can take
headshots.
this
Oh
out on
my
top.
word.
This one onto Auto right here.
That's insane.
Unbelievable.
Look at MANDEM there. They're thinking they're about to play the most important round of TF2 in their entire lives.
So what do you do?
What do you
Process
even
is not
say?
a map that it really encourages speed, right? It encourages time and patience, and it requires correct positional play. This is something that MANDEM love. This is something that Ryan is so good at. But Witness are just coming through in these crucial moments. Now MANDEM, to truly beat the choker allegations in this fashion, in a game that they should have won ages ago. Here we are, 2.5 hours later.
2 match points on Bagel. They had match point on Metal as well. This is absolute insanity that it has gone round to one final round. And just think about it. You mentioned the choker allegations. Imagine what is running through those MANDEM players' brains. If they lose this, they get reverse swept in the series of their lives.
Witness Gaming in Arcadia in 2022 almost got reverse swept by TF2 Easy, but they came back in overtime in the final map, in the final hours on Process. And now once again, they find themselves in the opposite positions, having to reverse sweep, falling down all the way on 2 maps. And now on Process, they find themselves necessitating a win. In the final little moment, Baystack, are you not entertained?
They certainly are MANDEM, and I certainly am too. One more round will decide it. Our grand champions of poLANd.tf 2026 will be determined by the winner of this round of Process. Both these teams line up on mid, both jostling for position, but it's incredibly passive from MANDEM. Never mind, they're not jostling for position. They are backed up and into a pause, and it's a tech pause as well at the worst possible moment.
This is getting into really cool territory, because that means that the rollout's completely cooked, right?
Yeah, I think they have to reset the round surely, right? Like if someone's had a tech issue, surely they reset the round. Because the thing is, right, the timer and stuff, like in this situation, the timer can just go in the bin.
Yeah.
There was like 10 seconds left before we go into infinite overtime, right? Just play win limit 1 with no time limit, you know? Just set it up. Sodium sort us out.
We're actually just doing a golden cap.
But a golden cap that can never end.
Can never end. Never end a golden cap. We used to play with those forever, by the way. We used to have infinite golden caps.
I guess the snake water last gun wasn't as much of a thing back in those days. But as we see Sodium just standing over the back of some of these MANDEM players, not sure which of them it was with the tech issue, but I believe it was MANDEM who called the pause initially. Yes, he got pointing at a screen on the end. Something is awry.
You're sat at home wondering whether or not you can help us out with this tournament. Head over to donate.poLANd.tf. We have a fundraiser set up to make sure that we have the equipment to do this again in the future. If you're interested in the finances at allfinances.poLANd.tf, will tell you where every single penny goes. For the moment now, Witness enjoying this. You can see Auto, karaoke time.
He's locked in. Auto just needs to reset. And sometimes it's the best way. Just take the mind all away. I wonder what he's listening to. What do you think he's listening to?
I was trying to read it to try and figure it out. You see admin Sodium coming in to explain the situation. Super there alongside. They look to reach a mutual decision. I think Witness will be arguing very strongly that they should just have the mid. As MANDEM will probably be arguing the exact opposite. If this goes unreset, we will find ourselves in an even Uber or second to mid situation.
Which honestly is a situation that I don't think Witness Gaming have had that much success with in this game. It's really been MANDEM who have been managing to sort of tighten the vice grip with these squeezers, with their sniper, with their bombs, with their pressure from Fancy Elf. They've been the ones who have had more success squeezing out of these stalemates, which is so uncharacteristic for Witness. They are supposed to be the hardest team in the world to break down.
Showing unbelievable mental this series to come back.
It's insane, isn't it?
Something else that they have found, reaching all the way down to come back in this series, to take it this far, where for the first time in the whole series, for the last 2.5 hours, they are finally at a match point.
Here we are. Game is unpaused. We'll see what the admins are deciding to do, what's been the agreement in terms of how this one is reset. So I'm going to hold my horses for a minute. I'm going to see what the players do. If everyone just sort of stands still and they reset, then fair enough. If they fight on, also fair enough, because at the end of the day, Witness Gaming are capping up the mid, at least on my screen.
I have to wait and see what the decision is. MANDEM sit, there we go. We are just resetting. Gonna go to another mid fight. This time hopefully with zero tech issues as well. So both teams just gonna ready up once again. Get us ready for the final round of poLAND 2026. Looks like actually was just a straight up crash on the side of Zoe, or at least a game reset. There we go, rejoining, you can see on your screen. And I wonder now, right, you finally tied this up and you're going into overtime. How important is it for that momentum?
It's a real reset, isn't it? Just sort of, we're sat here for a few minutes. It's kind of killed the vibes a little bit on these two teams. You see them all kind of chilled and sat down, and these visuals we're seeing on the monitor of Ixie there on the right, I'm not thinking that's too great, because that looks like the map is rebooting for everyone.
We're rebooting the whole map. Make sure everything is good to go. I wonder how we reboot this config actually. I guess, do we literally just load into...
There's 10 seconds left. Honestly, like, we just shouldn't even bother resetting the config, right? Just like, just run it with like a win limit 1, and just start from 0-0, and we'll just plod on. I'm so glad I'm not in one of those 12 chairs right now. Imagine what they're feeling. They think they're about to play the golden cap, essentially, of Game 5 of a World Championship Grand Final, and they just have to sit and stare at the screen.
They have to sit and wait for Pappy restarting his game, also clearly having a great time. But getting ready now, Lucas is back as well. So he's going to reconnect on the server. The only one missing, Pappy. Wait for him to reconnect as well. I wonder now, do you think that MANDEM can do this, Ben? Is this it, or are Witness going to take it all? I need your prediction now.
If MANDEM are ever going to do it, they are never going to have a better chance. But in my heart of hearts, I've been watching TF2 for many a year. I physically cannot bring myself to predict against the reigning champions, Witness Gaming.
Witness Gaming have done the unthinkable so far in this finals. To complete it would be the stuff of legend. MANDEM put up such a fight in this tournament. They've had multiple match points. This is another one for them. They're fourth. They had 2 on Bagel, unable to convert the whole time. For them to lose in those final little moments would be absolutely soul-crushing. To navigate that as such a team with such young players. They have one player with a LAN championship, and he's on your screen right now, Ryan, who professed the 2024 champion. Everyone else, sure, they've been to LAN before, but they've never, ever had the chance to take the victory. And to see it slip away from them now.
Yeah, I want to jump back to something Sony said. You know, on the intro video we had for MANDEM, there was the line, For so long, they've been the team of tomorrow. When will MANDEM be the team of today? Today might well be that day. If this one singular round goes their way. One round.
Just need one. Just making sure that all of the Witness players are ready. It's Pappy reconnecting.
Yeah, he timed out again. From what I can tell, that's Pappy's Steam account we saw on the screen there. Just not a great sign. Often seen after a crash. But everyone wants to make sure everything's perfect, right? If it's going to be the best round ever, then everyone wants to come out of it with no excuses.
For the moment, still waiting for those final little ready ups and checks. Pappy once again attempting to reconnect to the server. Wait and see if he's successful this time. That's the first step. See Supra.
Supra organising everything alongside Sodium, making sure everything runs as smoothly as possible. And at some point, we're going to get the tap on the shoulder of Sodium onto the players to tell them that they are good to go and ready up for the final round of the night. This has been a slog of a night of TF2. I do not even know what the local times are actually on our screen. I don't. We started this series almost 4 hours ago.
4 hours of hard gameplay. Witness already played a best of 3 that went all the way. The lower bracket, almost losing out to the Americans, now finding themselves in the finals. They have not been pushed this hard in 4 years. But in these moments, they find each other. They find themselves strong. They look to set themselves up for one final success.
Those people on these screens look like they're ready. MANDEM looking locked in. Got Fancy far left of the picture. He has stepped up in massive ways. Remember the drop he got before, and it's his rollout we'll be starting on as he rolls out for the last round of the entire LAN event. Who's going to take it? Is it MANDEM? Is it Witness Gaming? Whatever it's going to be cinema.
On to mid we go, and it is Lucas arriving just that little bit later than Fancy. But early damage onto Ju. She tries to tote the line forwards, and this is Fancy taking a lot of damage as well. So Pappy bombing very high up. It is MANDEM sort of left to deal with the situation. Look at this. There's a player behind on the enemy side, but Silentis is up high. A lot of damage dealt. Ixie down, but so is Lucas. Massive as well. Silentis has found one kill, and this is the frag as well. Auto's left, but he disconnected from his pocket. Boulder cleans him up, and it is MANDEM. They take the mid-fight victory. They get wiped to Witness, and now MANDEM. If there is ever an opportunity, ever a moment, they have to pounce.
We saw before they've struggled with last pushes, but if ever in their entire lives there is a last push to convert, this is it. It's full advantage. Auto just spawned up. There's 6 alive. One push, and it could all be theirs.
Gun is up for Ixie, but how high can it go? Just a level 2. And Silentes is up on the counter sniper. He needs to hit some shots onto MANDEM as they come in, but they look to send it in through one. Silentes nowhere near. The sticky jump comes out of Fancy. This heavy's up in spawn already. The sentry gun taken down as well. So now Boulder sits an edge to the point. It's about 1/3 cap. This heavy's up in spawn, and it has to back spawn as well. So now Cap comes up again, and Zoe touching the point. Witness are finding that first kill to Ryan. No further kills really have been found, but his hook in onto Auto. He doesn't hit the second bucket. He tries to step forward. Auto! Disgusting arrow, and Witness hold on.
Best team in the world for a reason. We thought they were down. We thought they were out. MANDEM had it on a platter.
Zoe now up on this sniper. And we saw the headshots ring true earlier. We need to see something special from him now. So the sniper not shut down. Auto behind this rock. But MANDEM all eggs in the Zoe basket! It's a kill onto the GOAT! But can you find any more? Auto still so far forward. This Uber is going to come through. The trade now is out. Happy's dead in the post duper. This is Witness without two of their star projectile players. Solentes has to do so much. As Ryan bumps in, Boulder finds Auto. It is pandemonium and chaos. But MANDEM, they're routing Witness. Solentes is stuck on middle. He just has to delay because June is still alive. Ixie is in behind. But what can he do? Lucas is stuck on last.
They've had one golden opportunity, and it's not often you get another one straight away. Ixie on the back cap, though, is going to be a nuisance. Soldier bombs in. Great first rocket, actually, from Horns, and a fabulous second one from Ryan. And a great snipe from Zoe. They are lighting it up on MANDEM.
There's no scouts up. That means no off classes for the side of Witness. They're going to lose a soldier as well. It's all crumbling at the seams.
Do not pinch yourselves, MANDEM. This is real.
MANDEM, they're getting onto the point. It's just Lucas. MANDEM in the final second. They take poLAND 2026.
They've finally done it! A reverse of last year. Look what it means on the players. They're jumping around. They are screaming. They are loving it. And what fashion. The snipe from Zoe. The kills from the soldiers. The push. It was unrelenting from the MANDEM. Well deserved.
Unbelievable. From the team of tomorrow to the team of the day, they finally come through. Off of the back of the sniper. A failed push in. You thought they had it after the mid-fight win, but they just crawled back. Witness give it everything. But causing the toughest of trials, MANDEM come through.
Look at what it means on these players. Oh my word. MANDEM, the new world champions. poLAND 2026 world champions. Third place in 2024, second place in 2025, and now up to first place. We have a new ruler in Europe.
Incredible play from them. You can see Witness nothing but respect, I think, at this point. We thought that they were out, but like, to crawl back this far, and how poetic as well. It was the exact opposite for them when they managed to get their victory in Arcadia, almost getting reverse swept, but in those final moments, MANDEM come through.
You can't believe her eyes, can she? She is in disbelief.
They're in shock. Look at them.
Look at Ryan as well. Oh my, the emotions.
Unbelievable. As you can see them now teeing up. They're trying to come through, and like they have spent so long trying to enact this comeback as well, right? For so long, they've been that team where in scrims we know that they can beat this Witness team, but in those final seconds, they've always crumbled before. But now they stand in front of us as the top team in Europe, the top team in the world. Absolutely stunning.
And just to think, 1 week ago, they utterly capitulated in those online finals. We had questions. We didn't even know what their roster was going to be coming into LAN, but they had the resilience, they had the map talks, they had the demo reviews. They locked in, and this MANDEM performance on this very building, on this very weekend in 2026 in Wuch, in Baystack, this is going to go down in history as one of the great performances ever by a TF2 6v6 team.
Nobody had them at the top spot. Very, very few truly believed in this team to actually take it all the way. And such performances from so many members as well in this finals. Fancy, absolutely indispensable.
Zoe.
Unbelievable performance there in the finals.
Oh, they're currently gone back to their booth. They're still in shock, I think, to be quite honest.
Yeah, look at Boulder.
Boulder's done. They've played TF2 for like, what's this, 4.5 hours straight? They are depleted, but they are far from dejected. Look at the elation of Ryan as well. Oh, it's beautiful to watch.
Absolutely incredible to finally complete that ascent on the side of MANDEM. And commiserations to Witness as well. They fought so hard and almost dragged them all the way.
It went to map 5, literally golden cap map 5.
All the way. All the way. The last time we saw this was in 2022, and to finally 4 years later have this again in such a spectacular fashion. This was a tournament set up to be a competition between the very best, and in that moment, when all of the chips are on the table, it's MANDEM just coming out on top.
There's questions, weren't there, about who could ever take down Witness. And I don't know about you, I heard some doubters when Froyotech announced they weren't going to be coming. Everyone was like, well, that's it, Witness are going to walk it, but MANDEM step up to the plate. They're the best team in the world, and they have absolutely shown it.
And so now, with such little doubts left, they stand at the top of the Team Fortress 2 world and champions for the first time. You can see Haunt's already walking down.
No, he's not.
This is really cool because we have this arrangement where the admins were supposed to instantly drag them down. I told both of them to their face, and I see none of them.
There's no controlling these players. They're too excited, right? There we go. Boulder's got the right idea. There we go. Come on.
Now we just need the rest of his team.
There's June as well. Intercepted.
There you go. Look at that. Boulder coming down alongside June. So we await the rest of MANDEM to come down for the trophy lift. That's ympo. Shout outs to ympo. Love ympo.
I think they've got lost.
I think that they're just completely unaware that they're supposed to be here, by the way. I think probably literally no one has told them.
There's Haunts. Loving life.
Got medals actually already available. This might be a full trophy ceremony.
Medals on the table, but we only need players to collect them. And a trophy too. Look at that trophy. Looks beautiful. A trophy held by Witness the last twice, but this time we're going to have different holders in Europe.
There you go. 2 more members. I think Ryan, just the only one missing, should be coming down any second. Unbelievable scenes here in Poland.
Heroes welcome.
You see how much it means to Haunt after so many years of trying as well. He wasn't even supposed to play on this team originally. He subbed in for Lardox, who unfortunately couldn't make the tournament.
Now he's a world champion.
Stands taller than anyone else.
I've just sent Turbo to go get the Witness boys. Okay. Can we have one big round of applause for our winners of LAN? Come pick up the trophy.
Come on. Zoe, come get it. Come get it yourself. Come on down. Come on down. Ooh. What a moment. Zoe, team captain. Can we get a few words? How does it feel? Massive LAN win. Some thought it was never possible, but you beat the Witness boys. Talk me through it.
It's surreal. It's surreal. That was a banger of a final. We gave it our all. Came into LAN like half disbanded, but boy, is it worth it. 3 years of choking? How long? 3 years of choking just to finally win it.
You did it, Zoe. That's true. And in entertaining fashion, 5 maps. You kept us all very busy the entire time. Let's move on down the line. Ryan, I know it's your second LAN win, but what a way. What a way to do it. Talk me through it.
For like, after what happened last week in the online finals, I think we had like a lot of issues coming to this LAN, but at the end of the day, we like put all that effort and we just focused on the LAN, and we got that, like, at the end of the day, we got the best result possible. We actually won. We only dropped like what, two maps the whole LAN, only in finals. I thought we played very fucking well. I think everyone stepped up, especially Fancy. His first LAN, and he was like by far the best player in the game. By far. He's just fucking absolutely destroying everyone. Like Fancy's just fucking crazy.
Can we get a big round of applause for Ryan, guys? Ryan! Fancio. We meet again. Your first LAN. I mean, look at all these adoring fans. What a performance. I think you might be up for LAN MVP. We'll get there eventually. How does it feel, man? Tell me.
I don't know, bro. Unreal. Unreal. I don't know what to say. That was the most insane final I've ever played in, ever seen. That re-exec into the golden cap or whatever it was, I don't know, bro. Insane. I'm speechless, bro. Honestly, I'm speechless. I love these guys, bro.
Round of applause for Fancy, guys. Mr. Haunts. You've done it. You were here last year. You faced the same crew. You lost that time. This time you came back. And in phenomenal fashion. 5 maps. How you feeling, buddy?
I don't even know. 3 LANs for this. Me and Bowler, 3 LANs for this. And we finally did it. I don't know. It just feels so good. I just want to, like actually shout out Witness, because they're doing this 7 times in a row. It's like insane. This is a first for us, and it's 7 times in a row. It's too much. It's too much pressure.
Someone had to put a stop to them, and it was you. We'll keep on moving down the line. Round of applause for Horns, guys. Boulder. You took control of that game. I was in the room. I heard you making those calls. When you lost those last 2 maps, you were the one that was like, guys, let's focus up. All right. You said it. It doesn't matter. We're down to a BO1. And you did it. You've got that trophy and a crown on your head. How you feeling?
Feeling on top of the world. It's been a long time coming. It's like me and Hans, we played this LAN for 3 times in a row, going from bronze to silver, and now finally taking gold as well. And it's the biggest win we could have ever gotten as well. It's an unreal feeling, actually. So much work put into this, you know. It finally pays off as well. Unreal feeling.
Congratulations, Boulder. Round of applause. June, the final member of MANDEM. You did promise me an interview if you won Grand Finals. You lost last year, just like the rest of these boys. Is this the revenge arc? Are you happy? You've done it.
I am very happy and very surprised at how well everyone played. I don't know who the best on our team is, because I think everyone played out of their minds. Like Zoe played really well, like Ryan played really well, Fancy especially for his first time at LAN. Hans and Boulder deserve it.
Not only Haunts and Boulder, you all deserve it. Well done, everybody. This was MANDEM. They just won LAN, guys. Round of applause. Supra. Do we have some medals to hand out? Please, be my glamorous assistant. Shall we start with the second places? Awesome. We'll come back to you in a second. Can we get a big round of applause for Witness Gaming, our second places? Pappy, Ixie, Celentes, Lucas Tank, Thomas, and Auto. I'll let you. You'd like to present them? I thought there was no third place medals. There's no third place medals, no? Oh, well, J-Max just said there's no... Oh, okay. All right. Can we also get the Americans up here? White Lotus, come. Our third placers, come join us on the stage. After 3 days competition, 60 matches and 14 teams. These are your 3 playoffs winners. We're going to dish out these. They're not happy with the bronze medals. It's good on you, man. It's good.
It's got a nice weight to it.
Yeah? Is it real?
About a jersey swap with someone. Yes.
Hey. I've had a second and that's all I'll ever get. That's all I'll ever get. Let's have a round of applause for White Lotus, guys, our third placers. Let's have another round of applause for Witness Gaming, our second placers. And one final round of applause for our winners of poLANd.tf 2026, MANDEM. I believe Supra has a couple of announcements to make. Please welcome a member of the base stack, our hosts here in Poland. Come on, my friends. Got a few words for us.
Thanks so much. Hello, guys. My name is Błażej. I'm the manager of this venue, and I want to say something. I work here for over 4 years, and during this time we have hosted a lot of events, and all of the events was very special. But I want to say something very honest, and not only on behalf of myself, but also on behalf of my team, whole team. TF2 events are always the best one, and this event is the best one because of you guys. Yeah, you have such an amazing community, And I want to thank you for your dedication, and it's amazing how motivated you are because you are from abroad and you travel to Poland, you come to Łódź, you come to Baystack just to spend 3 days together. Yeah, and you have the best community you ever, I can imagine better community, to be honest. Yeah, so thank you for your support, thank you for your energy, for your passion, and for everything, because places like this exist because of you, and places like this exist for you guys. Yeah, and I also want to thank Supra, and yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I want to thanks to Supra and also the whole crew behind the event, behind the production. They did amazing job, and working with them is a pleasure, and I hope so they have same feeling to us. Yeah, and I know Supra wants to say something, so give him an applause and listen to him. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
I think we've watched one of the coolest grand finals for a very long time, like for years. I'm glad that's how it ended up. I have a couple of news. So besides the fact that we are planning to do a Highlander LAN during the summer, I'm so happy that we are working with Baystack, because I feel like we are, besides the fact that we are just two entirely different entities, we work as a one team, and I'm so glad that the cooperation went so smoothly, because we just aim to the same goal, that you're supposed to be happy about how things look like. And I'm really happy to announce that we are going to make this tournament happen again in 2027. We would be very happy to host some kind of representative from every single region where we play TF2, so from Australia, from North America, from South America, from Asia. We already had some conversation about it for this tournament. It didn't happen, and I would like to see some more diversity between teams, because obviously you just play with people from your region, and it's a great opportunity to try something new, and you play against some completely different teams because you see how do they play, and I think it's a very nice experience for players as well, for people who want to watch something completely unique. And at the end, I would love to ask you to support us, because we didn't break even yet, so if you want us to continue making these events, please donate to us to donate.poLANd.tf. That's gonna make us continue working on the project, because we can just maintain costs about the hardware and things we need to make it as good as possible. Thank you very much.
I think there's a few other people we need to thank here. Where's J-Max? Someone get him. Yeah, bring him over. Come. No. He's saying those. What's he doing? What's he playing at? That's a no-go. Well, I think that's everything done for. There's only one more announcement to make. The bar's open till 4 AM, guys. Get yourselves over there. Get some more drinks, all right? Cheerio. No.
hits the shot onto Slamdish, and it's still hitting onto Skis.
Absolute carnage. We picked up the second map where we've left off, haven't we, Juan? As it's an absolute massacre on getting into the side.
A nice headshot onto Otto.
Oh, yeah! Nice! Theo and the frag will be batting.
Just shooting down on the opponent. So much damage.
That is not balanced. That is unfair.
The frags are falling. It's only Boulder and Fancy left. They cannot get onto the point. He's trying his damnedest to keep them away from it, but he can't. Can he?
Yeah! Oh my god, and in the bitter end, who stands alone? Who's still there? You best believe it when you hear his name. That's Fancy.
Yes, absolutely done! Logan, the man, with the plan!
Making them back the heck up, but he doesn't care. Jay hits the headshot. 45 I don't care, man! Pappy, you're out of here! Comes all the way in from behind, just kills the medic! Oh, Pappy, my Pappy! Ryan! It's Ryan! Isolation drive onto Haunt, but this is it. Just Thomas left, and MANDEM playing on better than anyone else, and they go up 1-0 in the best of 5.
For the defending with the shading side, 25% away from the Ubercharge, 2 bombs on it, the point, the cap, it's almost back. MANDEM is 2-0!
MANDEM again! 2 rounds, and look at them. So excited. Fancy has to go in, he has to go in alone. The pack is not up, and look at this, the scout is there to deny, so 1 second is left, the Uber comes out, and Witness Gaming! They take us all 5!
They're gonna go to map number 5, Witness Gaming on the precipice of a reverse sweep at the highest possible moment.
The kills really haven't found, but it's Haunt in onto Auto! He does hit the second bucket, he tries to step forward! Auto! Disgusting arrow!
It's real!
MANDEM! They're getting onto the point! It's just Lucas! MANDEM in the final seconds! They take poLAND 2026!
They've finally done it! A reverse of last year. Look what it means on the players. They're jumping around. They are screaming. They are loving it. And what fashion. The snipe from Zoe. The kills from the soldiers. The push. It was unrelenting from the MANDEM. Well deserved.
Unbelievable. From the team.
Oh, you're joking me. Oh, you're joking me. Oh, I'm